Tune in to nostalgia. Tune in to now. Golden Radio Hour.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
What's the matter, Elwyn? Don't you like to dance?
I need a breath of fresh air is all.
Well, don't stay out here too long. The dance is just getting started.
Billy Ben, that you?
Who were you expecting?
You're late.
Sure, I'm late, pretty thing. I've been to town today.
Why didn't you take me with you?
I did the next best thing. Thought of you every step of the way.
You got a sweet and lying tongue.
And you are a fair young thing.
What did you do in town? Stop trying to kiss me. What will folks say?
There's nobody here. Just you and me and the man in the moon.
You're a right high-spirited man to have walked to town and back.
I was there for a right high-spirited reason.
Looking at all the pretty girls, I'll bet, in their fancy clothes and high-heeled shoes.
None as pretty as you. Close your eyes.
What are you putting on my finger?
You can open them now.
Why, that's the prettiest ring I ever did see. It sparkles even in the light of the moon.
It's a genuine zircon.
Oh, Billy, I'm proud enough to cry. I love you with all my enduring life.
And I the same for you.
Can I show it to everybody?
If that would pleasure you.
Oh, how the girls will envy me. Come on, let's go in the barn.
The Twilight Zone has existed in many lands and many times. It has its roots in history, in things that happened long ago and got handed down from one generation to another. And in the telling, the story gets added to and embroidered on until what might have happened in the time of the Druids sounds as if it took place yesterday in, say, the Blue Ridge Mountains. Like the story you're about to hear. Even though such tales are best told by an elderly grandfather on a cold winter's night by the fireside, if possible, in the southern hills of the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Jess Belle, starring Stephanie Weir, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Friends, now that everybody's here, I am proud to bid you welcome. I want everybody to dance till you wear out the fiddler and eat till you let your belt out to the last notch. My land was good to me this year. The good Lord blessed it with rain when rain was needed and a kindly sun to follow. And this barn is heavy with the yield of it. But that's just one reason to celebrate here tonight. A decent, good, and true man came to me and asked for the hand of my daughter, Elwyn. She has my enduring love. And now I've given her my blessing to marry Billy Ben Turner.
Oh, Elwyn, I'm so glad for you.
Thank you.
You must be so proud.
I am. Excuse me for a minute. Billy,
Yes, honey?
what's wrong with Jess Belle?
Huh?
Well, look at her. She's walking out.
Going home early, I reckon.
See if you can talk her into staying.
She'll come back if she's of a mind to.
Night's young yet. Ruin my party if folks start leaving early. Go on.
Okay, I'll do what I can. Jess? Jess Belle?
Don't you come near me.
I was hoping you'd wish us well.
You'll have nothing from me but my curses.
No need for you to take on so, Jess Belle.
Do you want me to go in there and throw my arms around her? Tell her I'm glad?
Jess, I'm sorry.
You weren't sorry the first night you came whistling up Eagle Rock Trail. I was washing supper dishes and heard you call my name, remember? And I ran like the wind to meet you.
Jess, don't.
All those things you told me, I believed. Remember when we clung together in the sweet night grass on Eagle Rock Mountain and the moonlight made the sea of silver mist on the fog below?
I remember.
And the day we ran together through the Scotch broom field and the sun was blazing down and we fell together and you touched me and the fire in me burned as hot as the white sun.
The fire has gone to ashes now, Jess Belle.
It still burns inside.
It's different with Elwyn and me.
Her pretty clothes and her daddy's land. Is that the difference, Billy Ben?
No, that's not the difference. I love her in a quiet way.
I don't want to know. You tell your love a thing for me, will you, Billy Ben?
What's that?
Tell her not to start making her wedding dress right away.
Why tell her a thing like that?
Because she ain't married you yet, Billy. Maybe she never will.
Fair was Ellie Glover, fair was Jess Belle. Both they loved the same man, and both they loved him well.
Go away.
I've got to see you.
If you come to my house, just walk right in. I don't ask nobody here.
Granny Hart,
What are you bothering old woman for this time of night?
folks say you got power.
Folks say a lot of things.
They say that all of Moses Crowley's cows sickened and died after he shot that hawk you used to keep.
That hawk was my pet. He used to roost at the black pine tree outside the door.
And when Molly Younger's baby was dying of fever, Molly went somewhere and got a potion for him. Folks said she came here.
She did. And that baby lived, too, didn't he?
Lived, but he's cursed with fits. His mama don't let him out of the house.
What else do they say of me?
They say you're a witch.
Sugar, if I was a witch, I'd be flying around on my broom instead of sitting here at home minding my own business.
Whatever you are, will you help me?
Depends, sugar.
I want to win a man's love.
Womankind's got her own kind of witchcraft for that.
He was mine for a while. Came sneaking off at night and kept it quiet what went on between him and me. Never took me any place for the world to know. He made me promises. Made them when his face was hot as blood and forgot them just as soon as he was 10 feet from my door.
Don't know much about men, do you, sugar?
Only him.
What man?
Billy Ben Turner.
Ooh, a pretty one he is, with strong, round arms to hold a girl.
And a fickle heart like the whole race of men.
How you want him to love you, gal? There's lots of ways of loving.
Tell me some kinds.
As many as there are people.
Could you make him love me like he did? When he couldn't let a night pass without seeing me. When he'd fight if any other man so much as looked at me.
How much money did you bring me?
I don't have any money.
Then how do you expect to pay me?
I'll give you my pearl hairpin. The pearl is real, brought back from across the seas by my daddy in one of the wars. And the stick is made of silver.
Ah, silver! Put it out of my sight. That all you got to offer me?
That's everything on earth I own, save the clothes on my back.
You better go home, gal. Live your life without Billy Ben Turner.
I won't have any life without him. You've got to help me.
There's something I can give you, but the price is high.
I told you I didn't have any money.
Tain't money.
If it's in my power, I'll pay it.
Oh, it's in your power.
What is the price?
You'll know in the midnight hour of time.
Whatever it is, I'll pay.
Take this little bottle. Drink.
All right. What was that?
The first sign of your new self.
Does he love me now?
After his eyes fall next on your face, they'll never look at another woman as long as they can look on you.
Billy,
Honey, what's wrong?
I feel faint.
Well, let's go in the corner. You're trembling.
The night's turned cold.
Seemed cold to me.
I felt a cold wind, and something on the wind, like my own voice crying far, far away. I wish our wedding were already done.
And me. Give me a kiss.
Is kissing all you think about?
Everybody, choose your partners.
I'm a fool for dancing, too.
Then let's not keep the fiddler waiting.
Hey, there's Jess Belle. She come back.
Come on, Jess Belle. Be my partner.
Why, thank you, John.
Now change partners and circle round. First man in the circle, choose your girl.
Go on round, Billy. I'll be waiting.
Hello, Billy Ben.
Jess, you look different.
Dance with me. Just us two.
Well, all of a sudden I don't feel much like dancing.
Let's go someplace.
Billy, are you going to dance with me or not?
In a little while, Elwyn. I gotta go outside. Come on, Jess Belle.
Where's he going?
Come along, Elwyn. You sit with Mother for a while. Maddie?
Oh, Daddy.
I never in my life. What come over the boy?
Whatever it was, he better get over it, or he'll answer to me.
It's a shame and a disgrace. If Billy Ben expects you to marry him after this, he'll have to think again.
He won't be marrying me.
I'm glad you got spirit, child.
I'd still have him if I could. If this very minute he would come back in that door and call my name, I'd go running to him.
I'd not let you shame yourself so.
But he'll not be back. I won't even get the chance. Jess Belle bewitched him. Just before she took him away, he turned and looked at me. It was like he'd never seen my face before.
The scent of your hair is enough to drive a man crazy.
You're a master hand with sweet words, Billy Ben Turner.
When we're married, it'll be hateful to leave you of a morning.
I won't let you leave. I'll lock the door and keep you home all day.
And how will we live if I don't work my land?
When you go into the fields, I'll hide behind a juniper tree and sing songs to tease you home again.
And where will the money come from for the pretties I'll buy you?
What will you buy me?
Dresses of silk and combs for your hair, rings for your fingers, and...
There's only one ring I want.
If it's in my power, I'll get it for you.
Oh, you can get it all right, Billy Ben. All you gotta do is ask Elwyn to give it back.
I reckon she's gonna hate me now.
She can't hate any more than she can love. What'd you ever see in that girl anyhow?
I forget.
You're a right fickle man, Billy Ben. Maybe you'll forget me too one day.
Hang me for a fool if I ever leave your side.
Looks like the moon is going down. I better go.
I won't let you. I'm gonna keep you here all night.
I can't.
Why not?
Mama's home by herself. She'll worry about me.
You never worried about your mama before.
Let me go.
I don't want you away from me.
Billy Ben, let go of my arm.
What'd you do that for?
I told you, it's late. I can't be here anymore.
All right, then. It don't matter, Jess Belle. Can nothing change the love I hold for you?
I have to go home.
Hold up.
Just leave me be.
I'll walk you, sure enough.
I said good night.
Just one more kiss.
No!
Who was that brought you home?
Nobody, Mother. Go back to bed.
Honey, don't go right to bed. Come sit a spell and tell me about the dance.
In the morning. Good night.
Jess Belle, what you locking yourself in your room for?
Because I don't want you to see what I am now.
By day she knew a woman's form, by night a witch's spell. For love of Billy Turner, accursed was Jess Belle.
Honey?
Oh, Billy Ben.
I didn't mean to scare you, Jess. What are you sitting out here in the woods for?
I was just thinking.
I got something for you. Hold out your hand.
Ellie's ring.
Jess's ring now. It belongs to the one I love, and the one I love is you. Every minute I'm away from you is a suffering and a torment.
What do you know about suffering and torment?
I know it's finding a girl who's your heart's craving and having her keep putting the wedding day off.
There's all kinds of torment in the world. Like the one that comes from buying something and finding out that the price is dear.
What did you buy that cost so dear, Jess?
Something I love.
Do you love it still?
Better than life.
Better than me?
Nothing I love better than you.
I've been to see the preacher today, Jess.
What did you want with him?
You've been taking so long to set the day. I said it myself. He's gonna marry us next Sunday.
I can't be ready by then.
I spoke to your mama. Your wedding dress will be all sewed. My house is clean. Everything new and waiting for you.
Oh, Billy.
Jess, have you changed your mind?
No.
Then why keep putting the wedding day off?
I just can't tell you, Billy.
There's no room for secrets between you and me. Wait, where you going?
I have to be gone from you for a while.
Stay now, Jess. I got a craving to be with you every minute.
Let me go, Billy.
Never knew a man could have such love as I hold for you. There's no peace from it, Jess. It burns in my brain night and day. I tell you...
Let me go.
Ow! What'd you scratch me for? Billy Ben Turner. Have you gone and fallen in love with a hellcat?
Womb of frog and heart of bat, tongue of sparrow, blood of cat, grasshopper's eyes and lizard skin, yolk of egg from a strangled hen, cud of cow and poppy seed, snout of swine and adder's weed, graveyard dust and breast of dove, bubble, bubble, wine of love.
Didn't you hear me knocking?
Never let trouble in the door if I can help it.
How do you know I'm in trouble?
Child, there's little I don't know.
Then maybe you can help me.
You change your mind, now you got what you want?
I haven't got what I want.
Don't tell me, child, that you haven't got the love of Billy Ben Turner.
Oh, I've got his love, all right. But I can't take it, for fear he'd find out the price I paid. It's the same as if my heart's been cut out and a stone put where the heart was.
It ain't your heart, gal.
What then?
Oh, everybody's got a different name for it. Some call it a soul.
That was in the bargain, too?
That's always in the bargain when you barter with witches.
You said you weren't a witch, that you just had power.
Well, you might as well know the truth, because you're one, too. I changed you, sugar.
Then change me back.
Gal, you can't ever change. What you are is what you're going to be till you die.
Then I hope I die soon.
You're looking at it all wrong. Be a witch and take a witch's pleasure. Take the man you bargained for.
Don't you think I want to? But how long do you think I'd keep him if he found out what happens when the clock strikes 12? That's the worst of all. Waking up when it's over and not knowing what I've done. Please, I promise I'll pay.
Your promises don't mean a thing. You're already trying to get out of paying for the first favor I did you.
I can't live this way.
Take what you bargained for, gal.
It's not fair to Billy Ben.
Then go away from here, witch. I've got no time for you.
I tell you, I can't do that to Billy Ben. Billy Ben?
Jess, I've been out of my mind. I've searched the county over for you, cursing myself every step of the way. Jess, where you been?
I went off by myself.
Did you think about me?
You were all I thought about.
And did you think about me with love?
Yes, Billy.
I won't try to talk you into a quick wedding anymore. Whatever it is that's on your mind, you don't even have to tell me. You set your own day for the wedding.
There will be no wedding, Billy Ben.
Oh, don't say a thing like that.
Not between you and me.
I'd as soon hear my death bell is what you're saying.
I'd as soon hear my own death bell as say it.
To forget it was said. I love you, Jess Belle. I want you for my wife.
You wouldn't want me long. One night and you'd turn away from me.
Curse me for a fool if ever that day should come.
Your flesh would crawl and you would hide your face from me. I set you free, Billy. Take this ring back.
It belongs here, on your finger.
Hear that?
A night bird calling his mate.
But his mate won't come. I saw her on the trail tonight, winging up against the sky, but then a nighthawk swooped up out of the pines and tore her breast open. She fell at my feet and ran off into the bushes to die. A night bird calling to a mate that's dead is the lonesomest sound in the world. It would grieve me too much to do that to you.
Jess, it wasn't an omen. It don't mean you're gonna die.
Billy Ben, if I saw Old Man Death come walking down Eagle Rock Trail, I'd run to meet him and I'd beg him on my knees to take me with him.
Jess, what is it that's cursing you? I got a right to know.
It's late. I've got to go.
Not yet.
Billy Ben, if you love me, stand aside. It's my time.
Jess!
Jess Belle!
An awful night was spent by all. On Eagle Rock did dwell. Strange things were seen by moonlight's fall, but none saw Jess Belle.
this is Billy Ben's place. But how?
Take the man you bargained for. Give him a witch's love.
No.
Nothing can change your sugar. Witch you are and witch you'll always be.
No.
You've paid the price. Take what you've paid for. Take what you've paid for. Take what you've paid for.
Billy Ben!
What? Jess Belle.
Morning.
You all right?
Of course I am. Sorry about last night.
Me too. I never saw such a night. Fell asleep at the kitchen table. The animals in the barn kept crying out. The cow got fractious and nearly kicked the stall down. Sheep bleating like they were seeing wolves. I had to go out 2 or 3 times to quiet them.
Let me fix you some breakfast.
Now there's my girl. I'll start the fire.
I'll fix it for you every morning, and your dinner and your supper too. Then go up on the hill and pick wildflowers to make the place nice.
Honey, ain't I been begging you to do just that?
I made up my mind. Next Sunday, come what may, I'll be your wife.
Oh, Jess.
You're a long way from home, Ellie Glover.
Oh, hello, Jess.
What are you doing up here on Eagle Rock?
I came to pick some flowers.
Same as me. Lots of wild ones around. There's a patch of old maid's fern farther up the mountain.
I notice a lot of vixenwort around myself.
I just come from seeing Billy Ben. Fixed his breakfast for him.
I reckon that's no concern of mine.
He's going to marry me when the circuit preacher comes next Sunday.
I wish you happiness for his sake.
You still love him, Ellie? Still dream about his strong arms and his sweet talk?
I'll love no other man.
How come you never tried to get him back?
The last time I saw his face, he was under a magic spell. Even the love I hold for him couldn't break it. Oh, there's ways, but such ways end bad.
What ways you talking about?
I think you know.
Jealous, ain't you?
No. Heartsick. To see wrong done to a good man.
I hear there's a wildcat loose in the county. Ain't you scared to be out here?
I'll be home by dark. It won't venture out till nightfall.
No telling what a wildcat'll do.
I reckon we don't have much to fear. My daddy says that killer cat will be dead by morning.
Since when can your daddy look in the future and tell what's gonna be?
He's going hunting for that cat tonight. Him and Obed Miller and Billy Ben. All the men in the county.
Billy Ben didn't say nothing to me.
My daddy's gone over to ask him right now. If that cat's smart, it'll stay home tonight.
Maybe.
Stand still, Jess. You're as nervous as a fox in a forest fire.
Mama, is it going to take you all night to fix that helm?
You never would have had such a fine wedding dress without Billy Ben hadn't give me the money, you know that?
I saw Ellie Glover today, up on the mountain picking wildflowers.
How did she look?
Sickly, like she might die soon.
Why, I didn't even know the poor thing was ailing. I ought to fix some of that tonic I used to make and take it to her.
You and your tonics. You're worse than Granny Hart.
Granny Hart?
Everybody knows she sells old potions and things.
She ain't sold any to you, has she?
Don't talk crazy.
It always struck me peculiar how Billy Ben turned from Elwyn on the very night their betrothal was announced. Turned from Elwyn and gave his love to you.
Loved me long before he ever loved her.
Loved her enough to want to marry, then turned away from her. Why, Jess?
Don't ask me. Men are strange people.
Sometimes they do strange things because of potions and powders. Is that what made him blind to every other woman?
Oh, where would I get the money for potions and powders?
That old woman don't always ask for money, Jess. How did you pay her? Oh, God, Jess, how did you pay her?
With my flesh, my blood, and my soul, and my heart, and my head, I paid dear for Billy Ben.
Kneel down with me. Let us pray.
It's too late, Mama. My prayers aren't heard in heaven anymore.
Then I'll find a way to help you.
If you want to see me alive again, bolt my door tonight. And no matter what happens, don't open it till morning comes.
Okay, man, you know what to do. Kind of late in the year for a big cat to be roaming these parts. By this time, they usually ranging farther south.
Luther?
Billy Ben?
I brought my shotgun. Howdy, fellas.
Howdy.
Got a full moon. That cat'll be out tonight for sure, hungry or not.
This ain't a hungry cat. Kills for the pleasure of it.
Hunger or pleasure, a full moon will fetch him out.
Howdy, Obed.
Howdy, Luther. Howdy, man. Brought my gun and my hound dog. Nothing gets past old Daisy.
Good, good. Well, I reckon everybody's here that's coming. Let's pull out.
You okay in here, Jess Belle?
It's late, Mama. Go to sleep and let me be.
But it's almost 12 o'clock. Jess! How'd you break the window? Where have you run off to?
Hold on, man. I think old Daisy found something.
Which way?
Over there, through the trees. She struck a trail.
That's my land. We come full circle.
Quiet, Blue. What's the matter with you? What's the matter, Blue? Having a bad dream? Nothing's gonna hurt you. What are you looking at? Something up in the loft? What is it? An owl? Why are you scared of it?
Ellie! Ellie!
Up there! Look out, Daddy!
Daisy, come here.
Raise the lantern.
Never seen no cat like that.
Black as night, it is. Shoot, men!
I think we got it.
Where'd he go? Hold your lanterns high.
It's gone.
Can't just disappear.
The cat was a witch.
Never seen nothing like
Daddy?
That thing hurt you, Ellie?
No, Daddy. I fainted is all.
You see it, Billy?
I sure did. Nothing here now.
Well, our work is done for the night. Go on home, men. Whatever it was ain't here no more. Can you stand up, Ellie?
I think so.
I'll help her, sir.
You do that while I tell her mother she's all right.
I'm fine, Daddy. I'll just be a minute.
Here, take my arm.
Did it hurt you, Billy Ben?
No, I'm all right. I'm enduring glad to see Ellie. Pretty as always.
It's good to see you, Billy.
It's been a long spell.
Yes, it has. What's that shiny thing in your hand?
It was right next to you where you fell, like it dropped down from the loft.
Looks like the ring.
It sure is. The same one I gave to you once. Only how did it get here?
Maybe it's an omen.
Elwyn, I'd appreciate it if I could come and sit up with you again some night.
That would pleasure me right fine, Billy. Come whenever you feel like it, and make it soon.
Warm was Ellie Glover, cold dead was Jess Belle, and husband would be Billy Ben of the one he loved so well.
Come on in.
Hello, Billy.
Miss Ossie, what are you doing here?
I won't stay but a minute, Billy Ben. Just wanted to wish you all the happiness in the world on your wedding day.
I appreciate it, Miss Ossie, but won't you be at the wedding?
I wouldn't spoil the day for Elwyn. She'd see me and think of Jess Belle.
There's no shadow of Jess Belle between Ellie and me.
God grant there never will be.
A full year now Jess Belle's been dead.
How do you know she's dead, Billy?
I saw her die.
Billy, I brought you something. This pearl and silver stick pin. It used to belong to Jess Belle.
Poor Jess. I appreciate it, Miss Ossie.
It's made of silver, and silver is one thing a witch is scared of.
What witch could want to harm Ellie?
There's a terrible thing I've got to tell you. A secret about Jess Belle.
What secret?
That same night she disappeared, she mentioned Granny Hart. Jess Belle was witched. It's a bitter thing for a mother to know that her only child's a witch. Billy, she ain't dead.
I was there. Fired some shots myself.
Billy, some months back, I went into Jess Belle's room. Sitting on her pillow was a wart toad. I grabbed a broom and brought it down with all my might. That toad disappeared in a puff of smoke.
It could have been a cloud of dust.
It was the spirit of Jess Belle. Another night, a bat flew in the house. I tried to kill it, but it turned to smoke too.
Miss Ossie, I saw her die.
Don't you know you can't kill a witch? They just change into something else.
If a person is good and strong, then a witch can't harm them. Ellie will have nothing to fear from Jess Belle. And now, Miss Ossie, I'm going to be late for my wedding if I don't hurry.
I hope and pray, Billy, there'll be no one there who wasn't invited.
To love and to cherish till death do us part.
To love and to cherish till death do us part.
According to God's holy ordinance, and thereto I plight thee my troth.
According to God's holy ordinance, and thereto I plight thee my troth.
Those whom God hath joined together, let no man put asunder. I now pronounce you man and wife.
Come on, honey, let's get on home.
Yes. Billy Ben looked a mite nervous, like he was going to pass out.
Well, I remember feeling the same way when I married you.
Oh, you get along now.
Here we are, sweet thing.
Billy Ben, are you going to let your bride walk across your threshold?
Never.
Now put me down if I'm going to get changed out of this pretty dress. Billy!
What's the matter?
Something has hold of my arm.
It ain't me.
But I can feel it.
What are you doing?
I don't know.
What'd you do that for?
It wasn't me.
It sure was your hand.
Oh, Billy, I drew blood. I never did that of my own will. Something took hold of me and moved my hand.
I didn't see nothing, Ellie.
There's something in this room. Something we can't see nor hear. Something evil. Can't you feel it?
Not sure.
Look, a mouse on your grandfather clock.
Ellie, careful!
Oh, Billy, it could have killed me.
I've got you, honey.
It was a mouse, as black as night. Take me home.
This is your home now.
But something doesn't want me here.
I know what it is that's trying to chase you out. Sit down. Hold on to this Bible. I gotta be gone from you a short time. Do you trust in the Lord?
Yes.
Then His word will keep you safe. If the devil himself comes in this room, don't leave that chair.
Doors open.
Granny Hart, I'm short on time.
You need a new sweetheart.
I got one, and I just made her my wife.
Ellie Glover with the golden hair. Ah, she's a beauty.
I'll not have her beauty long unless you tell me how to rid myself of a witch.
Jess Belle don't like you being married. I'm the one who witched that gal, so she could win your love, Billy Ben.
I never wanted no witch's love.
Witch's love is wild and sweet. Humans don't know nothing about it.
I know enough that if anything happens to Ellie, I couldn't live without her.
Jess Belle won't hurt your little wife. She's just pleasuring herself a little, teasing and having a good time.
Granny, my wife's alone. I gotta get back to her.
Then go, boy. Nothing holding you here.
How can I rid myself of Jess Belle?
You could kill her.
There's nothing to kill. She just turns to smoke and then comes back again.
There's ways. What you gonna pay me?
I brought money.
Not enough to kill a witch.
This is all I got. Take it or leave it.
I'll take it. Now go home. Get a dress that Jess Belle has worn. Hang it up so it looks like she's standing there. And then, if you're man enough, stab it through the heart with silver.
I'll do it. It's got to be one she wore.
This was to be her wedding dress. She put it on once when I was making it.
Thank you, Ossie. For me and my bride.
And Billy, if your hand fails you, remember there was a good part to Jess Belle, too, and that part of her would bless you for ending her torment.
I told you not to leave the house.
I wanted to wait for you out here. What's that package?
Stay outside a minute longer. That thing you felt was the spirit of Jess Belle. She was a witch, Ellie, but I know how to get rid of witches.
All right, but...
You'll never be rid of me.
Jess Belle.
Come on, Billy Ben. Dance with me in the moonlight.
No! Get away!
Let me in.
Take the dress. Hang it up like she's standing here. Okay? Now, the stick pin.
Oh, Billy. Oh, what have you done?
Stabbed you through the heart, just like Granny Hart said.
Oh.
Now I'm giving you your eternal rest.
Oh, Billy.
Goodbye, Jess Belle.
I loved you, Billy Ben. Billy Ben.
Nothing left but the dress. Ellie! 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 Let hell swallow me if I've killed you too!
Billy, I remember a wedding. Did I dream that?
No. You are my pretty little wife.
Then I should be cooking you some supper. Help me up.
Not too fast.
Look up there, Billy Ben. That star just danced in the sky, then went shooting down behind Eagle Rock Mountain. My mama says when you see a fallen star, it means a witch has died.
So I've heard tell. Come on inside. It's our wedding night.
Fair was Ellie Glover, dark was Jess Belle. Both they loved the same man, and both they loved him well.
A tale told in one form or another, as long as there have been people to tell it. And if you're thinking it's just a fairy story, here's a piece of advice. The next time the moon is up, put another stick on the campfire. And if you see a falling star, be sure to make a wish. It just might keep you safe from the great darkness out there. A darkness that extends all the way from the Blue Ridge Mountains to the Twilight Zone.
Jess Belle, starring Stephanie Weir, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Earl Hamner Jr. Heard in the cast were Jeff Lupetin, Michelle Graff, Linda Ryder, Roderick Peoples, Meg Falcon, Peggy Roter, Doug James, Craig Harris, Jennifer Laterio, Chobi Cerny, Carl Amari, and Roy Melanzi. Musical bridges for this Twilight Zone radio drama sung by Doug James with guitarist Roy Melanzi and harmonica by Jeff Lupetin. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American Creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
The date is Tuesday, September 11th, 1864. We are encamped outside Atlanta, and the destruction goes on. I know not what history will make of this conflagration, but I have witnessed it at close range. I feel it my duty to set down these observations before the prism of time colors them in a different light. As to the present battle, then my words may seem harsh, but I assure you, this is how it was. We charged the enemy's works and carried them with the bayonet. The earth ran red. The air was filled with the screams of the wounded and dying, but we were many, and they were few. And so we triumphed. Nonetheless, and despite urgings to the contrary, the battle raged on. The city was ours. There was no need to destroy save that which could be of use in the fight against us, but Sherman was drunk with victory. He himself started the fires, the flames which annihilated that great citadel of grace and beauty. One of us should have sent a ball into Sherman's brain. It would have been so easy. But somehow we couldn't, and that devil knew it. He knew it, and he mocked us for our cowardice. The good die young, I've heard him remark. If you're evil enough, you'll live forever. And with that, the entry from Major Skelton's diary ends. So it was that the Union soldiers burned Atlanta. Questions?
Professor Jameson?
Yes.
The books I've read don't describe the Battle of Atlanta that way.
Oh, I know. Confusing, isn't it? But as someone once said, history is bunk. Who was it now? I should know that.
Henry Ford.
Yes, of course. That's it. Mr. Ford. Thank you, Professor Kittredge. Helps when a Nobel Prize winner sits in on your class. You should drop by more often, Sam.
You seem to do quite well without me.
I could always use a good teaching assistant. So, to sum up today's lecture, the Union soldiers did indeed burn Atlanta for no good reason after the battle was won. You may have seen a more pictorial version in the motion picture Gone with the Wind, but I assure you, the conquering troops took no pleasure in their work. They were forced to it by a man they hated more than they could ever hate the rebels. An ugly, sullen, appallingly brutal general named William Tecumseh Sherman. The history books have glorified this monster, attributing to him qualities of courage and integrity. Trust me, he had no such qualities. He was just a small, evil man with tiny red eyes and a dirty beard and a way of talking that made you quietly want to slit his throat.
What a great lecture.
I really like this class.
Professor Jameson makes it so real.
I forgot to take notes.
Oh, you can borrow mine.
When's the test?
I don't know.
I think it's next Tuesday.
It has been said that universities are worlds unto themselves, inhabited by the young. These are the inhabitants of Collins University, a very small world indeed, young people hungering for knowledge, which can be imparted only by age. You have just met Walter Jameson, for 12 years the college's most popular and respected history professor. Students crowd his lecture hall and listen in fascination as he brings the dead past to life for them. It doesn't seem to matter what period of history he's discussing. He makes that period as real as this morning's headlines. Some explain this ability simply as the mark of a consummate actor. However, there are those who don't agree, like Professor Samuel Kittredge, Nobel Prize winner in chemistry, who has another, more disturbing theory about Walter Jameson, and that theory is about to be put to the test. Very soon we will find out whether our star professor received his degree from a major university or from the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Long Live Walter Jameson, starring Lou Diamond Phillips, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Very vivid, Walter. You had me on the edge of my chair.
Thank you, Sam. Coming from you, that means a great deal.
Now I see why these lectures of yours are so popular.
Is that why you sat in today?
Partially. Tell me something, if you have a moment.
Certainly.
Who was this Major Skelton?
Oh, no one important. Just a lawyer who happened to enlist.
And you acquired his diary?
Yeah, lucky break. As I recall, an auction of Civil War memorabilia a few years back.
What regiment?
123rd Illinois Infantry.
Remarkable. American history is a hobby of mine, but I must say I've never heard of him.
His diary's never been published.
A fascinating document. May I see it?
Surely.
Well preserved.
It was stored in someone's attic for 100 years. I don't think it had ever been read. You come across objects like this once in a while, put away in boxes. They didn't know what they had.
You could resell it for a nice price, I imagine.
Original source materials are hard to come by.
Don't suppose I could borrow it?
I never lend books to absent-minded professors. Remember the last time?
Yes. I guess you're right.
Time for some coffee?
What?
I'm going past the student union on the way to my office.
Not today. I have a paper to work on for the conference. Oh, I almost forgot. Can you come by for dinner?
Whose invitation? Yours or Susanna's?
Mine, this time.
Something on your mind?
Nothing special, just your company. We have a chess game to finish, if I'm not mistaken. Say 7 o'clock?
All right, 7 it is.
Good. See you then.
Hello?
There you are.
Where else? I keep regular office hours.
I know. A chance to counsel all those co-eds. Oh, please, Mr. Jameson. I just have to talk to you. It's about my term paper.
It's Professor Jameson to you, young lady.
Excuse me, Professor.
I might have an hour this afternoon.
Then we'll have to work fast. You see, I have a bad case of writer's block. I need someone to, well, loosen me up.
You don't need me. You need a cold shower and a massage.
Speak for yourself. Daddy told me he invited you for dinner.
He did. You mind?
Not if you don't mind my getting some work done afterwards. My thesis is due in 10 days.
How's it coming?
Oh, it's coming. I'm just not sure I've said enough.
Want me to look at it?
Absolutely not. I have to know that I can do it on my own without help from you or Daddy.
You will. Don't worry about it.
I miss you.
Me too.
Only a few more days. Then we can spend more time together.
We'll paint the town red. Oh, there's my 2 o'clock. I gotta go.
Let me guess. Female, age 19, about 5'2", with eyes for her handsome professor.
Be right there. Actually, this one's a little old lady. Wants to finish her degree before she kicks the bucket.
I'll bet. See you in a few hours, darling.
It's a date.
Oh, there you are.
Come in, Janice.
I was afraid I was late. Someone else is waiting for you.
You're my only appointment this afternoon.
She asked if this was your office.
A student?
No, I don't think so. She's sort of elderly. She acted like she knew you.
Hello? Hello?
She'll probably come back.
Oh, I'm sure you're right. Now then, Janice, how can I help you?
I'm sorry to bother you, Professor, but I'm having trouble with the assignment.
Can't find all the books? The research library isn't supposed to check out certain materials, but sometimes...
It's not that. I've got everything I need, but the authors on the list, they don't agree with your version. So my question is, which version should I use, yours or theirs?
Remember what Ford said.
What?
Never mind. Start with the basic events. Everyone's in agreement there. As to interpretation, that's up to you. Just tell me what you think happened and why, based on all the accounts. Original thought is what counts.
But how can I be sure if I wasn't there?
That's always the problem, isn't it? There's an old adage. Those who were there know more than those who weren't. The problem is getting people to believe you. Nonetheless, you know what you know, so you learn to keep some things to yourself. But that doesn't affect you, Janice. We deal with truth in my class. Nothing but the truth, for better or worse. They say it can set you free.
I'll get it, Father.
Hello there, miss. I've got a great deal on a set of encyclopedias.
Sorry, we don't want any.
Just let me get my foot in the door.
Oh, really? You know what's wrong with you, Professor?
What?
You're always on time. Sort of takes the mystery out of things.
Oh, so I'm not mysterious enough for you.
That's just it. You're too mysterious. Except when it comes to keeping dates. Get in here. Mwah.
What's that for?
Because, like my new dress?
Awful. Get rid of it right away.
You mean here and now?
Watch it. You're a PhD, not some sorority girl.
And not yet, I'm not. There's a little matter of a thesis, remember?
A mere technicality. Anyway, it doesn't matter. You're about to give it all up and become a housewife.
The devil she is.
Hello, Sam. I didn't see you there.
I'm giving you my daughter's hand, not her brain.
Which I inherited from you.
She'll get that PhD if I have to...
Spank her. I know.
Well, I like that.
Spare the rod and spoil the child.
Pour yourself a drink, Walter. Dinner's almost ready.
Don't tell me you're the cook again tonight.
Indeed. And why not?
Don't you think it's about time Susanna learned for herself?
He won't let me.
Force of habit, after her mother died. Let's go into the dining room, shall we?
I'll serve.
You sure there's not something on your mind, Sam?
Nothing that a good meal won't cure. Had enough to eat?
I take it all back, Sam. She'll never be the cook you are.
I wouldn't even try.
Well, you could try. Who knows? Maybe you've inherited your father's talents.
What do you think you're doing in here?
I'll do the dishes later, unless this is the men's hour. Cigars and brandy and all that.
Not a cigar, a pipe.
It's not the dishes I'm worried about. It's a little matter of a doctoral thesis. Upstairs with you. Walter and I have some talking to do.
I don't believe this. It is the gentleman's club, right here in my own house.
Just for a while, Susie. Then you can have Walter to yourself.
You're not going to treat me this way, are you?
Worse, you might have to support me.
Then the wedding's off. Good night, Daddy. See you before you go?
It's a requirement.
Brandy?
By all means. You know, you don't have to worry about her. She'll accomplish anything she sets her mind to, with or without us.
Oh, I know that. But she's wasted a lot of time. She's almost 30, and I'm almost 70.
You're talking about chronological age. You're both still very young.
I don't feel young lately. Aches and pains. Let's sit down. The chessboard is exactly as we left it.
My move, isn't it?
Do your worst.
How about pawn to king's bishop 4?
Look at that.
You don't like it?
Not the move. Your hands.
What about them?
Extraordinary, isn't it? They looked very much the same when we met, those two hands. Firm, smooth, not the slightest discoloration.
Time marches on.
For some of us. Walter, tell me something.
Of course.
How old are you?
You know the answer. 44.
My move. I seem to recall that when you applied for a position at the university, you listed your age as 39. That was, 12 years ago, which would make you 51 now.
Come on, Sam. So I'm 51. Too old for Susanna, is that it?
In a sense.
What are you getting at?
This is between the two of us. It won't go beyond this room.
Really, Sam?
Walter, when I met you, I was 58. I had most of my hair, all of my teeth, and hardly a wrinkle. Look at me now. In 12 short years, I've turned into an old man. But you haven't.
It happens that way sometimes.
I know. But why?
Clean living? Don't ask me, Sam. You're the chemist. I'm just a history teacher.
Yes, and you teach it very well. Do you know what your students say? They say it's almost as if you witnessed history firsthand.
I try to make it interesting.
Fake it, you mean?
You could call it that.
Yes, that's what I thought. But somehow it didn't seem like you. You're such an honest, precise man. Ah, here it is.
What have you got there?
A book, a first edition. Photographs, mostly. Taken by a fellow named Matthew Brady during the time of the Civil War.
Well, what is it? You look as if you'd seen a ghost.
Perhaps I have. Hand me that magnifying glass, will you?
I don't see.
Was your grandfather in the war by any chance?
No.
In that case, I'd say we have something of a mystery on our hands.
How so?
You got me interested in your Major Skelton today.
Oh, that.
I was curious to see what he looked like. So I went through the Brady pictures, not really expecting to find anything. Here, this is a shot of Sherman and 3 staff officers.
Yes, typical of Brady's work. Moody, grim, not a smile between them.
Look closely. The one with a pistol in his belt is identified as Major Hugh Skelton. This photograph was taken in the 19th century, and yet it looks exactly like you. I'd know those eyes anywhere. In fact, Walter, I'd have to say, it is you. It is you, Walter, isn't it?
Photographs can be deceptive. Poor lighting, grainy images.
You shouldn't have kept the ring, you know. It's a dead giveaway.
Ring? It is a bit like mine.
Not like it. The same.
Sam, really, you can't be saying what I think you're saying. That wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't be rational. It wouldn't...
Come now, Walter. We're not children. You know exactly what I'm saying. I've been accused of many things in my time, but never of being inarticulate.
Oh, you're joking. Just because a man in a picture happens to look like me...
And happens to wear the same ring, and happens to have the same small mole on the left side of his face. Did you keep the pistol? Or is it in a Civil War museum somewhere?
Oh, Sam.
Tell me the truth. You know what the truth is, don't you? You are the man in the photograph, aren't you?
Yes.
I knew it. I've suspected for a long time. But, of course, it seemed so fantastic.
It is.
Yes. So, now we're on equal footing at last. The time for lies is over, Walter. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
So tell me, how old are you?
You won't believe me.
I can believe anything now.
This bust on your mantelpiece?
What about it?
It's after a Greek statue, as I recall. The head of Cato the Elder.
That's right.
Let's just say, I'm old enough to have known this gentleman personally.
But he lived more than 2,000 years ago.
I said you wouldn't believe it.
No, it isn't that, but 2,000 years? How, Walter, how?
You don't know what you're asking.
In heaven's name, this is what mankind has been dreaming of.
Sam.
To live forever. To go on learning and understanding eternally, without end, without death.
Sam.
Tell me the secret.
I can't.
You must. You owe it to the world.
I owe the world nothing but contempt and pity.
Then tell me, any part of it. I'm almost 70 years old. I have a heart condition. I'm going to die, but I don't want to until I finish my life's work. Walter, listen to me. Do you understand? I'm not ready to die.
I can't tell you the secret because I don't know what it is myself.
What?
I was like you, Sam. Afraid of death. Too afraid to face the concept head on. When I thought of all the things there were to know and the pitifully few years man had to know them, I went cold with fear. And with anger, too, at the impossibility of it all. The combination was paralyzing. Every night I dreamed, as you dream, of more time, of immortality. Only if man lived forever, I thought, could there be any point to living at all. I'm thirsty. You have water?
Come in, traveler.
Thank you. You're very kind. One day, on the road, I met a man. An alchemist. I told him these things and more as I rested with him. He said that he could grant my wish. Only it would cost money. A great deal of money. So I sold everything I had and paid him his money and submitted to his experiments.
Drink this, young man. You may remain here until you recover.
I feel strange.
That will pass.
I remember very little of what followed, except that I was in a coma for many weeks. When I revived, I learned that the alchemist had been burned for blasphemy.
You're not serious? An alchemist?
The only legitimate one that I've ever known.
You're asking me to believe something that goes against everything I know.
Not without proof.
But an alchemist? I'm a man of science. They knew nothing of chemistry. Lead into gold.
Just as I thought. You won't believe it.
Smoke and mirrors. Their methods were based on superstition, magic. What did he use? Bat's blood and eye of toad?
And once upon a time, germs were unknown, and blood cells, and pasteurization, and human growth hormone, and... Sam, all those things and more would have been called magic once. It's a matter of knowing what to measure and how. Do you realize that most of today's medicines come from plants? Witch doctors discovered a long time ago that they worked, even if they couldn't explain the reason.
Don't lecture me.
All right. But you'll grant that certain phenomena exist before we know why. Science is like history in that respect. A detective story, working backwards from known facts until we understand the cause. And I'm the most undeniable of facts. Unless you can come up with another explanation.
Go on.
There isn't much more to tell, really. I thought the experiment had failed, of course, because I didn't feel any different. But then, when I saw my wife and my children and my friends aging and growing old, this was a problem I hadn't considered, you see.
But surely there's a way to get around that paradox.
Such as?
There must be.
Is there? Think about it. If I tell you that somehow I can stop you from aging, where do you want to be stopped? At 30? Then you watch everyone around you turning old. At 70? Would you want to live forever the way you are now? Sick and weak?
It's better than dying.
No, Sam. You're wrong. I was wrong. It's death that gives this world its point. We love a rose because we know it will soon be gone. Who ever loved a stone?
I'm not a rose, and I'm not a stone. I'm a man. Very old, very frightened.
Of what? Death?
Yes. Of death.
You're a fool. I want to die.
Then why don't you?
Because I'm a coward. Like all men. Because I'm tired of living and scared of dying. That's why. There's a revolver in my desk at home, Sam. The same one you saw in the Civil War photograph. Every night, I hold it in my hand and pray for the courage to pull the trigger. But I can't.
You mean to say you've survived all these years without an accident, without being injured or wounded?
Some people are lucky that way. They go through life without ever breaking a bone or seeing the inside of a hospital. Oh, I've come close to death plenty of times. But never close enough.
Thank you.
For what?
For reassuring me. I thought that if a man lived forever, he would grow wiser. But that isn't true, is it?
You grow tired. That's all.
It must be lonely.
That's a word that comes to mind.
You say it as if you think it's a word I don't know anything about. I suppose you married more than once?
Yes.
How long with each woman, Walter? 10 years? 15?
I take your point.
Now you know why I attended your lecture. Why I asked you here tonight. It wasn't idle curiosity.
I suspected as much. Sam, this isn't a situation of my choosing, not any longer. I tried to resign 6 months ago, but you talked me out of it. Do you remember?
Yes.
Do you know why? I knew that Susanna was falling in love with me. And I knew what would happen, because it had happened before. A few years of happiness, and then I warned her. I did everything I could to discourage her.
Except tell her the truth.
How could I do that? She'd have thought I was mad.
Then why didn't you leave?
Because it was too late. I was in love with her. Everything was against it, all my reason and experience. But that didn't matter. And God help me, it doesn't matter now.
It does to me. Walter, I can't let you marry my daughter.
And why not?
Susie.
Well, go ahead. I asked a question, Father.
We were just having a conversation.
So I gather.
How long were you standing at the top of the stairs?
Long enough to hear that there's some sort of disagreement over me. Don't you think it would have been considerate to include me in the negotiation?
It's not a negotiation.
Please, don't misunderstand.
Your father seems to think I'm too old for you, darling.
Susanna, let me explain.
That's the silliest thing I've ever heard.
Good. In that case, you will marry me?
I thought that's already been decided. You asked, and I accepted. Unless you're having second thoughts.
Nonsense. If I had my way, we'd do it tonight.
Are you serious?
I've never been more serious in my life.
I think you mean it.
There's a justice of the peace in the next county. Go upstairs and get your prettiest dress. I'll go back to my place and pick you up in an hour.
But...
Go. Go.
Daddy?
I can't very well ground you, can I? You're of legal age.
Oh, Walter, I do love you. Though your timing is a bit of a surprise.
Life is a surprise. If we're not ready now, when will we be? Next week? Next year? We have to seize happiness when it comes, and it's here now.
1 hour, darling.
I'll tell her.
She won't believe you, Sam. No one would. In fact, by tomorrow, you won't believe it yourself.
We'll see.
Yes, we will. Yes?
I'll give you one last chance, Walter, if that's your name.
Sam, please.
The irony is, I truly like you. We've been fine friends. But when it comes to my daughter...
You deny her happiness?
Is that what you call it? People who love each other don't have secrets. They share their lives. They grow old together. Susanna's entitled to the same thing. Not a mockery of it.
You don't think this is easy for me.
There's nothing ahead for her but a broken heart, as she sees herself age while you don't. How long do you think you can keep it from her?
And if I go away, will that make her happy?
She'll suffer, but she'll get over it. You don't belong here, any more than that antique pistol in the photograph.
It's still here, in my desk drawer. And so am I. That's reality, Sam, for better or worse.
She's upstairs now, packing. If you come back, I'll expose you. Not just to her, but to the university and the world, starting tonight.
You mean it, don't you?
You don't leave me much choice.
Give me a few minutes. I need to think it through.
Good. If you love her, you know what to do.
Yes, I know what to do. Only, I don't know if I have the courage.
Hello, Tommy.
Who are...
You needn't stand up.
How did you get in?
You left the front door open.
Who are you?
Don't you recognize me, Tommy?
No, I don't think I...
Look hard into my eyes. You called them the most beautiful you'd ever seen once. A long time ago.
I think you've made a mistake.
No. It's you, Tommy.
My name is Jameson. Professor Jameson. And if you don't leave my house at once, I'll be forced to call campus security.
Don't pretend with me. I know who you are.
And who is that?
Tom Bowen.
Tom?
My husband.
That's impossible. I've never been married.
You mean you don't remember? How convenient for you. We married right after the Great Depression. We lost our farm to the drought. Crops died and blew away like dust. And you, still a strong, vital man. So we packed up the car and moved west. The living would be better now, you said. And it was. For a while. We had a little girl. Did you know she passed away last year, Tommy? A grown woman herself, getting on in years. It's not right to outlive your children. But me, I had to keep going. It was like I'd been waiting all these years, waiting to know where you went when you ran off. And now, I found you.
My dear lady, perhaps if you told me who you're looking for, I could...
Oh, stop. Please, stop. I saw your picture in the paper. I knew it was you by those eyes. And the ring. You always wore it. So I had to see if it was true. It is. No, Lord, look at that. I can't explain it. I only know what I see. I've grown old, and you haven't.
Don't. Please.
And now you're going to marry someone else and leave her. The way you left me.
Lorette, for God's sake.
I can't let you marry her, Tommy. You're mine.
Don't touch me.
What's this?
Put the pistol down.
Oh, I remember that gun. You used to keep it locked away. Said it belonged to your great-grandfather. Take it out and oil it like you knew you were going to use it someday. Is it still loaded?
I said put it down.
Tommy, what you're doing, it's wrong. You can't go on hurting people the way you hurt me. I won't let you.
Lorette, for the love of...
What was that?
I didn't hear anything.
Are you sure? I thought...
Thought what?
I don't know.
Susanna, dear, please wait.
Don't try to stop me. I've made up my mind.
I know.
It's not like I'm going away. Walter and I will be married, and then we'll come back and I'll move my things into his house. It's only down the block. I'll still see you every day and...
Shh. I did have some things to say to you. Very important things. But now, I don't know where to start.
Please don't. I'm nervous enough as it is. Can't you be happy for me? I know it's a change, a big change, but surely you're not surprised. You must have seen it coming. I know we haven't talked much about it, but...
Do one thing for me, sweetheart.
What?
Bring me my reading glasses. I shan't be able to sleep while you're off eloping. At least I can get some reading done.
Oh, Daddy, thank you. Where did you leave them?
Upstairs in my bedroom, as I recall. Would you mind getting them for me?
Of course I will. If Walter comes to the door, tell him...
I know what to tell him. Don't expect him just yet. There's still time.
Wait right here. I'll find them.
Oh.
Excuse me, I didn't see you there.
I saw my Tommy. He's resting now.
Good evening to you, madam. Walter. Walter? Where the devil are you?
Hello, Sam.
Why are all the lights off?
I was just, thinking.
The window's open.
I know.
I'll close it.
No.
What's the matter?
It's a strange feeling after all this time.
What do you mean?
I mean, I've come to my senses. Tell Susanna. Tell her if you would.
You're hurt. Turn on the light.
Stay away.
I'll call a doctor.
No.
But your hand, there's blood on it.
Hard to avoid that when you've been shot. It's dripping all over everything. I'm leaking, Sam. Everything that's been held inside for so long, it's running out. I feel light as a feather.
Take my arm. Sit down. Quickly.
A little late for that. I'm sinking, Sam. Right into the rug. It'll be quite a mess to clean up.
What's happening to you?
It's happening. At last.
Your hair. Your skin.
Sorry to fall apart on you.
Oh. But nothing lasts forever. Thank God, Sam. Thank God in His wisdom.
Oh, Walter. Walter.
Tell her.
I'll try to think of something.
Don't let her see me cry.
Dad? Walter?
No, Susanna, stay back.
Daddy!
Go home.
Where's Walter?
Susanna, please, go home, now.
Walter?
He's gone.
Gone where?
I wish I could tell you.
But there are his clothes, his shoes. Daddy! Daddy, what else is on the floor?
Dust, my dear. Only dust.
Professor Walter Jameson, an expert in the subject of times long past, and above all, a consummate actor, since before this university was founded. He's finally completed his life's work, a history of the world that begins in the cradle of civilization and ends in our time, because the future was not his specialty. In fact, the simple truth is he had no future left. The past has a way of catching up with us, sometimes when we least expect it. They say that time heals all wounds, but it also wounds all heals. Rest in peace, Professor. You've just passed the ultimate final examination in the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
You are about to enter another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind, a journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
Long Live Walter Jameson, starring Lou Diamond Phillips with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were David Darlow, Alyssa Fraden, Elizabeth Leto, Ann Whitney, Jeff Lubiton, and Christian Stolte. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Audio editing, sound design, Foley effects, and mix for the Twilight Zone radio dramas are by Cerny American creatives Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, Bob Benson, and Jason Rizzo. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone. You are totally relaxed, floating. You are in a deep, deep sleep and can only hear the sound of my voice. You are safe, relaxed, and at ease. Can you hear my voice, Alex?
Yes.
I would like to continue where we left off last week. Is that okay, Alex?
Yes.
Last week, you were telling me about a strange laboratory. Do you remember it?
Yes.
You described it as filled with instruments. Tell me about the instruments, Alex.
They're metal and shiny. There are lots of lights.
Tell me about the lights, Alex. Are they bright?
Yes. The lights are bright.
Are there people in the room, Alex? Aliens?
Yes. There are aliens.
Come on. Sir, please. I'm allowing you to sit in, but please do not interrupt.
Fine. Sorry.
Can you describe the aliens for me, Alex? Do they have big eyes?
Yes. They have big eyes.
And what did they do to you in the laboratory?
Experiments.
Uh-huh. What kind of experiments?
I don't know.
Were they medical experiments?
Yes. Medical experiments.
Oh, enough already.
Sir, please. Okay, Alex. I think we're going to have to end our session now. I want you to wake up now. You are slowly awakening, feeling better than before. I will count to 3, and you will wake up. 1, 2, 3.
Did I talk about the aliens again?
Yes, Alex, but I must say I think we are making progress.
Yeah, right.
Alex, let me introduce Tom. Tom is an author researching a book on alien abductions, and he is very interested in your case.
Have you ever been abducted?
Can't say that I have.
You should have Dr. Heisenberg hypnotize you. You never know.
I think I'll take a pass on that one.
Okay, then. Alex, I think we still have much work to do. Can I count on seeing you next week for our next session?
Yeah, sure. I really appreciate all your help.
That's fine, Alex. That's really fine. Now, remember to give a check to the receptionist on your way out and schedule your next week's appointment.
Sure. Okay, I'll see you next week, Dr. Heisenberg.
Yes, next week, same time. Make an appointment with the receptionist and give her your check.
Bye. Oh, it was nice to meet you, Tom.
Yeah, good luck out there and in here. Sir, I must ask you to never disturb a session like that again.
Session? You call that a session? You essentially told him what to think and say.
This is not the first time I've met with Alex. He and all of my other patients have been seeing me for years, and I have their experiences with abduction memories well documented. You can't expect me to start over with a patient just because you are here.
Look, I appreciate the time, but I need hard evidence. All you seem to have are stories from people extracted with a methodology that looks to be anything but scientific.
If you have nothing better to do than question my integrity, you do not need to return to this office. I don't even know you, and I thought you had a serious interest in this subject.
Dr. Heisenberg, I'm sorry. Thank you for letting me sit in the comfortable chair and study your methods. And yes, I can guarantee you that I will never return to this office. I just hope that someday you tell that poor sap he's cured. Goodbye, Dr. Heisenberg.
Hello, friend. Here is your invoice for today's session. And should I schedule you for the same time next week?
Whoa, slow down. I'm not a patient. I'm researching a book. There's no reason for a bill here.
You can pay with a credit card or debit card if you wish.
$500? Is that what he charges for that scam he's got going in there? This is a racket.
We could send the bill to your home if you prefer. With the proper diagnosis, your insurance may cover part of the treatment.
I'm not a patient. I'm not paying $500. I'm not coming back. Goodbye.
Goodbye, friend. We'll see you next week, and I'll mail your invoice.
Meet Mr. Tom Calkin, a bad writer with a bad attitude and good intentions who pens conspiracy books that no one seems to read. He speaks to an audience driven by paranoia and does his research in a land of charlatans, frauds, and fakes. A man without money, without fame, searching for the story that will make his name and his fortune. His biography is as boring as his work, and his next contract may be his last. Desperation drives him, and lies define his truth. At least, until he finds his story in that place where all lies fail, a place where even the bright light of truth isn't always what it seems. A place called the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Walkabouts, starring Mike Starr, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Unbelievable. Hello.
Tom, it's Maria.
Oh, hi. Where are you?
I'm sitting in your restaurant. We were supposed to meet today for lunch.
Oh, sorry. It's been a stupid day. I'll tell you about it when I get there. Please, don't leave.
I'll be here. Bye.
Bye. How do I get into these things? Sorry I'm late. I was meeting with the psychiatrist who specializes in alien abductions.
Sounds fascinating. How did it go?
It's all crap, Maria. The guy is an absolute charlatan. He's probably had more to do with creating the idea of alien abductions than helping the people who think they've been abducted.
Okay, look. We've got a problem. I've edited many books in my time, but I have never worked with an author who made such big promises and delivered so little.
Wait a minute. Are you talking about me?
Yes. Look, you pitched us an idea for a book about UFOs, and you said you had some evidence that was going to blow the lid off of Roswell, UFOs, and everything people have wondered about and feared on this whole subject of flying saucers. And all I ever hear from you are stories about charlatans, frauds, and fakes. I mean, what is this hard evidence you supposedly have? I mean, you have researched a book before, I assume.
Maria, I really do have something. But it has to stay secret. If anyone but you and I even know I have something in my possession, I'll have the government, the military, the CIA, and God knows who else after me.
That's a great story, Tom, but my publisher is starting to give me a hard time. We've given you a significant advance. We've covered lots of expenses and heard nothing but promises. I don't care if you're an established author. It is time to deliver a manuscript.
Speaking of expenses, I think I owe that psychiatrist $500.
What?
His receptionist said they were going to mail me a bill for $500.
Okay, this is what I mean. All I ever get from you are excuses, apologies, and bills. Where's the manuscript and where's the evidence?
Look, you're the one pushing me for this whole alien abduction angle. What do we need it for?
That's the hot topic right now. I have to have that component.
You're the one making this difficult, not me.
I knew you'd say that. It's always about someone else with you, so I'm going to help you out. I found a guy you need to meet. I mean, if you can't find good sources, I'll find them for you.
Who?
He's a UFO researcher.
Great. Just what the world needs, another UFO researcher.
I'm only going to say this once. You are going to meet with this guy, and you will present your manuscript and evidence to me in 1 month.
Fine. I'll meet with him. What's he do?
He's a hypnotist.
Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Have you listened to anything I've said?
This guy is different. He goes out with small groups of UFO abductees, and they revisit the site of the abduction. He engages in hypnosis on site, in the field, and he has supposedly uncovered some hard evidence. He calls them walkabouts.
Huh. Is he Australian?
No.
Oh, and let me guess. You're gonna publish his book instead of mine.
He's not writing a book, but if you don't come up with something soon, I might ask him.
That's good. That's a good one, because the last thing anyone wants to see is another boilerplate book about UFOs and alien abductions from your publisher.
I'm getting a little cocky, and quite frankly, I don't appreciate it. Besides, my publisher sells what people want to read, and people read what we sell. Why do you think we're having this conversation? Look, you told me you had it all the evidence the world would ever need to know the truth about UFOs. Of course, you can't show it to anybody because it's so secret. But Tom, I'm telling you, if you didn't have so many books under your belt, I never would have bought into this. Is this how you've done all your books?
Fine. I get it. I'll shut up. Who is this guy and where do I find him?
His name is Tammuz.
To what?
Tammuz. It's pronounced Tammuz. Maybe if you show him your evidence, he'll show you his, and we'll all be happy.
Okay. I'll get a hold of him.
Do it soon, Tom, and show him what you've got.
I'll call him today.
Good. And I'll see you in a month with the manuscript.
Deal. Is it possible for you to pick up the tab?
So, how do you know Maria?
I'm a writer. She's my editor. I'm writing a book, and she suggested I meet with you.
Let me guess, a book about alien abductions?
Actually, it's about UFOs in general, but this alien abduction thing is a hot button with her, so here we are.
How did you get interested in UFOs?
Actually, I never gave them a thought, until I had a little encounter.
A close encounter?
That's an understatement.
Any abduction flashbacks?
Nope. Wasn't that kind of thing. I was fishing, hiking actually, in the Rocky Mountains. That's when a meteorite flashed across the tops of the trees and hit the side of a mountain.
Let me guess, it wasn't a meteorite.
It sure wasn't. I climbed up there to get a look at it and could see it was metal and aerodynamic. I thought it was a jet. Figured I'd climb down and tell the police about a plane crash until I started to look closer at the thing.
And that's when you saw a flying saucer.
Didn't look anything like a saucer, flying or otherwise. Just a tangle of mangled metal. But it sure wasn't a plane. That's when I heard a sound inside. I thought it was a survivor of the crash. It turned out, it was.
A little gray man with a big head and large eyes?
Didn't look anything like what you hear about. It was kind of mangled, actually. It stopped moving as I looked inside, and I could see pools of blood. Clear, blue blood.
Sounds like alien royalty.
Look, this may sound funny to you, but I know what I saw.
Sorry, it's just that I've heard so many stories it starts to get old. Although yours has some new characteristics. It's actually a good story. Doesn't sound like much of a book, though.
That's because it's more than just a story.
Like what?
I got pictures.
That helps.
And video. And parts of the wreckage, and I even wiped up a sample of the blood and put it in a plastic bag. In my freezer at home is a sample of alien DNA. In a box under the bed are parts and instruments from the craft. And on my computer are pictures and videos of the inside and outside of the craft.
You're not making this up, are you?
Nope. It's all real, and I got it all. Now, what do you got?
What do you mean?
That was a deal I made with Maria. I would tell you all about my evidence, and you would tell me all about yours.
My friend, I don't think anyone on the planet has evidence like yours. Well, maybe at Area 51, but not in a box under a bed or next to the frozen pizzas in the freezer.
Damn it, Maria!
What?
She told me you would help. That you would share your evidence. Let me guess. You got nothing.
Hey, slow down, my friend. I'll show you what I got, but when it comes to pictures, videos, wreckage, instruments, and alien DNA, well, I gotta tell you, that's tough to beat. But give me a chance. We're almost there.
Where exactly are we going?
We're meeting with my group. We work together on various UFO projects. On this trip, we've brought along 12 people who claim to have been abducted by aliens. The site we're going to is where 3 of them say they were abducted.
What's the point of that?
Evidence. The evidence that both you and I are looking for. We've found that if we return to the site of the reported abduction, some people can actually recall where UFOs supposedly landed, hovered, or demonstrated some phenomena or activity. We then go to that particular spot and look for evidence.
Now we're talking. What kind of evidence?
Pretty boring stuff compared to what you got. Usually we do soil samples, take readings for radioactivity, magnetic fields, pass metal detectors over the ground. We've managed to find some interesting stuff, assuming you're a soil chemist.
That's it? You got dirt?
I didn't say that. It's just a question of how you look at it. A UFO site can tell you a lot if you know what to look for. Speaking of that, is your crashed vehicle still sitting up there on that mountain?
Nah, it's gone. I went back a week later and there was no sign of it.
I hate when that happens. Are you sure you saw something up there?
I saw it, I have pictures, and there is still some evidence up there. The kind of evidence you look for. The rocks on the side of the mountain. You can still see where they're scratched and gouged by the crash. But that's all you can see. I looked everywhere and there's no sign of anything else.
I'd like to go there with you someday. The craft, or whatever it was, may have left some metallic particles on the rocks as a result of the collision. Do you remember where it is?
I have it marked on a map. Back at home.
In the box under the bed, no doubt.
Where else would I keep it?
You're a funny guy, and obviously a man with a lot on his mind. I think you'll like this group of people we're about to meet. They've got a lot on their minds, too.
Settle down. They'll be here soon. Hello, Tammuz. I was beginning to worry you were lost. It's going to be dark soon.
I wouldn't have gotten lost, not with all the racket this bunch is making. Enki, this is Tom. He's a friend of a mutual friend. Tom is writing a book about UFOs, and he's interested in our work.
It's nice to meet you, Tom. We have extra tents for unexpected guests, and I trust you'll be comfortable. We're about to eat. Please, both of you, join us.
Quite a setup you got here. You planning to stay a while?
Some of us, although I'm sorry to say the abductees only last a day or two on site. It can be a bit overwhelming for them, especially for the 3 who feel they were abducted at this place.
You know, I don't know how to tell you this, but I had no idea this trip would involve camping.
Sorry about that. We'll take care of you. I think we might even have some extra clothes for you, although it's more of a jumpsuit.
That's okay. I'm not planning to stay that long. Just long enough to see what you got.
Fair enough. Let's have something to eat, and then we'll figure out how we're all going to proceed. If I could have your attention, please. Thank you all for joining us. I know this is difficult for some of you, but I can assure you you're in good hands, and my hope is that our walkabout will be brief and uneventful. I'd like to introduce a special guest. Our friend Tom here is an author preparing a book on the subject of UFOs. If you'd like, I'm sure he would be fascinated by some of the stories you have to tell. Welcome, Tom.
Tom, hello again.
Hello there. Did you remember to make your appointment for next week?
Yes. and I'm really looking forward to it.
I'll bet you are.
Friend of yours?
Starting to look that way. His name is Alex. I seem to keep running into him.
Welcome, Alex.
Hello?
And to all of you, a warm welcome. Once we finish our dinner, we'll change into some gear for our adventure. We're going to engage in an exercise with group hypnosis tonight. Our goal is to understand what you have all experienced and to see if we can trace the behavior of the various crafts you have seen and find any signs of their presence on this spot. My good friend Anki and some of my other associates will be using instruments to determine if our visitors have left anything behind for us to collect. Let me reassure you once again, these walkabouts tend to be quiet and gentle affairs, and I trust this evening will be no different. Now, let's enjoy our meal and then begin.
That's it? Group hypnosis and you guys run around with instruments in the dark? Is this gonna be another waste of time?
My friend, it is not a waste of time. I'm sorry you're in such a hurry and I can't help you with your deadline or your editor. Let's just hope we find some good evidence for you tonight and then you can get to work.
Tom, I've laid out some clothing on a cot in your tent. You can change when it's convenient for you.
Right now sounds like a good time.
Tom? Hey, Tom. Wait up.
Oh, it's you. Is this how you spend most of your time?
Oh, Dr. Heisenberg recommended I try this form of therapy.
Heisenberg? He doesn't seem like a guy who would want to lose a paying customer to a competitor.
What? What are you talking about?
That's not important. So, are you one of the people abducted from this place?
No, I don't remember where my abduction happened. Dr. Heisenberg is trying to help me remember.
I'll bet he is. Wonder how much that's gonna cost you.
Oh, it's not about the money. It's about finding the answer.
Well, that's one thing we both agree on. Well, this looks like my tent. You doing the camping thing too?
Oh, we all are. I don't think we have a choice. We walked here and I have no idea how to walk out.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Some reason I don't like the way this is set up. Do you know anything about these people?
No, Dr. Heisenberg set it all up. He's a really good person, you know. He's always looking out for me.
Whatever you say, Alex. Oh, man. He said jumpsuit. He meant it. Looks like something you'd wear in jail.
I think it's to protect us from dangerous chemical residue in the soil.
You're starting to sound like Tammuz.
Oh, actually, Enki told us that, and I'm not taking any chances. I'm going to put mine on now. I'll see you again, okay?
Yes, I'm sure you will see me again.
Hi, Tom.
Were you expecting me to call?
No, I saw your name on the caller ID. Did you show Tammuz your evidence?
No, but I told him about it. That's why I'm calling. Maria, this guy's got nothing. He's as big a fraud as that quack psychiatrist I saw yesterday. And hey, you know what? These two are connected somehow.
Heisenberg has lots of connections. He's actually somewhat famous, but obviously he didn't impress you.
Yeah, obviously not. Look, Maria, I'm going to give this my best, and then I'll get right to work on that manuscript, okay?
Are you all right, Tom? I mean, is everything okay?
Yeah, everything's fine. I'll see you in a month, okay?
Tom?
Okay, that's our deal.
Tom? Oh, sorry, Tom. I didn't know you were on the phone.
Yeah, I'll talk to you later, Maria.
Goodbye, Tom.
I'm very sorry. Was that your wife?
No, I'm not married. Someone I'm working with, maybe you've seen her. Her name is Maria.
Maria? Oh, sorry, I don't know anyone named Maria.
Yeah, but somehow she knows Heisenberg.
Lots of people see psychiatrists.
Yeah, the only thing is, I never told her the name of the psychiatrist I was meeting with, yet she knows his name. You sure you never saw a woman named Maria around the office?
I don't know.
Right. You sure you don't know some way out of here?
Oh, gosh, no, especially now. I mean, it's pitch dark out here.
Yeah, it sure is. I feel like an idiot in this jumpsuit. Alex, I'll tell you what.
What?
I like you. You're a nice guy. It's a relief to hear someone say, I don't know, every now and then.
Well, thank you. I don't have many friends.
Yeah, sorry about that. It must be tough. Look, tomorrow morning, you and I are walking out of here.
What?
Going to be able to do that?
Shouldn't we tell someone?
I don't think so. Now, let's go get this over with. Who knows, maybe you'll figure out where your abduction took place.
Oh, that would be great.
Hello, my friends. I see you're wearing our group attire.
So how come we're all dressed in white and Tammuz and his buddies get the blue jumpsuits?
I don't know. I like the blue ones better, too.
Please, my friends, I would like to ask all of you to recline on the cots that we've arranged here in the circle. Tom, I wonder if you'd like to join this session. I'm curious if there are any memories from your fishing trip that have eluded you.
I don't think so, and if you don't mind, I'll pass on the mass hypnosis. I'm here to find evidence, not become a part of it.
Suit yourself. Is there anywhere special you'd like to sit or stand?
Back here is fine. I'll watch from a distance. Good luck there, Alex. Have a nice nap.
Thanks. I'll see you later, Tom.
Right.
My friends, please, if you'll take your positions and simply lie down. Get comfortable, please, and be at ease. I want to begin by asking you to close your eyes and relax. Relax the muscles in your face and feel the tension go out of you. Relax. Feel your shoulders and arms slowly relax and allow your body to relax down your back, to your legs, to your feet. Relax.
Hello?
Maria, it's Tom.
I know.
Maria, I don't like this. What did you get me into? And by the way, how do you know Heisenberg? What exactly am I doing here, Maria?
What are you talking about?
This outfit is like a cult. There's no science here, and there sure isn't any evidence. And how do you know Heisenberg? Maria, I never told you his name, but you knew that's who I was talking about. And he's connected to this Tammuz guy somehow.
Tom, you're starting to sound like a conspiracy nut.
Maria, I am a conspiracy nut. I'm writing a book about UFOs, remember? You publish books about UFOs. Your business is built on paranoia. So spare me the lecture and tell me how you know Heisenberg.
So maybe I need counseling from time to time. Tom, get over it. You're looking for monsters in the closet, and I'm not one of them.
I'm starting to wonder if any money is worth all this.
Hey, if you want to bail on the contract, be my guest. We'll total all the money from your advance and all of your expenses and subtract it from the royalties of your other books. But get this in your head right now. This is the last book you will never write.
Hey, I'm sorry. I don't know why I called. I guess I just don't know what to believe anymore or who to believe. Look, when I get out of here, I'll finish the book. If I learn anything tonight, I'll add that as well.
Tom, do me a favor. Don't call me again until you have the evidence and the manuscript in hand. I don't need the aggravation. I need the story you threatened to tell and the evidence you found to support it. Got it?
Got it. Bye. Threatened? Come on, babe. It was just a book proposal.
lifted you. See it. Believe it. Know it is there. The light approaches and will take you up to where all is well.
Tom! Tom!
Alex? Is that you? Where are you?
I'm here, in the bushes. He said to be comfortable, and I'm comfortable when you're around, so I had to find you.
Alex, you're missing out on your session.
I don't want to do this. This is bad.
Good. Alex, you're starting to get it. This is a scam, and that's bad.
No, I mean really bad. Look.
Oh my God! What is that?
As the chariot descends to receive you, you will allow yourself to be lifted up. Feel yourself rising into the light.
This is the place. This is where I was abducted. This is where it happened to me. I was lifted up into that circle of light.
Alex, they're faking this.
No.
It's a spotlight and a hot air balloon and a lot of reverb through a speaker.
What?
It's all cheap theater and just another way to get money out of people. How much did they charge you for this camping trip?
They didn't charge us anything.
Oh, I was afraid you'd say that. So why are they doing this?
Maybe it helps to sell books.
Good God, that's it. That explains it. Alex, these people are just perpetuating the myth of UFOs to make money on fear. We have got to get out of here. Did anyone see you come over here?
I don't know. It's dark. That's why I couldn't find you.
That's good. That gives us a chance. They're not gonna want to write us saying all this. Come on. Go slow, go quiet, and follow me.
I'm afraid.
Don't worry about the light. It's just a spotlight. What we have to worry about is what your friends will do to us. They're not gonna want people to know about their little ruse. It would put them out of business, including you, Dr. Heisenberg. I don't think they're ready to go out of business yet. Not because of us, at least.
Oh.
You okay?
I fell.
It's okay. Go slow. Stay with me.
Tom, look.
All right, their balloon and their lights coming our way.
I don't remember this part.
This isn't about aliens, Alex.
I don't want to go up there again. I don't want to go up there again.
You won't. Follow me. Go slow. Don't talk. Alex, we have to run. They're coming our way.
We won't get away.
We will if they don't find us. Look. What's that? Looks like a cliff. If we find an overhang, that'll block the light. Get down on the ground.
I think I found an opening.
Good man. Scoot in there.
The light is right over us.
Yeah, just enough to help us see. Keep moving back.
I see a light.
Don't worry about it, Alex. They can't see us.
No. I see a light in the cave.
What?
We should go back out. Come on.
That's not an option right now. Let's go see what's in here. Might be a mine or something. This part of the area is loaded with them. We'll hide in here overnight and then hightail it out of here in the morning.
I see a light bulb.
Yeah, we're in a mine. I just can't figure out why they're still running power to it. There might be someone working in here, so just be cool.
I remember a cave. When I was abducted, I think I was in a cave. Dr. Heisenberg helped me to uncover it.
Alex, you're done with Heisenberg. Heisenberg is a fraud. This is all a big scam to squeeze money out of a gullible public and to rip off poor souls like you.
You are correct, my friend.
Heisenberg, you soulless bastard. What are you doing here? You are part of this. You're destroying people with this charade. Can't you find another way to make money?
On that count, you are right and wrong. Yes, this is a charade, but not the kind you think. Ah, hello, Tammuz. Hello, Enki. I seem to have found your missing friends.
I am sorry. With such a large number of subjects, it was difficult to herd them all effectively.
Herd them? What are we, cattle?
No, if that were the case, you would probably have been mutilated.
Maria, this is impossible. What are you doing here? This is like a law school prank. Am I on some kind of TV show?
It's not a prank, and you're most definitely not on television. For that matter, you will never be on television. Especially your videotape.
It looks like a treasure chest.
That's the box I had under my bed. You've been to my home.
Yes, and thank you for making it so easy for us to find what we needed. Unfortunately, we found nothing of the evidence you described to Tammuz. Is it possible you have it hidden somewhere else?
Sorry, pal, but there's nothing to hide. I made it all up. Sorry, Maria, but it's a tough game out there for writers, and you editors aren't exactly easy to please. By the way, Maria, how did you get hooked up with these crooks anyway?
Let's just say we have common interests.
So, this is how you know Heisenberg? You're all part of a money-making machine that preys on paranoia. Your publisher, his practice. How long have you people been in business?
Actually, we've been in business, as you say, for about 50,000 years. I must say it used to be much easier, but as your species and technology has improved, we've had to improvise some interesting new solutions to cover our tracks.
You people are crazier than Alex.
I'm not crazy. This is all real.
Alex, you're going to be fine. I'm sorry that we had to use you in this way, but you have done a very good job.
I don't know what I did.
That's because you were under the influence of a very powerful hypnotic suggestion. Sleep now, Alex. Sleep.
Alex!
It's okay, Tom. Just relax.
Tammuz, Enki, please carry Alex outside and send him aboard. It is his time.
Who are you people?
Well, for one, we are not people. We are, in fact, those aliens that you're so skeptical about. We are the Anunnaki. Many of us have been genetically modified to fulfill our mission on your planet.
Now this is the book I should write. What do you say, Maria? This would be a hell of a story.
I'm afraid this is a story that can never be told, my friend.
Friend. I've been hearing that a lot. What's the story with this friend thing, and what are you going to do? Kill me? You kill your friends? That's a little serious for scam artists, don't you think? Now, who are you, really?
It would have all been so much easier if you'd just told me you'd fabricated the evidence. Tom, we believed you.
Are you kidding? You actually thought I had evidence of UFOs and aliens? Come on. We're all in the same business here. So I had my little scam with the book, and you got this deal going on. We can work together here. But hey, no more of this messing around with people's heads like you did with Alex. Let's just be cutthroat editors and writers. Maria, I'll be a top writer. In fact, I can write this stuff better than you folks are doing it right now, if you want to know the truth.
Ah, yes, the truth. You know, my friend, maybe it's time you did learn the truth. It's obviously something you have had little experience with. Take Maria, for example. Oh, yes, she does publish books. Books that we approve of course. Books that make the authors seem like madmen and lunatics. Quite frankly, if you had come to Maria with a book claiming to have visited Venus, you would be in print by now. But instead, you really got our attention. Every now and again, someone like you shows up with some real evidence that we missed. That's when we have to take action. You see, that's one of our secondary missions, making sure that our experiments are not discovered. That's why we assume the role of UFO researchers and experts on abduction. You see, Tom, we've found that the best way to obscure the truth is to pretend to seek it. Oh, it sounds like our friend Alex has made his final journey. That is actually our primary mission. We are harvesters, in a way.
You're going to kill him, aren't you? That's what you do with friends.
He may be gone soon, but his DNA will live forever. It's necessary for our survival. You too will live forever, Tom. You are one of the chosen now. You are now our friend.
What are you, serial killers?
You have nothing to fear, really. The whole process takes about 10 to 15 of your years. Alex was first harvested at a very early age, so his time is now. For you, you will still have some time left. It will be a time of some confusion, but all for the best, really. All for the best.
You're going to kill me too?
Like I said, you will have some quality of life for 10 to 15 years. And then, yes, you too will be harvested.
Right. Harvested. But before I go, I have one question. Can I get an answer to one question?
Sure, why not? After today, you will only remember what we allow you to recall as a new member of the abductee class. What's your question?
It's just this. How many people will it take to pull out the fingers I'm about to bury in your throat?
It's all clear. He is unconscious. This was a difficult one.
They are proving to be a greater and greater challenge. The growing sophistication of their technology, their increased awareness of our presence.
We may need to initiate another world war or create a new pandemic. We can't allow them to have too much time to think.
Does that mean we should terminate the terrorism initiative?
It's quite possible. In the meantime, let's increase the number of stories about supervolcanoes, asteroids striking the Earth, and global warming. Keep the fear alive. And Maria, you seem to have developed some affection for this one. That can't be allowed.
I know, I will do better. Sometimes they're like pets to me, and I just seem to become attached.
Ha. Spoken like a true editor. But you may have to have additional contact with this one, so keep your perspective.
Okay.
Now, back to work. We are staging a UFO convention in Mexico City, and I am recommending additional investment in the Alien Museum in Roswell. Enki, we will need your banking network to provide some additional funding for a documentary on a coming ice age. Let's really mix it up out there and keep these animals off balance. Tammuz, if you could clean up the campsite and sanitize any evidence, we can all get back to work. Do we have a site for the next harvest?
Chicago, Illinois.
Make the necessary arrangements.
Hello, friend. So nice to see you again.
It's nice to see you, too.
Please, go in. The doctor is expecting you.
Hello, Dr. Heisenberg.
Hello, Tom. How are you feeling today?
I think I'm getting worse. I think I need more sessions with you.
Let me ask you something, Tom. Do you still believe you have been to Jupiter?
I don't know. It doesn't make any sense to me. It's a gas giant. You can't breathe there.
Well, if the alien technology you have described in our sessions is as advanced as you believe, anything would be possible, wouldn't it?
I think you're right, Dr. Heisenberg.
Tom, I must tell you, you have a way with words. Have you ever thought about writing a book about your adventures?
No one would believe me.
People want to believe, Tom. That's all that matters. I know an editor who I think would be very interested in your story about Jupiter. Why don't you meet with her? I could set it up for you.
Okay.
Then it's settled. Now, let's begin our session. Close your eyes, and you will go into a deep sleep. Deep, deep, deeper, deep, deep.
The evidence is in. The facts are fiction, and the truth has become a footnote to a lie. Is it possible that we are in fact alone in the universe? There may be a time when we wish we were, especially after a brief walkabout to that place known as the Twilight Zone.
The Walkabouts, starring Mike Starr with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was especially written for The Twilight Zone by Steve Newby. Heard in the cast were David Pasquesi, Joby Cerny, Leah Mortensen, Richard Hensel, Linda Kimbrough, and Tim Dadabo. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Joby Cerny for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are done in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Todd Beyer, Craig Lee, and Tim Cerny. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Get away, you kids! I've told you not to play here. Go on now.
It's so noisy.
They're gone now. Come along, Mrs. Knaus. This way, everyone.
Oh, but Doctor, I have my knitting to do.
Another time. Out onto the porch.
I didn't finish my crossword puzzle.
It will wait, Mr. Agee. Now then, isn't this a beautiful day?
I don't know why we have to go.
It isn't good to spend all your time inside. Everybody needs the sun once in a while. Even you, Mrs. Summers.
I've had my share of the sun. Now I need my rest.
We all do at our age. Where's Mr. Conroy?
He's not feeling so well this morning.
Well, I'm not either.
What about Mr. Whitley? Why does he get to stay in?
He's waiting for an important call. Watch your step. Nurse will bring the picnic baskets.
Well, some of us may not want a picnic. A picnic, is it? On the grass? All those ants.
We have blankets and chairs. You'll see.
Darn those kids anyway. Hey, quit running! Stop it!
Like wild Indians.
They won't bother us. This way, there's a nice place under the trees.
Listen to them, would you?
Ah, they're only children.
They know they aren't supposed to play on the grounds. How can a body think?
Now, Ben, just read your paper. They're not hurting anyone.
Well, let them play someplace else. They've got homes, don't they?
It's the grass.
The what?
We have such a big lawn at Sunnyvale. Kids can't resist it.
Oh, what are you doing downstairs, Charlie? I thought you had to get ready.
Not today.
You haven't heard from your son? I thought it was all set.
Maybe you didn't get my letter.
Oh, he got it all right. They just don't care. Nobody cares anymore.
The boy has enough problems. It's a small house and the second baby's on the way. It was a foolish idea moving in with him. They don't need an old duffer like me around.
Would you listen to that? It's enough to wake the dead, I tell you.
Don't be so hard on them, Ben. They're only kids.
A fine state of affairs when your own son turns against you.
Mr. Whitley? There you are.
Yes, nurse?
You have a phone call.
I do?
I believe it's your son.
Well, what do you know? Be right there.
I'll tell him.
Isn't that something? Guess he got my letter after all.
Huh, I never get any letters. Or phone calls. Nope.
You will, Ben, you will. Excuse me, I'd better get it before he hangs up.
What are they doing out there?
Don't be a grouch. It's Saturday. Perfect for Kick the Can.
Perfect for what?
We used to play it all the time, remember?
No, I don't remember anything of that kind.
Sunnyvale Rest Home, a place for the aged. The address is 1275 Tranquility Lane on the outskirts of town. It offers room and board, nursing care, and a kind of refuge from the world. Outside, a common game called Kick the Can. Very shortly, a man will have a choice to make. He can either die in this world or escape to another kind of refuge in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, Kick the Can, starring Shelley Berman and Stan Freeberg, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Some picnic. Plastic spoons and forks.
Well, potato salad was good.
What do you mean? It was spoiled.
No, it wasn't, Emma. They made it in the kitchen just for us.
You must admit, it's better when it's fresh.
I think I hurt my back sitting down. Oh.
The ground was damp.
It was. Bad for my arthritis.
Will you people please hold it down? I'm trying to read.
Oh, you shush, Ben Conroy. No one's bothering you.
Easy for you to say.
Where is Mr. Whitley?
Still in his room, probably, taking a nap.
Oh, that's what I'd like to do.
And why, may I ask, on such a lovely day?
There he is.
Going somewhere, Charles?
Yes. Why are y'all dressed up?
It's my son. He's coming to get me.
You don't say.
He called a little while ago.
He did.
He's on his way.
At least someone gets calls.
What's he carrying?
Is that your suitcase, Mr. Whitley?
Indeed it is.
You're going to stay overnight, then?
A bit longer than that, I should say. That is, if they have the room fixed up.
Room?
At my son's house.
You mean you're moving in with them?
That's the plan. If they'll have me,
Well, what about the rest of your things, Charlie? You can't just leave your things behind.
No hurry. It all can be packed up and sent over later.
Well, we'll certainly miss you. Will you come back to visit us?
Of course I will. Meanwhile, I'll call and see how everyone's doing.
May we write you?
Please, I'd appreciate it. Mr. Cox has the address.
Nobody writes. They say they will, but they never do.
There he is now.
Hey, aren't you going to say goodbye?
I hate goodbyes, Mr. A.G., don't you? Take care, all.
Here, let me carry that for you.
I've got it.
Who's that behind the wheel?
Your son, David, don't you remember?
Such a nice young man.
Let me see.
Some car, huh?
Betty costs pretty penny.
Everything does nowadays.
Don't crowd now. You wouldn't want him to think you're watching.
Hi, Dad.
David, you're looking well, son.
What's this suitcase for?
Oh, just a few things for now.
I don't understand.
Wouldn't want to push you out of the house and home.
What?
Of course, I don't have that much anymore, but I suppose it could go into storage.
Whoa. I think there's been a misunderstanding.
There has?
Get in. We need to talk.
If it isn't convenient today, we can make it another time.
Listen, Dad.
Yes?
I didn't say I'd come to get you. I said I'd come to see you.
But I thought, didn't you get my letter?
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. If it were up to me...
You don't have to explain.
Well, Debbie's turning the extra room into a nursery. Right now it's being painted and...
I understand.
I don't think you do. Let's drive a bit. Your friends are watching us.
It's all right, really.
Let's go into town. I'll buy you lunch.
That's not necessary.
Please, Dad. I want to.
This wasn't a good idea.
If you'll let me explain.
Pull over here, please. I can walk back.
But, Dad...
The exercise will be good for me.
If you'll just listen...
We'll have lunch another Saturday, son. Call first, though. I'm really quite busy these days.
You're taking this all wrong.
Give my love to Debbie, will you?
What's he doing?
What does it look like? He's coming back.
I thought he said...
Don't stare. It's not polite.
Yeah, you're it. Gotcha. Hey, where'd our can go? That old man's got it. Hey, mister.
What's this?
Our can.
Your can?
Can we have it back?
Could you have...
Yeah, we need it.
Oh, you do, huh?
Yeah, we're playing a game.
Yes. Yes, I remember. This is a good can. Nice and sturdy. It will take a lot of kicks.
It will?
You'll have to play by the rules, though.
What rules?
You know the rules, don't you?
Hey, give it back. Please, mister?
I'd say this can is just about the perfect size.
Is he gonna keep it? Hey, mister, can we have our can back?
You can get another. Any one will do. Tomatoes, beans, doesn't matter. You'll see.
Charlie? You in there?
It's going to be a beautiful sunny day today. And
Yes?
we can expect much more of the same over the next couple of
Just
days.
wondered
You might
what
wanna do
happened
some
to
of
you.
those outdoor
Not a
activities.
thing, Ben, not a thing.
Las Vegas, 68. Los Angeles.
Thought I'd lie down for a minute. Come on in if you'd like.
Sorry about that son of yours.
Are you? I'm not. This is a good enough place for me. I don't know what I was thinking.
Here, I'll close the window for you.
Why? It's a beautiful day, don't you think?
Oh, so much noise.
Yes. What a great running and shouting.
Huh. That's what you call it?
Such a grouch. You can't stop kids from playing kick the can. It's in their blood, like statues or hide and seek, a ritual this time of year.
You surprise me sometimes, Charles.
And why do you say that?
You actually brought that tin can up to your room? Must be filthy.
No, it's not. It's been emptied out and washed clean and baked by the sun till it's shiny as the day it was made, tempered by the wind and the grass and the warm summer air.
Sure you're feeling all right?
Admit it, Ben.
Admit what?
Don't you ever think about it? You must.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All kids play those games the same as we did, and the moment they stop, they begin to grow old.
Oh, come on.
It's almost as though playing kick the can keeps them young.
Huh. So that's what this is for. Magic.
I'm not sure.
Charlie, I'm worried about you. You're not yourself.
Aren't I? You don't believe in magic anymore, do you, Ben?
Huh, what are you talking about?
But there was a time when you did believe in it.
Never.
We've known each other since I can't remember. Since we were tow-headed kids. You believed in magic then.
Huh, not me.
Yes, you did. When we walked on different sides of the street lamp, you'd say bread and butter. When your baby teeth came out, you put them under your pillow for the tooth fairy. And when you went down the sidewalk, you were careful because you knew that if you stepped on a crack, you'd break your mother's back. Oh, you believed in magic all right.
What is wrong with you, Charles? Would you like me to get the nurse?
What happened, Ben? Where did the robbery take place?
Robbery?
A thief stole everything away when we weren't looking. Who was it, Ben? Was it time or something else?
We grew up, that's all. Everybody gets older.
Do they? Think, Ben. How can we be sure? Maybe there are people who stay young, only we don't know it. Maybe they have a secret that they keep from the rest of us.
Now, Charles.
Is there something kids know that they forget? That they want to forget? They say, when I get big, I'll be a fireman, or a detective, or an explorer. They wish so hard to get older that it finally happens. They get taller and stiffer and forget the magic that made it all possible.
There is something wrong with you. I've never heard you talk this way before.
Maybe the fountain of youth isn't a fountain at all. Maybe it's a way of looking at things, a way of thinking.
Charles?
Yes?
Stop it.
Stop what?
You're an old man, don't you understand? Your youth has been gone for 60 years. Well, what I mean is, you lived a full life, Charles. Don't go sloppy now. Don't spoil it by acting like a nut.
But it's all so clear. It makes sense. It isn't too late to play kick the can. That's the secret. Can't you see, Ben? Can't you?
I see a plain old tin can with dents in it. That's all.
Then look again. This can is special. I'm absolutely sure of it.
And so, That's why I thought I should tell you.
I'm glad you did.
It's just that I can't stand to see him make a fool of himself.
Of course not.
And if there is something wrong with him, something in the head, then you can get him the right medication. You understand, don't you, Mr. Cox?
I do, Mr. Conroy. You were right to come to me.
When he acts that way, I feel I don't know him at all.
It's foolish talk, I agree.
So what are you going to do?
Nothing.
Beg pardon?
At least not for the time being. If I got excited every time someone indulged in foolish talk around here, I'd be upset every minute of the day. Let him go on about kick the can if he wants. He isn't doing any harm.
But I'm worried, I tell you. It isn't like him.
He's getting on in years. It's common for folks of a certain age to behave like children once in a while.
Oh, nonsense. He's no older than I am.
In some ways, maybe, but in other ways, when some people get old, truly old, in their minds, they may act strangely, out of character. Take Mr. Agee, for instance. He's as sane as they come, but do you remember that ruckus out on the porch the other day? Somehow he got hold of some firecrackers. The nurse found him trying to set one off.
It must have been those kids.
Well, wherever he got them, he could have hurt himself, and that's something that concerns me.
Charles hasn't done anything like that. I just don't want to hear him talking crazy.
Oh, it isn't necessarily crazy.
Huh? You haven't heard him.
Look at it this way. As far as he's concerned, all his best years are behind him. He can't even look forward to spending time with his son and daughter-in-law.
A fine thing.
So, that being the case, he'd rather return to an earlier time, one he recalls with pleasure. It only makes sense from his point of view, so he uses a time machine to accomplish it.
A what?
It's called memory. Is that so crazy, Mr. Conroy? Everybody does it, even you.
But he actually believes he can be young again by playing kids' games.
Not really. He's exploring, that's all. He'd like to believe that kick the can is a magic button he can push to make himself young. But deep down inside, he knows it won't work. Instead of the disappointment of failure, he'll never risk pushing that button to find out. Stop worrying. Your friend is fine.
Are you certain?
I'm certain. Until he does something to endanger his health or the health of others, there's no reason to interfere. Thanks for stopping by my office, though. Look at the time. You wouldn't want to miss dinner.
Well, in that case, I suppose...
It still troubles you, doesn't it? What would you have me do?
Maybe if you talk to him.
It would be a waste of time. But you have a point. Perhaps I'm reluctant to face the facts myself. Every time one of our people goes senile, I get a little cold inside. When I took this assignment, I was 32. Now I'm 43. Everyone grows old, Mr. Conroy. Everyone.
I think we should go in now.
Yes. It turns chilly this time of day.
Stay a while. We can watch the sun go down.
I've seen enough sunsets, thank you.
Hey, just the same. It's pretty sight. Puts me in the mind of back home.
If we're going to stay on the porch, I'll need my sweater.
Why don't you come inside with me, Mrs. Summers?
Give me a moment to get my strength.
There you all are. I wondered where you'd gone.
Hello there, Whitley.
Hello.
We're just going in.
Why?
Before it gets dark.
I have my programs to watch.
What's wrong with you people?
Wrong. Nothing in particular.
Then show a little life. Aren't you the same ones who used to skip rope and hunt pollywogs and night crawlers when the sun went down?
Why, I don't think so.
Don't ring a bell.
Well, I was. If you can't remember it, I'll remember it for you. The weather was just like this back in Wheattown of a summer evening. Right after dinner, you'd hear a banging of screen doors all down the block, and there we'd be, Stanley Maple and his kid brother, Wes, and Ben Conroy, and the Arvis girls, and some others whose names I can't think of. The air would be soft like this, children weather, and we'd come out with no coats, and we'd start shouting and play kick the can.
Yeah, you're right. Everybody played that game. Absolutely everybody. Or catch, or hide and seek. Seems like a million years ago.
I was fastest runner on the block.
Were you?
Sure was. When we played kick the can, I was never it. But now, ooh, look at these legs.
I remember. I remember.
Sure you do.
But we all grow old.
I miss the running most. I think if I could only run again, growing old wouldn't be so bad.
I agree with that.
That's one way to look at it. Maybe we can't run as far and as fast, but we can move about, and there are lots of trees and bushes. If the hunted are handicapped, so is the hunter.
You can't be serious. He isn't serious.
But I am.
I was the fastest runner on the block.
Us? Children's games?
It's the secret. Can't you see? The secret of youth.
Well, now, I don't know about that.
Look at this. What do you see?
Ooh. What have you got there?
Just what you think it is. The fountain of youth. The source of the Nile.
Looks like a tin can to me.
It's a good deal more than that, I promise. Take another look. Think, feel. Have you forgotten how? Have you all gone too far to turn back?
Back to what?
You mean to what we were? Yes.
Do you feel it inside you yet? Here, take the can, touch it, pass it around. Does it wake the part of you that's been asleep?
Let me see that.
Well?
Why? It fits perfectly in my hands.
Here, Mr. Agee, you try.
Okay. Ooh, I thought it would be cold, but it's warm.
Is it?
Of course it is. Put it like a seashell. Now listen.
To what?
Can you hear it? Summer, grass, running and jumping, youth.
I hear something.
It's telling you to wake up. This is the last chance. Somebody, tell me I'm not crazy. Or if I am crazy, prove it to me. I can't play kick the can alone.
Well, I don't know, Charlie. I'm not quite sure, but I think these legs, they might just work.
Oh, there's the sprinkler.
Yep, every afternoon at this time.
Now we must go in before the spray blows this way.
Yes.
Sprinklers?
I remember sprinklers.
We all do, don't we? Hold on. Do you see it?
See what?
A rainbow. Look at it in the air, above the lawn.
Why, I believe I see it.
Remember running through the sprinklers on a summer's day? What could be more fun than that?
Wait, Charles. What are you going to do?
What does it look like? I'm going to do what feels better than anything. Run through the sprinklers and cool off. Somebody hold my shoes.
Well, look at him, will you?
This way, everybody. It feels great.
Mr. Whitley.
Charlie, what are you doing?
Come on in. The weather's fine.
Nurse! Nurse!
Yes?
Help me get him inside.
Yes, Doctor.
Don't worry about me. I'm having a great time.
That's enough. He's soaked. Get him some dry clothing and put him to bed before he comes down with pneumonia.
Right away.
Ah, you're spoiled sports. That's what you are. I don't need any help.
Don't be difficult, Mr. Whitley. Just come along. I'll get you a towel.
What are you doing, Ben? Did you call them?
It's for your own good, Charlie. You'll only hurt yourself.
I thought we were friends.
We are. That's why.
This way. I'll bring your shoes later.
All right, everybody. The party's over.
But he wasn't hurting anyone, was he?
You see, he's been talking to them. Pretty soon he'll have them believing it.
I was afraid of something like this.
Yeah, it's like he's gone crazy after all.
I'll have him moved to the observation room in the morning.
But, Doctor, to be all alone, that'll kill him.
If I don't, he'll end up killing himself.
Senile? Me?
Mr. Whitley, please try to understand.
You want to put me in a special room? Alone?
You don't leave me much choice.
Why? What rules have I broken?
There have been complaints.
Oh, there have. Who from, may I ask?
That's not the point.
Go on, tell me. I want to know. Who thinks I'm breaking the rules?
It's not so much a matter of rules as attitude. Look out the window. Grass, trees, a park across the street, all very peaceful. The kind of place people come to for rest and relaxation. It's what Sunnyvale is known for. But if things happen that rile them up, disturb their peace, well, then we can't stay in business. You see that, don't you?
So the charge is disturbing the peace. And for that, you want to isolate me from my friends.
I hope that won't be necessary now. You've got to go out there and show them you're all right. Cut the crazy talk. Learn to fit in. That's not hard, is it?
What a choice. To keep that nurse from pawing at my pulse all day, I have to sit like a vegetable, stare into space.
Listen, I'm trying to help you. Keep on like that, and they'll put you away. I won't have a choice. Use your head.
Maybe you're right.
There. You see? You're an intelligent man. It's a question of playing the game. Isn't that something we all have to do?
Yes, I suppose it is.
Good, Mr. Whitley. I knew you'd see it my way. Now, why don't you go up and rest before dinner? Tonight's the bingo game, remember?
I remember. Goodbye, Doctor.
Goodbye, Mr. Whitley. Anytime you want to talk, feel free. I consider it part of my job.
I made him change into fresh clothes.
So I see. Thank you.
Is he going to be all right?
I think so. It must be quite a transition. Remind me of that when it's time, will you, nurse?
Time for what?
To pack it all in. Personally, I think I'd rather go back to the town where I grew up instead of rooming with a house full of strangers.
Wake up.
Who? What?
Come.
Charles, what is it?
Shh. Quietly.
Come where?
We're going to play a game.
What do you have there?
What does it look like?
An empty tin can. We're going to play kick the can now? It's dark outside.
It usually is in the middle of the night. Now get your robe and come with me. Mr. Freitag.
It's us.
What? What?
It's time. We're all gathering downstairs.
Why?
Something important. It's a secret.
What would Mr. Cox say?
He'd say it was dangerous and foolish. He'd say it was crazy, and maybe it is. Maybe it's necessary to be a little crazy for magic to work. He'd say we'd be acting like children, but isn't that the idea? Only children can play kick the can. Now get the others. Freitag, wake Mrs. Summers. Agee, you get Mrs. Wister and Mrs. Knaus. Let me see, who else? There's Mr. Carlson.
Everyone?
Everyone.
Well, what if they won't come?
They've got to. Don't take no for an answer. Hurry.
I heard people walking around. Whoa, what's going on here?
Mr. Whitley has an idea.
Would you like to come too?
Hello, Ben.
Charles? What are you doing?
Go on. Do as I said.
Yeah.
Right away.
I'll see you downstairs.
You should be sleeping. Everyone should be. What's that in your hand? No, Charles, you can't.
Who says so?
It's against the rules.
The devil with the rules. It's our last chance, don't you see? Ben, come with us out to the lawn.
Me?
Yes, you. Ben, we always did everything together. Let's not stop now. Even if you think it's crazy, come out and play.
Come to your senses, Charles.
You think I'm obsessed? You think I've got hold of one crazy idea and won't let it go?
Well, haven't you?
Maybe so, but where I have one idea that's strangling me, you have dozens. You're the one obsessed.
Oh, nonsense.
Is it? You're afraid of death, but you're also afraid of life. You think age gives you the right to stop growing. You've sealed yourself inside your shell, and you're afraid to poke your head out and look around.
That's enough.
You're afraid of a new idea. You're afraid to look silly, afraid to make mistakes. You've decided you're an old man, and that's what's made you old.
I am old, Charles, and so are you. It's a fact.
Facts be damned.
Your bones are old. They'll break if you try to run with them. Your heart is old. Your lungs are old. Don't you get it? You're used up, worn out by a lifetime. Sit down, Charles, before you fall down. Go back to your bed.
I can't do that, Ben.
Charles?
I've got to find out. Won't you help me, Ben? There is magic in the world. I know there is. When I fell in love with Mary and kissed her for the first time, that was magic. When my boy was born, that was magic. The moon is magic, and the stars. Friendship is a magic thing, too. Life is magic. Maybe I'm right, Ben. Can't you consider that? Maybe kick the can is the greatest magic of all. Well, what do you say?
There's nothing to say. I just don't know how to get through to you anymore.
Then I'll do it alone.
What are we doing here? I'll catch my death.
Now, you just wait. Mr. Whitley has something in mind.
Yeah, something important.
But what could it be?
Don't you know? Don't you remember?
Remember what?
How it used to be. How we used to sneak out of the house after dark when the grown-ups weren't looking and the weather was like this. Don't you remember how we used to play kick the can?
Everybody played in my neighborhood.
A long time ago. A long, long time.
Funny. It doesn't seem that long ago to me.
I remember. Yes, I think I do too. too.
But we've all grown so old.
Are you sure?
If these legs would carry me.
How do you know they won't until you try?
You can't be serious. He isn't serious.
But I am.
You mean us? Children's games?
What about the nurse? She's asleep. If we keep our voices down and open the door carefully, she won't hear us.
Go outside?
Why not? Are you chicken?
Show them the can.
Where did you get that?
From some kids. They've already broken it in. Well, are you with me? Or do I have to placate the can all by myself?
Who remembers the rules?
Mr. Cox.
Hold your horses. I'm coming. What is it?
Mr. Cox, come quick.
Keep your voice down. You'll wake everybody.
They're already awake. Hurry, hurry. You've got to stop them.
Calm down, will you? What are you talking about?
You'll see. Come to the front room.
Easy, Mr. Conroy. Now, what is it exactly that I'm supposed to see?
There's no time to lose.
But there's no one here. Why is the door open?
Because they've gone outside.
Why would they do that?
It's like I said, to play kick the can.
That was just a crazy idea. Mr. Whitley's forgotten all about it.
No, you're wrong. They really mean to play.
Calmly, please. You mean now, at this hour?
That's right, and it's all because of Charlie. Now I'm really worried about him. What'll happen when it doesn't work? He really believed it, see? That it would make him young.
That's not the problem. What worries me is what will happen if he tries to run. He can't take the exertion. None of them can.
5, 10.
Where?
15.
Look,
20.
the front lawn.
25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. Come on, I know. Ready or not, here I come. Come on, everybody, let's hide. This is gonna be good. Over here, hurry up. 85, 90, 95, 100. Ready or not.
Where are they?
Here I come.
And what are these kids doing here? I told them to stay away.
Look out! Run, Amanda, run!
Maybe they're around the other side. I'll go check.
Hey, kick the can over to me. Hey, Ben! Look at me! I told you it would work!
Charles?
Come on! You want to play?
No, it can't be.
Ben, you better hurry up, or it'll be too late for you.
Charles!
Yeah, hurry up, or it'll be too late.
What is it? Do you see them yet?
Gotcha.
Is that...
Here, you kids, how many times do I have to tell you, go home?
Get out
No,
of my way.
wait.
What are you doing here this time of night?
1, 2,
Charles?
3, you're out.
Charlie?
Sorry, Ben. I wish you could have believed. I gotta go.
Charlie!
Hey, kick it over here, over here.
Charlie! Take me with you.
My turn to kick the
Get
can.
away and stay away.
Mr. Cox, please.
Last one over fences, rotten egg. Come on, let's go. I can't climb that.
Charlie, wait. Wait! Charlie!
Hey, you guys, wait up.
We gotta find the others. They can't have gone far. I bet Whitley's taken them down to the orchard.
No.
Why?
Look all you want, Mr. Cox. You won't find them.
Wait here.
You forgot your can, Charlie. But don't you worry none. I'll keep it for you. Inside. in case you ever come back for it.
Come on, let's play kick the can. Come on, let's hide. You'll never find me. You can't catch me. I'm too fast. Ha ha, you missed me. Come on. No, kick it to me. Kick it to me. Gotcha. Yeah, you're in. Ollie, ollie, oxen. Free, free, free.
Sunnyvale Rest Home, a place for people too ancient to remember the fragile magic of youth. A place for those who have forgotten that childhood, maturity, and old age are magically intertwined. A dying place for those who have grown too stiff in their thinking to revisit the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered, while supplies last, at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Kick the Can, starring Stan Freberg and Shelley Berman with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by George Clayton Johnson. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, Kurt Nabig, Herb Graham, Joby Cerny, Doug James, Roz Alexander, Meg Thalken, Renee Matthews, Sarah Wellington, C.J. Amari, Natalie Berg, Amanda Amari, Mitchell Hernandez, Julia Cosmos, Robert Gerdish, Matthew Gerdish, and Braden Looper. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group and Westwood One. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Lady Lynbrook Cosmetics. How may I make your world more beautiful? One moment. Lady Lynbrook. Oh, good morning, Tim. Yes, she's expecting your call. If you'll hold, please. Mrs. Lynbrook.
Yes?
Mr. Gunn on line 2.
What's that?
Shall I put him through?
Speak up. I can't hear you.
The Bravo account. Shall I put...
I don't know any Mr. Bravo.
It's Mr. Gunn. If you like, I'll...
Sally, please. I'm due at the photo shoot. Mr. Munn will have to call back, if that's really his name.
Gunn.
What?
Nothing, Mrs. Lynbrook.
Stop muttering, dear.
Should I tell Burton to have the car ready?
And have Burton bring the car around.
Yes, ma'am.
He's already parked downstairs.
Wayne.
Good morning, Miss Richards.
I mean, Mr. Benson.
She's getting to you?
Well, sometimes we do have a little...
Failure to communicate. Tell me about it. Last week I locked myself out of the house, had to climb in the window when she couldn't hear the doorbell. Vanity, all is vanity. Whoever said that got it right. Anyway, the limo's at the curb. Burton's waiting for her call, like a good dog.
She won't use the cell phone.
Oh, why not?
She's convinced there's something wrong with it.
Don't worry, Sally. I won't let her take the company down with her.
I'll tell her you're here.
Oh, that's all right. Let me surprise her. Mirror, mirror on the wall.
Who?
Gotcha.
Wayne, darling, I didn't hear you come in.
If I were a snake, I would have bitten you.
Well, you shouldn't sneak up on me like that. I haven't finished my makeup. Be a dear and hand me the hairspray.
You know they have makeup people at the shoot.
What?
I said you're beautiful as always.
Well, I have to be, in case my handsome husband drops by.
Oh, afraid I'll divorce you if your lipstick's on crooked?
Something wrong with my lipstick?
We need to talk.
Did you say something?
My point exactly. Rose, I've been thinking.
I have an idea. What would you say to a romantic weekend? Just the two of us.
It's about the business.
Of course, our first anniversary isn't till Valentine's Day, but we could get a head start.
Actually, that's not a bad idea. The cabin in the mountains. I could join you later.
Later? I don't understand.
Not very long. A few days and...
And what would I do in the meantime?
A chance to rest. Clear your head. You work so hard.
Who would run things here?
Well, I could take the reins, temporarily, of course.
But I enjoy my work.
Now, don't be stubborn. It's for your own good.
You think I can't handle it anymore? Just because this building has such dreadful acoustics.
It's not the building. Admit it. If you weren't so...
vain?
That's not what I said.
I've told you, I will not wear hearing aids. It has nothing to do with vanity. They hurt my ears. They distort everything. I wouldn't understand a word anyone says.
All the more reason to take some time off. You'll see. You'll be able to run the business more efficiently, more profitably.
I've done quite well until now, thank you.
I think you hear what you want to hear. Whenever the word business comes up...
My business, Wayne. The one I built from the ground up long before you came along.
You are the most stubborn woman I've ever met. I only want what's best for you. You know that, don't you, darling?
A company based on beauty, not on what a person can or can't hear.
Beauty is, they say, as beauty does. And the CEO of Lady Lynbrook Cosmetics understands this, or thinks she does. But truth, well, that's something else. Like perfection, it may lie in the eye or the ear of the beholder. Rose Lynbrook is about to hear one very surprising truth, intended especially for her and broadcast directly from the Twilight Zone. And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, Now You Hear It, Now You Don't, starring Dee Wallace, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Here we are, ma'am.
Burton, why are you stopping?
I say we're at the studio, Mrs. Lynbrook.
What time is it?
We're right on schedule.
Not late, are we?
Not in the slightest.
Speak up, will you?
I'll get the door.
Would you kindly help me with the door?
Certainly.
Where is my blusher?
Ready, ma'am?
Well, I guess this will have to do.
Watch your step. The curb.
Not that door, Burton. The other one. I can't slide over leather in this dress.
I suggest the sidewalk side. Traffic this time of day is...
How's the traffic?
I say it's not safe.
Quickly! They're waiting.
I'll go around.
Man would be late for his own funeral. Well, don't just stand there. Give me your hand.
One moment, there's a bus.
Now!
But, ma'am...
Never mind. I don't need your help.
Wait! Get behind me!
Burton! Burton!
Ma'am, are you...
Burton!
Oh, did you see that?
She stepped right out into the street.
What's the matter? Didn't she hear the horn?
Must be deaf.
Oh, if it wasn't for that chauffeur, it would have hit her head on.
The poor man.
Hey, somebody! Call an ambulance!
Will you stop fussing?
I'm rechecking your blood pressure.
This dress is ruined.
I consider it a small price to pay.
I want to go home.
Not so fast.
Nothing's broken. You said so yourself.
X-rays don't always tell the whole story. I'd like to hold you for observation.
What?
Our best private room, of course, unless you demand the entire floor.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
How convenient.
This is Fashion Week. I have a contract with every designer on the runway.
I'm sure your assistant...
What's that?
I say, let your assistant handle it.
Sally? Her grandparents were hippies.
Rose, how long have we known each other?
What are you going on about?
More years than either of us cares to remember. And at that time, I've seen you through, let's say, the vicissitudes of a life well lived. From the occasional nip and tuck to brow lifts, chemical peels, injections from the endangered species list. I've done everything you asked.
You should. I pay you enough.
But I've never lied to you. The issue is no longer appearance. It's a matter of communication. If you can't interact effectively with the world around you...
Call Burton.
What?
Tell him I need him.
I'll take that as a sign of short-term memory loss rather than a hardening of the heart.
Would you not?
I'm exercising due diligence. Let's have another look at those eyes.
I've had enough of your pawing and probing.
Why don't you tell me what you remember about the accident?
This is the room. You can't go in there.
Out of my way.
Hey!
Wayne!
Stop!
Get me my purse. I need a mirror.
Rose, I got here as fast as I could.
Sir, there's a waiting room.
It's all right, nurse. This must be...
My present husband.
Wayne Benson.
How do you do?
Rose, thank God.
And my assistant, Sally Richards.
Mrs. Lindbrook, are you all right?
Why is she here?
Sally drove. As soon as we heard... What on earth happened?
A chance encounter with a rather large bus. Apparently she didn't hear the horn. Isn't that so, Mrs. Lindbrook?
What horn?
Any broken bones?
Only a few bruises. Her driver took the brunt of it.
Where is Burton?
In IC.
See that he gets the best of care.
We're doing everything we can.
Will you please take me home?
Darling, are you sure that's a good idea?
At once.
I'll make the medical decisions if you don't mind.
You can't hold me here. Not without a lawsuit.
On what grounds?
Emotional distress. Confinement against my will. And overbilling for utterly pointless tests.
You're being unreasonable, not to mention reckless.
Sally, call my lawyer.
Yes, Mrs. Lindbrook.
Very well, if that's the way you want it. You'll have to sign a release of liability.
Anything, just get me out of here.
These are muscle relaxants. Take one as needed. The other pills will help you sleep. Nurse, send up a chair.
Right away, Doctor.
Why is everyone treating me like an invalid? I can stand on my own 2 feet.
Careful, darling.
The wheelchair's on its way.
I wouldn't be caught dead in one of those contraptions.
Hospital insurance requires it. But don't worry, someone can roll you to the exit with a bag over your head if you're afraid of being seen.
I could park by the ramp and back.
Would you mind, Sal? We'll meet you there.
No problem. Mrs. Lindbrook, I just want to say how relieved we all are.
What did she say?
She said you look absolutely fabulous.
Oh. What was that about Burton?
Don't worry your pretty head. I'm sure he'll get the best care money can buy.
And what is that monstrosity?
One final indignity. A standard issue neck support. You can put your scarf over it, or I'll pull the fire alarm and clear the hall.
I don't think that'll be necessary.
Good. It would be a first in this wing. Mr. Lindbrook?
Benson.
Yes, the release form is at the front desk. Be sure she initials the waiver.
Oh, Wayne, do be a dear.
Oh, right.
Scamper, darling.
And this little box is for you, too.
What is it?
A special gift.
I don't like surprises.
Go ahead. Open it.
No. Absolutely not.
Give it a chance. That's all I ask.
I've made myself perfectly clear.
This is a prototype. A real advance, I'm told. They call it the H100.
I will not wear a hearing aid.
An entirely new technology. The research lab needs someone to field test it. Who knows? You might be written up in the scientific journals.
I don't want that kind of publicity.
Think of what it might mean for others.
Let them get their own hearing aids.
I tell you, you're the perfect subject.
Oh, then I shouldn't need it.
Rose, be honest with yourself this once. Anyone else would have heard that bus.
It came out of nowhere.
With 100-decibel horn blasting away? Face it, you have degenerative hearing loss, and it's only going to get worse. Look, it's no larger than a pencil eraser. An experimental microcircuit with full frequency range. And this is the wireless control unit, the size of a lipstick. At least try it.
I couldn't possibly.
Then I can't possibly release you. If I add borderline concussion to your chart, the decision will be out of my hands.
You wouldn't.
What's more important? Your vanity or your life?
It doesn't even look real.
Completely invisible once it's in place.
It won't fit.
Hold still while I insert it in the ear canal. There.
Where's my purse?
Here's a mirror. See for yourself. Even that new husband of yours won't know. From now on, you'll hear every word, every whisper. The two of you will be closer than a kiss.
Is that true?
Your secret. Trust me, this will make a new woman out of you. Go ahead, turn it on before he comes back. It's just this little switch here.
Where does she sign?
Here. Witness it on the line below.
Well?
It's too much.
All that you've been missing. Welcome back. May take some getting used to.
Here's the wheelchair, Doctor.
Very good.
I had the papers.
Use my pen. And this line for Rose.
That it?
Now into the chair, carefully.
Hold my arm, darling.
Okay, take it easy. Careful. Here we go.
Thanks. I'll take it from here.
That's all right. It's part of my job.
Get some sleep, Rose. I'll stop by and see how you're doing.
Nurse! Nurse!
Where's my medication?
Why won't she come?
No one came to visit.
Stop!
It's just down the hall, Mrs. Lindbrook.
The rear entrance, darling.
Don't you hear that?
Hear what?
It's too much, I tell you.
Hang on, we're almost there.
Help! Mrs. Lindbrook.
Who's that?
I don't hear anything.
You'll be home soon, ma'am.
Don't leave me, Mrs. Lindbrook. I did my best. I swear.
Burton?
Don't leave me here to die. Please, ma'am. I beg you. Don't.
No. No! No!
Oh, Doc.
I told Rose I'd stop by.
You didn't need to do that.
How is she?
About the same.
Up and around yet?
She doesn't do well out of bed.
No?
Still pretty shook up.
The pills don't help?
Not much. Do you have anything stronger?
I don't know if that's wise.
Drink?
Oh, you go ahead.
I've tried to keep the pressure off, but without the business to worry about, well, she's lost.
Really?
I guess it's all she knows. She just can't cut it anymore. She doesn't even want to try.
That doesn't sound like the Rose I know.
The accident really did a number on her. She needs more downtime.
It's possible, I suppose. Or maybe she's had too much.
I'm thinking of moving her to a place in the country until she gets her strength back.
Oh, I don't know about that. There's nothing wrong with her body. Of course, if it's emotional, I could refer her to a specialist.
A shrink? She wouldn't hear of it.
Well, then let's try this. A couple of days a week back in her old office, for starters.
She's not ready.
She can sign letters, make some calls the way she used to. See how it goes.
Not a good idea, Doc.
Well, it might do her a world of good.
I couldn't allow it.
Allow? Well, she hasn't been declared incompetent yet.
No, but
Let me have a look at her.
This isn't a good time.
Well, she's awake, isn't she?
I'll check.
Don't trouble yourself. I think I remember the way. First door at the top of the stairs, isn't it? Rose?
Come in, Doctor.
How did you know?
I heard you.
All the way downstairs?
Before that, when you turned the corner and drove up.
Really? That hearing aid must be more sensitive than I thought.
Oh, it is.
Imagination was always one of your strong points. You're looking well.
I look a fright.
Not at all. Mind if I give you the once-over?
I'm glad you're here.
Why, I'm positively flattered. Pulse normal. Eyes a little bloodshot. A lovely green, as ever.
Hazel, I thought you'd never come.
Something on your mind? You can always call.
He took my phone away.
Wayne?
He said it was broken.
Then I'm sure he'll get you a new one.
Don't bet on it.
Now. Let's check that blood pressure.
He wants to put me in a sanitarium.
Have you been taking the pills?
I only pretend to swallow, in case he switches them.
So you haven't been sleeping. That can make the world seem a very different place. Lie still for a moment. There. A little low, but close enough.
I'm a prisoner in my own home.
I don't see any padlocks on the doors.
The longer I stay here, the weaker I get. I'm afraid to eat. He might put something in the food.
Oh, come now.
He was right. You all were. I wasn't competent, but isn't it ironic? Because of what happened, I received the greatest gift of all, the ability to hear the truth.
Don't be dramatic. You had a problem, and I treated it. The hearing aid works well, then?
Too well. I keep it turned all the way down. Otherwise, I couldn't bear it.
Amazing what they can do with those little circuits.
I was able to hear everything again, and more. Oh, so much more. Other people, other rooms. The gardener below, the mailman on his rounds, the birds flying overhead.
Surely not.
The cleaning lady downstairs, the cook in the kitchen. Wayne, when he arrives home, before he puts the key in the door, muttering to himself, talking on his phone. He doesn't know I hear, but I do. All of it.
A trick of acoustics, air vents in the walls.
I know my own house.
All right, Rose. I'll play along. So, you think you hear voices? Let me guess. Talking about you, are they?
I am not paranoid.
An overworked imagination is more like it. That and too much time on your hands. Lying here with nothing to do, your mind heating up like a compost heap.
Get out.
Ah, I've offended you.
Do as I say.
There's the Rose I know, the one who suffers no opposition, who stands up for herself at the drop of
I'll prove it to you. Go into the hall. Now.
That's the spirit.
Close the door and begin speaking.
What would you like me to say?
Anything. Whisper it as softly as you can.
Very well.
Now, where's the control?
Testing 1, 2, 3. That late already? Traffic will be a nightmare.
That should do. You can come back now.
Well, what card did I pick?
You took exactly 7 steps to the end of the hall.
Very good. A security camera? Oh, of course, the floorboards do creak.
The alarm on your wristwatch. It beeped 3 times before you turned it off.
Now that is a neat trick. Where's the hidden microphone?
And feel free to bill me, Doctor, for the inconvenience of rush hour traffic.
How did you know that?
You spoke it under your breath.
Did I? Yes, I must have. Either that or I'd have to conclude your little hearing aid picks up people's thoughts. And I'm afraid I don't believe in magic.
Believe what you like.
Occam's razor is good enough for me. A scientific principle I learned in medical school. It says, begin with the simplest explanation. Anything else is merely spinning our wheels.
I know what I hear.
Do you?
I'm nobody's fool.
No, you're not. You're a stubborn, hard-headed businesswoman. One who learned how to think for herself.
I had a good teacher.
That you did. Your first husband, Jake, rest his soul. I remember when he founded the company. And you, listen to me, you had the courage to take it to the next level. By thinking pragmatically, not by worrying over imaginary enemies.
Yes, I did that, didn't I? On my own, using the tools he gave me. So if I have to deal with this on my own...
But you're not alone. Do you know how lucky you are? There's a man downstairs who only wants what's best for you. He'd do anything to make you happy.
But I heard him. talking to that girl, hatching some sort of plan.
Snap out of it. No one's trying to hurt you. Can't you see what's happened? You suffered a shock and a delayed reaction, what they call post-traumatic stress. And now your thoughts are trapped in a tape loop, playing the fear over and over again. That's not something you're used to, is it? Learning to rely on others. Learning to trust yourself again.
No.
Wake up, Rose. You are not a victim. Never have been and never will be. It's time to start thinking again about what's best for you, for the business.
You make it sound so easy.
What do people do when they fall off a horse, You know the answer as well as I do. Get right back in the game. But first things first, start with some real rest. Sleep that knits up the raveled sleeve of care.
But I do hear things.
So you told me. You know what that is? Your own insecurities talking. Not hard to understand, considering that you've been running on empty. I'm going to give you an injection, and tomorrow everything will seem 100 times clearer. I promise.
I wish I could believe you.
Give me your arm. There. I'll schedule you for a physical in a couple of days. Afterwards, you might want to stop by the Lynbrook building. I bet they've missed you.
They should. I am Lady Lynbrook.
Hold that thought, Rose. Never, ever forget who you are.
Doctor?
Yes?
I meant to ask you about Burton.
Your driver?
Nobody's told me anything. But I know he has family. I want to continue his salary with full benefits.
That would be very decent of you.
His injuries must have been quite serious. I heard him, you know.
When?
On my way out of the hospital. He was in the last room at the end of the hall in severe pain. I told the nurse, but she acted as if she didn't know what I was talking about. You really should do something about your health.
Why didn't you call me?
That old duck came nosing around.
I waited all day.
Keep your voice down.
Dr. Wrightson.
Miss Richards, isn't it? Nice to see you again.
Miss Richards stopped by to get some papers. She was just leaving, weren't you, Sally? Miss Richards.
Yes. Yes, I was.
How's Rose?
Much better.
Is she?
Don't bother with the pills tonight. I administered a sedative. With any luck, she'll sleep through till morning. Bring her by in a day or two, and I'll give her the all clear.
Isn't that rushing it a bit?
Don't worry. She's a lot tougher than you think.
I hope you're right.
See you soon, then.
If she's up to it.
Something tells me she will be. Bye now.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye, Doctor. Is that Sally? Why is she here? What are they saying?
He's on to us.
Relax.
I can't take much more of this weight.
It won't be long.
When?
At the cabin in the mountains. Tonight.
Doctor, come back. I was right. I need you now. So this is how it ends. I seem to remember being carried from the house. It was still daylight, but the night was coming.
I need you, Sally. Lift your feet.
I'm trying to.
Yeah, help me get her to the stairs.
Well, what?
She's coming too.
No, she's not. I'll drive her. Meet me at the cabin in your car. No one will know you were there. Okay.
It could have been a dream. For a time I thought it was. I couldn't wake up. There was too much medication in my body from the injection. But it was all too real. The lake, the cabin, the one Jake built for me. Only this time I wasn't here with Jake. I heard Wayne in the room below the loft. I tried to sit up.
Easy, Mrs. Lindbrook.
Sally?
Go back to sleep.
Where am I?
In bed. Where else?
What?
I said, go back to sleep. Now.
I found some firewood.
She keeps drifting in and out.
Wayne, I want to go home.
Sure, my love. As soon as you get your rest.
It doesn't matter what we say. She can't hear. Can she?
Not a word.
Why are you doing this? I don't understand.
No. Don't worry, you will.
How long is this going to take?
I have to make it look right. She was feeling better. She wanted to go to the mountains. Why not? Then at some point the excitement got to her and she stopped breathing.
How are you going to accomplish that?
A simple pillow over the face. No marks. And the only drug in her system will be what the doctor gave her. Who knows? Maybe it was too much for someone her age. And we're so far out in the country. It'll take the ambulance forever to get here. What a shame.
No.
Isn't that so, darling?
I don't want to see this.
You won't. It'll happen in the middle of the night. By then you'll be back at your apartment in the city.
Why don't I just leave now?
And miss the festivities? I brought champagne to toast your new job.
I'm going to start a fire. It's freezing in here.
Wayne?
Shh, 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 shh. Now, Rosie, you need your strength if you want to make it through the night.
Please.
Save your breath. Save your breath. That's right. Close your mouth, or I'll do it for you.
Eventually, the medication started to wear off. I heard them downstairs by the fire. They thought I was still asleep. I could barely walk. My legs were too weak. Even if I could, there was no place to go. The lake on one side, the mountains on the other. I didn't need to turn on the hearing aid. I knew what they were doing. They were celebrating. When I was a little girl, I used to play hide and seek. We covered our eyes and put our fingers in our ears while one of us hid in a secret place. I was very, very good at that. No one ever found me. So tonight I would have to be it again. Except that this time there was no place to hide. Even climbing out of bed took all the strength I had. There was no way out, only the window, and it was too high for me to jump. But I knew the cabin well. I had designed it myself with Jake. A rustic dresser, a cedar chest, a small closet with a concealed wall safe. The only thing left was to listen, more closely than I'd ever listened in my life, so I'd know when he came for me. I turned up the hearing aid as high as it would go and waited. I willed myself to stay awake, curled up in bed like a child, afraid of the boogeyman. But I was not a child anymore.
You let me fall asleep. Where are you going?
It's time.
Now.
Yes, now. I'm coming to get you, Rosie. Where are you? Gotcha.
Stop right there.
You're supposed to be asleep.
I said, don't come any closer.
I only came to kiss you goodnight.
Not another step.
What have you got there?
A .38 caliber Smith & Wesson. What does it look like?
Careful now. You might hurt yourself.
Stand back.
Where did you get it?
My first husband kept it in the safe. Ah, you didn't know about that, did you?
Rose.
I remembered the combination.
Put the gun down.
One of the things he left me.
Come on.
The tools I needed to survive.
Come on. Give it to me.
I'm warning you!
What did you do that for?
Stay down!
You don't get it.
Don't make me shoot again.
It was nothing personal. Just business.
Business? You pathetic man. I am the business. My name is Rose Lynbrook.
Anything else, Lieutenant?
We'll need a copy of the autopsy.
Of course. I'll send it over this afternoon.
We have it listed as a gunshot wound in the chest.
That's right. A single shot to the heart.
Well, I guess that's enough for now.
What about the assistant?
The Richards girl? Kidnapping, conspiracy to commit murder. She confessed everything. The deceased Wayne Benson says he was going to take over the business. He promised to make her the new Lady Lynbrook.
Fools. There's only one of those.
Here's my card. Call me when Mrs. L can make a full statement.
It shouldn't be long, a day or two. She's a remarkable lady.
Thanks, Doc.
Not at all. Yes, nurse.
Will you need me for anything else this morning?
I guess not. I was just going over the test results from R&D.
The hearing aid? What did they say?
Looks like she was right.
About what?
It wasn't calibrated correctly. The gain was boosted way too high. So, I guess that explains it.
I'm not sure I follow.
She could have heard voices at a distance. From another room, say. If they didn't burst her eardrums first. No damage done, fortunately. The H-100 might actually have saved her life.
Did she ever... Oh, it's none of my business.
Go ahead, Janet.
Well, I was just wondering, did she say anything to you? Didn't she suspect what her husband was up to?
Yeah, patients say a lot of things to their doctors. Some real, some imaginary. The trick is to know the difference. This time I should have listened more closely.
She must have been terrified.
She's lucky she didn't lose her mind. Want to hear something really peculiar? The frequency response. They used a new type of limiter circuit. Only it didn't work. So the high end was off the scale.
So that's what she was complaining about.
Not only the decibel level, but the extended upper frequencies. I don't see how anybody could bear it, except for a dog.
Above the normal range?
Way above. Beyond any instrument we've got. If there are sound waves that high, no one's ever measured them. I'm surprised it didn't drive her insane.
But sounds like that, where would they come from?
Don't ask me. Some other place. One we don't know anything about. I'm just spinning my wheels.
It is strange, though.
Yes, it is. because she swears she heard some very odd things. She believes she had a conversation with her husband, Wayne, for example, after she shot him. Of course, that's impossible. He died instantly. One shot, straight through the heart.
And after the bus accident. Well, when I wheeled her out of the hospital, she said she heard patients at the end of the hall crying out in pain, including her chauffeur.
I know.
But she couldn't have. The limo driver died in ICU while she was here. And the room at the end of the hall? Well, you know what that is.
Yes. The morgue.
Paging Dr. Stateman. Dr. Stateman, please.
Hey there, Janet.
Hi, Mimi.
Going to lunch?
I'll meet you in the cafeteria, right after I drop this off.
Okay, great.
Mrs. Lynbrook. Mrs. Lynbrook. Sorry. How are you feeling?
What?
I brought your hearing aid back, just as you asked. It should work perfectly now. They've recalibrated it. Here, let me fit it in your ear.
I can do it myself.
If you like. Ready for some lunch? Did you hear me? I said, are you ready for some lunch?
Oh, stop fussing. I have what I need now.
Well, if you need anything else, just buzz the nurse's station. Doctor will be by in a while. Till then, I'll leave you alone so you can rest.
Oh, but I'm not alone now. They are with me, the voices of the dead. So many new ones, coming and going in this place. I have to listen very, very closely. And one day, perhaps, just perhaps, I'll hear all of their secrets, all the things they have to share with me. Jake, are you here? Speak to me, my love. If you're with me, speak now. I'll be able to hear. Where are you? Jake? Jake!
Beauty is as beauty does, and love, like real beauty, never dies. Here or in the Twilight Zone.
Now You Hear It, Now You Don't, starring Dee Wallace, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Dennis Etchison from a story by Carl Amari. Heard in the cast were Norm Woodell, Rob Riley, Jim McCants, Jennifer Joy, Sia Moody, Mimi Ayers, Joby Cerny, and Alex Sopner. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced by Carl Amari and directed by Joby Cerny for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design, custom Foley effects, recording, and editing are done in the Cerny American Sound to Picture Theater by sound designers Craig Lee, Bob Benson, Todd Beyer, and Tim Cerny. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to download episodes, including 3 free episodes on our homepage, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are that of imagination. That's the signpost up ahead. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Radio station WNYG. We will continue to stay on the air for traffic advisories and other essential news, including weather updates.
That's the spirit.
First, a bulletin from the Office of Civil Defense. Traffic is slow moving north and east out of New York City. The Garden State Parkway, the Merritt Parkway, and the New York State Thruway are reportedly bumper to bumper. Motorists are advised to remain off the highways until further notice. It is now 11:55 Eastern Standard Time. The temperature is 104 degrees. Humidity 91%, barometer steady. Forecast for tomorrow.
I got your forecast. More of the same. Oh, hey, Miss Bronson.
I hope you don't mind, Norma.
Not in the least. Come on in.
I can't stay.
Of course you can.
I always like it in your apartment. It's so much cooler.
All I have is an old air conditioner and one little fan.
That's more than I can say.
Well, they don't do much, believe me. Go ahead and leave the door open. We need the circulation.
You're painting another picture.
Just something to pass the time.
Oh, no, you're a real artist. I love the colors. Have you sold any lately?
Nobody needs art these days, Miss Bronson. Not with all that's happening. Would you like a drink of water?
I couldn't.
There's a bottle in the fridge.
But you need that for yourself.
Nonsense.
The repairman's trying to fix my refrigerator.
You found a repairman? How'd you do that?
It wasn't easy. Betty Ayers has a friend in the appliance business. She gave me his home number. It took him hours to get here.
Well, at least he made it. It shouldn't take long to fix.
If he can do anything with my old machine. I've heard there's a run on spare parts.
I can understand why.
In any event, I don't want to get in his way.
Then you wait here with me.
You sure you don't mind?
I'll get the glasses and we'll both have some water.
Ice water?
Well, almost. At least it's cool. You must be parched.
You're very kind.
Don't be silly.
Thank you, Norma. I haven't had anything cold to drink all morning. Who's there?
Well, hey, Susie.
I'm thirsty.
Are you, sweetie?
Yes.
Then come on in.
Why, that's the first word I've heard the child say in ages. She just stands and watches. I think she's not right.
Who is these days? Come here, Susie. Don't be afraid. Would you like some too? Sure you would.
Susie? Don't take the lady's water.
Oh, it's all right, Miss Schuster. I've got plenty.
Nobody has plenty. Mrs. Bronson, is that you in there? We're leaving now.
Did you get gas?
Yeah, I got 12 gallons. I figured it'd at least take us to Buffalo.
You're carrying everything with you?
Yeah, just what we can fit in these suitcases.
Where are you going?
We're trying to get to Toronto. My husband has a cousin there.
I'm not sure that's wise. The highways are still packed, bumper to bumper, the radio says. Even with the gas shortage and everything.
I know that, but we gotta try anyway. Look, we wanted to say goodbye. We've enjoyed living here, Mrs. Bronson. You've been real kind. Let's go, honey. Susie?
Finish your water. There.
Bye now, Susie.
Bye.
You be good. And have a safe trip.
Good luck.
And now we are two.
They were the last?
The last. The building's empty. except for you and me.
What happens now?
I don't know. I heard on the radio that they'll only turn the water on for an hour a day starting tomorrow. They said they'd announce what time. Aren't you going to leave?
No, of course not.
You'll stay here and paint your pictures no matter what, won't you?
For a while, I suppose. I'm not sure what I'll do later.
Like this new one with all the colors. What is it?
Can't you tell?
Well, it does look like...
It's the sun, Miss Bronson, the sun.
Oh, my dear. Why do you keep painting that?
I can't help it. But I keep getting this crazy thought, Miss Bronson. This crazy thought that I'll wake up and none of this will have happened. I'll wake up in a cool bed and it'll be night outside.
Wouldn't that be lovely?
And there'll be a wind.
Yes.
And branches rustling. Shadows on the sidewalk. A moon.
Oh, Norma.
Traffic noises outside instead of all this nothing. Automobiles, garbage cans, milk bottles, voices, anything. Isn't it odd? Isn't it odd the things we take for granted while we had them?
There was a scientist on the radio this morning. He said that it would get a lot hotter. More each day now that we're moving so close to the sun. And that's why we're...
The word that Mrs. Bronson is unable to put into the hot, still, sodden air is doomed, because all the people you've met have been handed a death sentence. 1 month ago, the Earth suddenly, inexplicably, almost capriciously changed its elliptical orbit, and in doing so began to follow a path which gradually, moment by moment, day by day, took it closer to the sun. It is 12 o'clock, but the 12 is midnight. There is no more darkness, no more night. And all the little luxuries like air conditioning, refrigerators, the insignificant devices we use to stir the air are now no longer luxuries. They happen to be pitiful and panicky keys to survival. The time is any time. The place is New York City. And this is the eve of the end. Outside, a city has emptied itself of its inhabitants. They have trekked north toward Canada in a hopeless race against a sun which has already begun to overtake them. This is a world of heat, a brilliant white orb that draws closer with every tick of the clock. It is high noon, the hottest day in history, and you're about to spend it in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Midnight Sun, starring Kim Fields, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Would you care for another drink of water, Miss Bronson?
I've taken more than my share. Forgive me, Norma.
Aw, after all you've done for me, don't you talk that way.
Oh, there's the repairman.
Hey, you looking for Miss Bronson? She's in here.
She's running again, ma'am.
Oh, I'm so glad.
I tell you, I wouldn't sign no guarantee as to how long she'll run, but she shouldn't give you any trouble for a while.
Oh, that's such a relief. You don't know.
Yeah, I do. I've been to 4 buildings already today. People treat me like I'm a lifesaver or something.
You are.
Hey, I'm only doing my job. I don't like to ask, but was you going to pay for this in cash?
I have a charge card.
Well, the boss says I should start collecting in cash. On account of the banks shutting down and everything.
What? Is that true? I didn't hear anything on the newscast. I know they cut back their hours.
Yes, ma'am. Most branches don't open at all anymore. And cash machines? Forget it. The gangs are hauling those away right and left. It's a cash business nowadays. So, we've been working around the clock.
Have you?
Refrigerator's breaking down every minute and a half. Everybody and his brother trying to make ice. Then, with the current being shut off every couple hours, that's tough on the machines. You know, the compressors. You can't get decent copper tubing to save your life. Look, Miss Bronson, about the bill.
How much is it?
I gotta charge you $100.
For 15 minutes work?
For 15 minutes work. Most outfits are charging double that. Triple even. It's been that way for a month. Ever since the thing happened.
I don't have any money left, but...
What are you doing?
This ring is gold.
Don't, Miss Bronson.
It's worth a lot more than $100.
It's priceless. Put it away.
Go ahead, charge it. I ain't taking a lady's wedding ring. Goodbye, Miss Bronson. Good luck to the both of yous.
Thank you.
I'm in no hurry to get back out there, let me tell you. Look at that sky. I don't think I ever saw a white sky before.
Is that what it is now? White?
I'm gonna try to get my family out tonight. Drive north, Canada if we can make it. They say it's cooler there. Not that it makes that much difference, but just kind of prolonging it. Everybody rushing to fix their refrigerators and air conditioners. It's like somebody drowning in the ocean and trying to get hold of, I don't know, a piece of seaweed.
I'm sorry. I didn't know what else to do, so I called you.
It's nuts. Just prolonging it, that's all. Lordy, it's hot.
How do you paint a white sky, Norma?
You can't. Not really. Just layer on a lot of paint with a palette knife, swirl it around, mix with some yellow and magnesium, maybe cobalt blue highlights. I'm running out of all of them. I think I got one tube left of each.
Then what will you do?
Paint the things I used to paint, I suppose. I'd much rather do that anyway. If I can remember.
That kind of white you're talking about. It's a color that's not supposed to be. That's what I think. It's not the same as you see in flowers, in things that are alive.
I know. It's actually no color. The complete absence, at least on the canvas. With light, it's different. Then it's all the colors of the rainbow, but as if they're on fire. So bright you can't tell them apart. Like outside.
Don't open the curtain. I'd just as soon not know.
I just want to see what it's like now. Before I go out.
Oh, no. Please don't.
Just to the store. Yeah, I have to. Before things get any worse.
What are they saying on the radio?
I'll check.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is WNYG. Please remain off the highways until further.
You hear that, Norm?
And now the weather forecast from the Director of Meteorology. The forecast for tomorrow is... The forecast for tomorrow...
Sounds like he's losing it too.
Well, just what did you think? Hot.
What is he talking about?
I don't care. Who are they kidding with this stuff? Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow you're going to be able to fry eggs on the sidewalk. Heat up soup in the ocean and get yourself the sunburn of your life just by standing still in the shade.
Turn it off.
Wait, I want to hear this.
What?
Stop it! You're going to cause people to panic.
What do you mean, don't panic? Who's left to panic? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm told that my departing from the script might panic you. But my name's not Orson Welles, and this isn't an invasion from Mars or some such.
That's it. I'm pulling the plug.
Don't you try it. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but it's my contention that there aren't 12 of you left in the city who are listening to me anyway. So I'm starting a special contest right now. Anyone within the sound of my voice can tear off a box top. Oh, no. Make that the top of their thermometer. Mail it to me. I'll send them my own specially devised booklet on how to stay warm when the sun is out at midnight. Now, maybe I can find a couple of commercials with real pizzazz for you. How about a nice cold beer? Wouldn't that taste just great right now? Let me alone.
Fool, stop it!
Do you hear me? Let me alone.
Come on,
I said let go.
You see, honey, you're not the only person who's frightened.
What about you? How much longer can you go on?
As long as I can. There isn't much choice, is there?
So you can keep painting your pictures.
Oh, I don't know that I care about that now.
But you should. They're a record of how it was.
I suppose. But there's no assurance that anyone will be around to see them, is there?
Then why do you still paint?
Because I always have. It's the one thing I can do. Even if it doesn't matter to anyone else.
I don't know how you keep going. I really don't.
Neither do I, Miss Bronson. Neither do I.
Norma, is that you, honey?
Yes, Miss Bronson.
Why, just look at all those groceries. The store was open.
Ooh, wide open. I think that's the first time in my life I was sorry I'd been born a woman. This was all I was strong enough to carry. There weren't any clerks, Miss Bronson. Just a handful of people taking all they could grab. At least we won't starve. And there are 3 cans of fruit juice in the bottom of the bag. We'll try one as soon as I turn the fan on.
Fruit juice? Oh, Norma, do you think we could open one now?
Of course we can open one now.
Where's your can opener?
In the other drawer. Go ahead while I put the food away.
May I?
I can do it for you.
No, let me. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I'm acting like an animal, aren't I?
Like a frightened woman, that's all. You should have seen me in the store, Miss Bronson, running down the aisles. I mean running. This way and that way, knocking things over, grabbing and throwing away, and then grabbing again.
It was that bad.
And at that, I think I was the calmest person in the store. One woman just stood in the center of the room and cried. Cried like a baby. Kept pleading for someone to help her. Go ahead. It's grapefruit juice.
I can't just live off you, Norma. You'll need this yourself.
We're going to have to start living off each other, Miss Bronson. Here's looking at you.
Well then, here's looking at you too.
Oh no, the current's off again.
Every day it stays on for a shorter time. What if it shuts off and doesn't come back on again? It would be like an oven in here. As hot as it is now, as unbearable. It would be so much worse. Norma, it would be so much worse.
You mustn't think that way.
Norma.
Yeah.
Paint something different today.
All right.
Paint something like a pastoral scene with a waterfall and trees bending in the wind. Paint something cool. Not like this. Please, don't paint the sun anymore.
I'll try. I'm working on a new one for you. How about that waterfall?
Oh, Norma. I'm sorry. My dear child. I'm so sorry. It would be so much better if...
If what?
If I were to die. So much better for you.
Please don't ever say that again. We need each other now. We need each other desperately.
Hello? Anybody still up here?
Yes, officer. Can I help you?
Say, are you the only one in the building?
Just me and Miss Smith.
Well, have you had your radio on lately?
It's on all the time. Norma, honey, what station did we...
It doesn't make any difference. There are only 2 or 3 on the air now, and they figure by tomorrow, well, there won't be any. Point is, we've been trying to get a public announcement through to everyone left in the city.
What announcement?
There isn't going to be a police force tomorrow. We're disbanding. What? Over half of them have gone already. A few of us have volunteered to stay back and tell everyone we could to keep your doors locked.
Why? You don't mean...
Every wild man, crank, and maniac around will be roaming the streets. It's not going to be safe, ladies. So keep your doors locked. You got any weapons in there, miss?
No. No, I don't.
I don't either. I wouldn't know how to shoot a gun.
Well, here. You better hang on to this. It's a .45, all loaded. Safety's off. Just pull the trigger, if you need to.
Officer, what's going to happen?
Well, don't you know? It's just going to get hotter and hotter. Then maybe a couple of days from now, 4 or 5 at the most, it'll be too hot to stand it. Then, well, at least you got the gun. Then, you use your own judgment, ladies. Good day.
Warm. Miss Bronson? Miss Bronson? You all right?
I'm all right. It's been so quiet. I haven't heard a sound. What time is it?
My watch is running slow. About 3.
3 o'clock?
Yeah. In the afternoon. Were you able to sleep?
I laid down for a while.
Good for you.
I tried shutting the curtains to keep the light out.
You had them open?
I couldn't fight it anymore. It gets so stifling when they're closed. I guess it's psychological, isn't it? I don't think there's much difference between out there and in here.
What's outside will be in here soon enough. No reason to hurry it.
What was that?
Something fell.
Oh, no. No, it was someone.
Didn't you lock the roof door?
Yes. No. I don't know. I can't remember. I thought I did.
Come with me.
Where are we going?
To my apartment.
They might not bother with this floor. They might see all the empty apartments and think everyone has moved out already.
Now, Miss Bronson.
Norma. Shh. What are we going to do?
Hey. Who's in there? Somebody in there?
What should we do?
Don't make a sound.
Come on out, Tootsie. I know you're in there. Come out and be friendly. Hurry it up, I ain't got all day. You come out, or I'm coming in.
Did you hear that?
I heard something.
That was a gun. A big one.
Yeah? What else you got in there? You got a bottle in there by any chance? A real bottle? Vodka, whiskey, rum, anything. I'm not particular. How about a little drinky?
It's a .45. I'm pointing it at the door right now.
Hey, I ain't so bad once you get to know me.
Get out. Just get out. Leave us alone. Go downstairs to the front door, walk outside, and keep going. Don't look up at this window, and I'll forget about it.
Okay, honey. I never argue with a lady who has a gun.
He's gone.
Of course he is.
I'm so glad.
I'm gonna put the gun away. Miss Bronson, don't open the door yet. Wait a...
You can't come in here.
I said I have a gun right here. Back off.
Crazy dames. It's too hot to play games. Much too hot. You got that drink now?
No.
Sure you do. I got the gun, see? So I'm asking you one more time, real polite like. You can make it easy on yourself or not. Don't make no difference to me.
There's water in the fridge.
You might have just said the magic word. It ain't cold.
It's all I got.
It's all she has.
It'll do.
Are you going now? You promised.
Well, look at all the pretty pictures. You do these?
You got what you wanted. Get out.
Picture of an empty street. I know where that is. Right outside. And a big sun in the sky, and every one. But you're good. You paint real good. My wife used to paint.
Please leave us alone. We didn't do you any harm. Please.
Do you want to talk about her?
Who?
Your wife. If you want to talk, I'll listen.
My wife. She was having our baby. We waited a long time. She was in the hospital, and then this business with the weather happened. Everything went bad.
Would you mind putting the gun down?
She was so fragile. The baby. Just a little thing. She had the tiniest little fingernails you ever saw. And her ears reminded me of seashells.
I bet she was beautiful.
She was. She couldn't take the heat, though. They tried to keep her cool, but then the air went out in the hospital and she couldn't take the heat. Baby didn't live more than an hour, and then she followed her.
I'm terribly sorry.
I don't know what I'm telling you this for.
We all need someone to talk to. It makes it easier. And the way things are now, people don't see their friends anymore. Because it's so hard. So we stay inside and wait.
You got that right. That's why I hit the street. I'm not just gonna sit there and wait for it to happen.
But you gotta remember one thing.
What's that?
We don't know what's next. We can't be sure, none of us can. And maybe, just maybe, it's something better. Some things we're not supposed to know. Otherwise, there'd be no point in being alive, now would there?
What made you so smart anyway?
You seem like a decent man.
I am. I'm not a housebreaker, I swear to you. I'm a decent guy. It's just the heat. That terrible heat out there, no matter where you go. And all morning long, I've been walking around the streets trying to find some water. I didn't mean to do you any harm, honest. I wouldn't hurt you.
I know. I can see that.
Would you believe it? I was scared of you. That's right. I was just as scared of you as you were of me. And sorry about your water bottle. I'm off my rocker, I guess. I was just so thirsty. Forgive me. Would you? Would you please forgive me?
Yeah.
That means a lot.
Where will you go now?
Think I'll go home. Here's your gun. I don't want it. I wouldn't have used it anyway.
I don't think I would have either.
Will you tell me one thing?
If I can.
What I want to know is, why don't we just burn up and get it over with? That's all that's left now. Just to have it end. All of it.
You okay, Miss Bronson?
He's right, you know.
About what?
About everything. All of it. I want it to be over.
You don't know what you're saying.
I do, Norma. I do. I want what he wants.
Stop it. There's more to life than...
Than what?
Than waiting for it to end.
What? Tell me what? I'm old, Norma. I've lived my life. There's nothing ahead of me. Only what's behind.
That's not a decision any of us can make. It's not for us to...
I know myself, Norma. And I know how much I hurt. My bones ache all the time now. My legs, my hands. I can't even sleep. I don't want to. Because of the dreams. The nightmares. From now on, it can only get worse. And worse and worse. Until I pray I will not wake up.
But it may change. The orbit, the ellipse, it can shift again, and then, who knows? You could have years ahead of you, wonderful years.
But we don't. No one does. It's a matter of days now. Hours, that's all. That's all any of us have left. Why must we prolong it?
We have to be brave.
I'm not strong enough.
Then I'll help you. We'll help each other.
Will you help me?
Of course I will. You know that. We're friends, aren't we?
I can do it with your help. We can do it together. Help each other to end it.
Miss Bronson.
It would be so much easier. Here's the gun.
Give it to me.
Yes, but you have to promise. Let me be the first to go. Would you do it for me? I'm afraid I'm too weak. Then it can be your turn.
Give me the gun.
Only if you promise.
I won't promise to anything of the sort. Put it down. You don't know what you're doing.
Yes, I do. If you won't help me, I'll do it myself. I can work it. I watched you and the policeman. It's easy. Just cock the hammer.
Miss Bronson, no! I said, give it to me.
I'm sorry, Norma. So sorry. I don't know what I was thinking. I only know I can't go on like this.
There. It's all right. All you did was make a little old hole in the wall. See?
It went through your new canvas. Oh, Norma, what must you think of me?
No harm done. I can fix it.
I'll help you.
It's your picture now anyway.
What?
I painted it for you.
Norma, no.
It was gonna be a gift.
You shouldn't have gone to so much trouble.
I'll set it right here so you can see it. Do you like it?
Oh, I do.
You'll have to be careful for a while, though. The paint's still wet.
It's beautiful, Norma.
You think so?
I've seen waterfalls like that.
You have?
And you have too, I can tell.
I was working from memory. I'm not sure when or where.
There's one just like it near Ithaca, New York. It's the highest waterfall in this part of the country. And I love the sound of it. That clear blue water tumbling over the rocks. The wonderful, clear water. You hear it?
I'm not sure.
Oh, no. It's lovely. Just lovely. Why, do you know something?
Why don't you tell me?
We could take a swim. Now.
I think you better leave the window closed, Miss Bronson.
Let's do that. Oh, can we? Let's take a swim at the bottom of the waterfall. I used to do that when I was a girl. Just sit there and let the water come down on you.
Miss Bronson! Miss Bronson! Miss Bronson! Take them! All the pictures, I want you to have them. Please! Please, take them! They're all wet. That can't be. They should have dried in this heat, but the paint is sticky. I don't believe it. It's melting. Gotta close the window and keep the heat out. The glass is so hot. Even the curtains. Help! Help! Fire! Help! Someone, anybody, please! Fire!
How is she, Doctor?
She's coming out of it now.
Should I leave the blankets on her bed?
For a while longer. We don't want her to get a chill.
I'll turn the heat up as soon as it comes on again.
Miss Smith? Miss Smith?
Yes?
You've been running a very high fever, but I think it's finally broken.
Fever?
You gave us a start, child. You've been so ill. But you're going to be all right now.
Of course. Look in on her every few minutes. Give her something hot to drink if you can.
I'll do that. I hope she'll be all right.
Just let her sleep as much as she can.
I will.
I wish I had something left to give her, but the medicine's pretty much all gone now.
You've done so much already, just stopping by. I know how hard it was for you to get here.
Don't thank me, Miss Bronson. I've hardly done anything.
Do you have to leave right away? It's snowing so badly.
I'm afraid so.
When will you be back to check on her?
I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll be back this way again.
Oh?
I'm going to try to move my family south tomorrow.
Oh, dear, is that wise?
Well, a friend of mine has a private plane. Otherwise, I wouldn't risk it. Of course, it's still risky with ice on the wings and all. But we've got enough fuel. If we keep it in the hangar till morning, it should start.
They say on the radio when they're broadcasting that Miami is a little warmer.
So they say. Sometimes I think we're just prolonging it. That's all we're doing. Everybody's running like scared rabbits as far south as they can get. And they say that within a week everything will be covered with snow down there, too.
I only hope the heat comes back on. I can tell it's going to get worse, even here. Especially here.
How many are left in the building?
Well, the Schusters say they're going to move out if they can get their car running and find some gas. And then we'll be two. Just me and Norma.
Radio station WNYG. We will continue to stay on the air for traffic advisories and other essential news, including weather updates.
They're back on the air.
Turn it up.
This is a traffic advisory from the Office of Civil Defense. Motorists are advised to stay off the highways on all routes leading south and west out of New York City. We repeat this advisory: remain off the highways. Also, please conserve heating oil as government reserves are almost depleted.
There was a scientist on this morning. He was trying to explain what happened. How the Earth changed its orbit and started to move away from the sun. He said that within a week or two, 3 at the most, there wouldn't be any sun in the sky. That we'd all freeze. Just like that.
I know. That's what they say. I'll be going now.
Don't forget your coat and your muffler. God be with you.
You too, ma'am. Both of you.
Miss Bronson.
I'm right here, dear. And how are you feeling, Norma?
I had such a terrible dream, Miss Bronson.
Oh, now.
It was so hot. And there was daylight all the time. And there was what do they call it? A midnight sun. There wasn't any night at all. No night at all, nowhere.
That was quite a dream.
Isn't it wonderful?
What, dear?
Just being here. To have darkness and coolness. You don't know. You can't imagine.
Yes, my dear. My dear, dear Norma. It is. It's wonderful.
The poles of fear, the extremes of how the earth might conceivably be doomed. Some say by fire, some say ice. No one knows which, if either, it will be. But the mind remains restless, awake in the night, imagining how it will come. The truth, however, may not be ours to know except in dreams, when imagination whispers warnings to us all. And who can say what truths lie in the messages from that much maligned region, where there are no road maps to point a way out of endless darkness or endless day? But don't lose any sleep over it, not just yet. It's all a trick of the mind, that vast uncharted continent explored only by the bravest and most reckless among us, the ones we call seers and artists. For now, this simple exercise in the care and feeding of a nightmare, respectfully submitted by all the dreamers and thermometer watchers in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
Midnight Sun, starring Kim Fields, with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was written for The Twilight Zone by Rod Serling and adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison. Heard in the cast were Taylor Miller, Doug James, Linda Ryder, Lauren Patton, Rich Kominick, Turk Muller, Lynn Foley, and Guy Burrell. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Don Longo, Terry Jennings, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
That will conclude the closing argument. Unless either side has a rebuttal. Defense counsel?
Wish I had something more, some new evidence.
Don't worry about it, Mr. Christopher. You did all you could.
Counsel for the defense?
No, Your Honor. The defense rests.
How about the prosecution?
Nothing more, Your Honor.
Very well, then. The jury will now retire for deliberations. Bailiff?
This way, please.
Court will reconvene for the verdict. Until then, we'll stand in recess.
On your feet, Grant.
Do you really have to put the cuffs on me?
Hands behind your back.
I'll stay with you to the verdict's in.
It doesn't make any difference.
This way.
It may take a while.
It never does.
Mr. Grant? No statements to the press.
If I could have one more word.
I told you, Mr. Carson.
Oh, why not? Give the reader something.
I wouldn't recommend it in case we file an appeal.
We won't. I guarantee it.
End of the hall.
I know that. A room with a table and 3 chairs, bars on the window, 2 policemen outside. It never changes.
You can wait in here with your client, counselor.
All right.
I told you there's no need, really. Go get a cup of coffee. Just drink it fast.
What about that interview?
It's okay, guard.
We'll be right outside. Knock when you're through.
How do you do it, Mr. Grant?
Do what?
You don't seem worried about the jury. Still believe this isn't happening?
Oh, it's happening, all right. That's the problem. I can't stop it from happening.
Then you do fear capital punishment.
As much as anyone else. But you, all of you, are the ones who should worry. Because if I go, you go too.
That's the part I don't understand. I'll go on with my life. We all will. But if the judgment is against you...
What do I know you from?
Pardon?
Help me out here. Was it grade school? My first job?
We met when the trial started.
No, before that. Your face. Oh, well. There's much time left.
You never can tell. The longer the jury stays out, the better your chances. That's usually the way it works.
Not today.
If I could ask you something else.
Sorry. Time's up.
Let's go. Yeah, jury's ready.
I know. So long, Mr. Carson. See you in my dreams.
How did he know?
Sit up straight. Here they come.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
And what is that verdict?
We find the defendant, Adam Grant, guilty of murder in the first degree.
Order in the court. The defendant will rise. The defendant will rise.
Adam. What? Oh, all right. Let's get it over with.
Adam Grant, you have been tried by a jury of your peers and found guilty. Do you have anything you wish to say before sentence is passed? Very well. It is the sentence of this court that for the brutal and despicable crime of murder in the first degree, you shall be put to death by means of electrocution.
No, not again. You can't make me die again.
Restrain the prisoner.
Put the leg irons on him. I'll hold him down.
You can't make me die again. Oh, God, please, please, please.
Take him away.
Tell them, Mr. District Attorney, that this isn't real. Make them understand that they're only a dream I'm having. You fools! If you kill me, you'll die too. Mr. Carson, you believe me? Make him believe. Tell the district attorney he prosecuted himself and everybody in this building and everybody in the world. Tell him, Mr. Carson, before it's too late. Tell him. Tell him.
Adam Grant, a nondescript kind of man, found guilty of murder and sentenced to the electric chair. Like every other criminal caught in the wheels of justice, he's scared, right down to the marrow of his bones. But it isn't prison that scares him. The long, silent nights of waiting, the slow walk to the little room, or even death itself. It's something else that holds Adam Grant in the hot, sweaty grip of fear. Something worse than any punishment this world has to offer. Something found only in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, Shadow Play, starring Ernie Hudson, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Ready for another one, Mr. Carson?
Maybe just a pinch, my good man.
Rocks, was it?
Yeah. No, wait. Something different. Let's try gin this time. What's a gin drink?
Tom Collins?
Right. I like the sound of that. I wonder who Mr. Tom Collins was to have a drink named after him.
Beats me.
What's in a name? Like Adam Grant. Who is he, really?
That guy they arrested?
Tried and convicted post-haste. Quite a mysterious fella.
Yeah. Well, not from around here.
His identity is not the problem. He had virtually no defense, but he has some very peculiar ideas.
You talked to him?
A few times, for the paper. He's seriously disturbed, mentally speaking.
No kidding.
Has some crazy notion that this is all a dream, that it's happened before.
Huh?
And that it'll happen again. I'd say he's certifiably insane.
Well, that won't save him from the chair.
No, but maybe it should.
Yeah, sure. I'll just go knock over the bank and tell him I'm some kind of a nut. Well, that ought to do it.
But what if he is? If he was incompetent to stand trial?
His lawyer should have thought of that.
Some kid from the public defender's office. His first case.
Well, you pull something like that, you pay the price. You know what I mean? Hey, how's the Tom Collins?
Out of this world, if I do say so.
You should meet his friend, Johnny Walker.
An excellent idea. Top draw.
He really got to you, didn't he?
To whom do you refer?
The creep.
Ah, well. I am but a lowly newspaper man. It's all quite beyond my control, I suppose.
Hey, take my advice. Forget it. Hey, ever meet my other friend?
What's his name?
Well, they call him Jack Daniels.
Don't. 37. 38. 39. Please, Mother, don't let them.
Hey, knock it off. I'm exercising.
Coley, lay off that thing, will you?
Yeah, people are trying to sleep.
Sorry, fellas. I didn't know I was bothering anybody.
That's better.
It's all right, Coley. It's my fault. I got you out of a bad movie I saw once about death row, just like everything else in this corny dream.
Grant, let me give you some advice.
What's that, Jiggs?
Stop thinking about it.
Don't! Why do they want to hurt me?
You think about it, you crack up, like Phillips there. Listen to him.
Mother, they're gonna fry me. I never did anything.
Phillips! Shut your face! See there? A month ago he was a human being. Now what is he? An animal. Why? Because he couldn't stop thinking about it.
I know. It's just different with me.
Different how?
I can't stop. That's all I can do. Think.
You mean you're looking forward to it? You want to die?
No.
Well, then it ain't different with you. Don't kid yourself. Sometimes I wonder, too, what it's going to be like. But that's a bad way of thinking. Don't lead nowhere.
I'll tell you what it's like.
Yeah?
Yeah. They come for you a few minutes early. That's so they can cut your trouser legs. They even shave your head, at least part way. Then they open your cell. You walk out and down the cell block to a hall. Past 2 great doors at the end. 78 steps exactly to the final door, painted green. It's got a little glass pane with chicken wire, but you can't see anything on the other side. There's a guard who opens the door for you. And you go into a room. It's tan. It's all tan. There's nothing in it except the chair. It's made out of wood, and it's big, so it feels like a chair you used to sit in when you were a kid. Hard and solid and not very comfortable.
Cut it out.
They strap your arm and legs with big buckles, and then they attach the electrodes. It's funny. They always feel cold to the touch at first.
Man, you talk like you've been through it already.
Then they drop the mask over your head. It's musty. It smells like an old sofa. And then you wait. Every muscle tense, straining. Any second, then you can almost hear it through the wall. They pull the switch.
There. 2 beautiful, beautiful steaks. Almost done. Who's that, Hank?
Why, I don't know.
You expecting anybody?
No?
You sit right there. I'll get it. Paul!
Madam, I am a poor lost traveler seeking food and lodging for the night.
I don't believe it. You're loaded.
Mr. District Attorney.
Hello, Paul.
I've just been insulted by your wife. She says I'm intoxicated.
Well, aren't you?
That has nothing to do with it. Your attitude toward the press needs some adjusting. So does mine, as a matter of fact.
Hey, take it easy there. That's my best gin.
Dear friends, when I die, I don't want to see any full bottles around.
That's not funny.
It wasn't meant to be. It was meant to be a comment on the short, unhappy life of Paul Carson. Won't you join me? Come, drink and be merry, for tomorrow.
Oh, shut up, Paul.
I knew it. I knew it the minute you walked in. We're not nervous enough? Oh, no. We have to listen to the great city editor with his news behind the news.
If I'm not welcome here, then I shall go elsewhere and breathe my last.
Oh, never mind. I've had enough of this anyway. I'm going to lie down. Good night, dear.
What about dinner?
The steaks are almost ready. Take them out of the broiler in 5 minutes. There are a couple baked potatoes, too.
Aren't you having any?
I've lost my appetite.
Hank, I wanted to talk to you.
Now, don't start again.
I've got to. We're running out of time. I'm not upset or disturbed or nervous anymore. I'm scared.
That's ridiculous.
I know it is, but that doesn't help.
You mean to say you believe that crazy story?
God help me, Hank. But I do. At least I believe it's possible.
Oh, come on.
Well, why not? Can we prove he's wrong?
Maybe not, but that's a poor reason for believing in anything. I can't prove the world isn't going to end, but it isn't. Or do you believe that, too?
I'm not sure what I believe.
This guy killed a man in cold blood just like that, and he's going to pay. Those are the facts. Anything else is speculation, fantasy.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. I put my entire staff on it. An open and shut case.
Then why are you so steamed up about it?
I'm not.
I'll tell you why. Because a little part of you believes, too. Just a little tiny part of Henry Ritchie says, maybe Grant is right. Maybe this is all a dream. The thought has occurred to you, hasn't it? Hank, we've known each other a long time. Haven't you ever stopped and said to yourself, this couldn't be real. It's too easy, too pat. I couldn't have a lovely wife like Carol, and a lovely home and money in the bank. Not in any real world. Haven't you, Hank?
Well, of course. Everyone has. If you're a success, you're bound to think it's a dream at some point or other. If not, you think it's a nightmare. This only proves that Grant is human. He can't believe what's happening to him. So he tries to convince himself that it isn't, not really.
Yeah, that's what I thought, too. Hank, I've been talking to this guy a lot lately, and he makes sense. Go down there and see for yourself. Don't take my word for it.
It wouldn't do any good.
You've only listened to him once, when he had that outburst in the courtroom.
That was enough.
Hank, for my sake, please, go and see him. Let him tell you.
He's only got 3 hours and 15 minutes left. He'll say anything.
You're an intelligent man. You'll be able to see through it if he's lying. If not for my sake, do it for yourself, for your own peace of mind.
My mind was at peace until you walked in.
Was it? Please, Hank.
It's pointless, but...
Thanks. It may turn out to be important. More important than we know.
No. No, Mother, don't let them strap me in.
Enough already, Phillips.
Yes. Yes, sir. I'm a good boy.
Grant.
Yeah?
What's the matter? You don't like your food?
It's fine.
Then how come you didn't touch it?
Because my stomach's tied up in knots. How would you feel about your last meal?
I told you we would have got you anything you wanted. All you had to do was name it. Except maybe a cake with a hacksaw in it.
That wouldn't do me any good. It wouldn't change a thing.
Well, we did the best we could. Steak, ice cream.
You shouldn't have bothered. I don't even like ice cream.
All melted now anyway. I thought you liked steak.
I do. But a condemned man isn't supposed to enjoy his last meal. How could he?
Look here. I'm not supposed to, but you want something else? I'll try to get it for you.
No, thanks. Give it to Jiggs. Maybe he's hungry.
You don't have to ask me twice.
Pass the tray through.
That's mighty nice of you, Grant.
Don't mention it. Guard, what's the time?
9:02. Plenty left. Get some rest if you want.
That's pretty good steak. You ought to have some.
Knock yourself out.
Hey, Grant, don't you know this is a tradition? The one time where the screws will give you anything you want.
Yeah, I know. That's why I dreamed it this way. Bad stomach and all.
Goldie, want some? What's you got? Baked potato, catch.
Hey, thanks.
What time you got, Jiggs?
Don't you have a watch?
It might have stopped.
9:03. You got a date?
Nah. Just expecting someone.
Let me guess. The governor, right? With a nice fat pardon in his fist.
No, it's the district attorney. He usually comes around 9.
The DA himself, huh? You must be a real important person.
Yeah. The most important man in the world. Ow!
You gotta have some sense of humor, pal. You could have broke your hand that way.
Now it has stopped. Wait a minute. There's something else that isn't right. I'll have to remember next time.
How's that?
Prisoners about to be executed aren't allowed to wear watches because of the glass and metal.
You don't say. You ought to tell that to the warden. She'll be real interested in your opinion.
I don't know who the warden is this time. It might have changed.
This way, Mr. Ritchie.
Thank you, guard.
See? What did I tell you? Right on time.
Say, how'd you know?
10 minutes.
That should be plenty. You can leave me with him.
Be back when you're ready.
Hello, Grant.
Hello, Mr. Ritchie.
You don't seem surprised to see me.
I'm not.
You won't drop the act, will you?
I don't have to act. You always come. I mean, the district attorney always comes. It's not you every time.
Grant.
Yes?
Why bother to stick to this dream story of yours? What does it matter now?
If I could change it, I would, believe me. Only I don't know how.
It can't possibly do you any good at this point. You realize that.
I should. After all this time, every night I explain, and every night it's the same.
Explain it again.
Well, it's very simple. When I die, you die. And everybody in this world dies. Because this world does not exist. It's a dream of mine, a nightmare. Can't you understand that?
No, Grant, I can't understand that, and not because it's a new idea. I can't understand it or accept it because it doesn't make any kind of logical sense.
But it does. It's the only thing that does make logical sense.
Not what I understand logic to mean.
Think it through.
I tell you, it's not logical.
That's only one kind of thinking. Reason it out. Think, man. Take you, for instance.
Here we go. The butterfly dreaming it's a butterfly hypothesis.
Just stick with the basic facts. That's all you need. Do you think that you, a district attorney, would ever visit a man who was about to be executed in real life? Have you ever done that?
Not that I recall.
Of course not. They wouldn't let you in here. I'll bet they didn't even search you. And now they're leaving us alone in a locked cell together? You're the man who sent me here. I might beat your brains out. I'm a murderer, aren't I?
I'm sure we're being monitored. We must be.
Or take me. Have you ever heard of a case where a man was condemned and put to death this quickly? There would be years of appeals, wouldn't there?
Your lawyer didn't file any.
There are automatic appeals required by law. And don't you think it's a little too pat that I was represented by a public defender who had never even tried a capital case before? Oh, come on. Look around you. This isn't a real prison. It's a cliche drawn from every old movie ever made. The guy with the harmonica, the nutcase, the guards, everyone's a type. They could be from Central Casting.
Well, you're certainly not typical.
How do you know? You don't know what I am. You don't know any more about me than you did when it started. It's like I didn't have a past before this. I'm some sort of mysterious stranger, like a character in a story.
There are hundreds of vagrants in every town without names, without histories. Stop that.
How did I just know what you were going to say? Isn't that a little weird? Or do you believe in mind reading? That's not too weird for you?
We know you're mentally sound. You were found competent to stand trial. I don't think you're deliberately lying to me.
So what are you left with? Some other explanation?
I'm going to destroy this story of yours, Grant, once and for all. Now, you say that all this is a dream and that when you're electrocuted, you wake up, and when you wake up, we all disappear, right?
That's right. And then it starts all over again.
What about our parents? And our parents' parents, and everybody who never even heard of you? What about the billions of people?
Well, what about them, Mr. Ritchie? Every dream builds its own world. Have you ever had a dream with blank spaces in it? It's filled out in every detail, complete with a past, and as long as you stay asleep, a future.
What about us, then? The people in this world, when we sleep and dream? Or don't we? Is that when you're supposed to be up and around and wherever you really are?
You only sleep and dream because I dream you that way.
All right, now answer me this. You're scared. Why? Why are you scared? You've got to wake up sometime, even if you're electrocuted, so why don't you just sit back and enjoy it till then?
Enjoy it? Let me tell you something, Mr. Ritchie. Huh? How soundly do you sleep?
What's that got to do with it?
Well, I mean, you dream, don't you?
Certainly, sometimes.
Haven't you ever been hurt in one of those dreams? Haven't you ever fallen out of a window or been drowned or tortured physically and mentally?
We all have nightmares.
You have. Well, don't you remember how real it seemed? How you woke up screaming? Let me ask you something, Mr. Ritchie. How'd you like to wake up screaming every night? That's what I do. Because I dream the same dream night after night after night. It's this one. It changes a little bit. The people get shuffled around, but it's the same dream. You got to believe me. I can't go on dying. I can't. Not every night. I can't. I can't.
Get your hands off me.
Let him go. Out this way.
I'm telling you the truth, Mr. Ritchie. Please, let me live, and I'll keep you alive. I'll dream you every night, just as you are now. Your life, your house. Wait a minute. I'll prove it. Your wife. She has a steak waiting for you. Isn't that right? Go home, look in the oven. It'll be something else when you get there. I swear. I can change the small details. You'll see. Please, please.
Carol, are you up?
In here, darling.
The steaks.
Oh, that's right. You did say you wanted steaks tonight.
Carol, don't be offended, but may I see them?
I'm sorry. I thought I'd save the steaks for tomorrow night. I hope you don't mind.
Just let me have a look.
What's wrong, Hank?
That's a roast.
What about it? I thought you liked roast. Hank? Hank, what about it?
Grant!
Yes?
Did I wake you up?
No. You didn't wake me.
What's so funny?
Nothing. Nothing's funny at all.
Well, thanks for giving your meal away.
There was nothing, really.
I thought I heard you laughing in your sleep.
No chance of that.
Hey, Grant, listen. I've been thinking about what you said, about all this being a dream, you know?
So?
Well, no. Maybe it won't work, but maybe it'd be worth a try.
What would?
If you told that story to the governor, he might let you out on a psycho.
He wouldn't believe me.
Well, you never can be sure.
You don't believe me, do you, Jiggs?
Ah, that don't matter. If you think it's true, see, why, then you got a loose cog somewhere. And they don't burn guys with loose cogs.
I wonder. I could try proving it to you.
Prove what?
Jiggs, don't you think that all this is just a little too much the way it should be?
I don't get you.
Well, I mean, it's so perfect. For one thing, I got tried and sentenced the same day. It doesn't work like that.
Huh?
But you see, that's the way I saw it in my mind, and that's the way it is. All the movies and TV shows when I was a kid, the comic books. Take this place. You, for instance.
Hey, now.
And Coley. And Phillips and his mother. It is a movie. For all intents and purposes, real death houses aren't like this. But you see, I've never been to a real death house. So what do I know? That's my impression of it. And in my mind, people do get last-minute reprieves. Stays of execution, new trials. It's not out of the question. But I played my last card. There's nobody left for me to tell my story to. Except you. No, Jiggs. It won't work. I can't change the basic scenario. I wish to heaven I could.
Man, you're really flipped. Now I don't know what you're talking about.
That clock over the fireplace, is it accurate?
It is.
Then it is 11:45.
It'll be over soon.
Well, the Brothers Grimm, as I live in...
What are you doing up? It's almost midnight.
I'm not up. I'm down, like you and your funny friend here.
Sorry if we woke you, Carol. I'll be leaving soon.
Have they...
Not yet. 15 more minutes.
That's another thing.
What is?
Think about it, Hank.
I'm tired of thinking.
Why does it always happen at midnight? Did you ever wonder about that?
Because that's when they schedule executions.
Yeah, but why?
You tell me.
Excuse me, boys. I don't suppose anyone would like some coffee?
Not now, dear.
Hank, according to Grant, he doesn't know anything about these matters except what he sees in the movies.
So he told me.
And in the movies, it always happens at midnight.
That's because movies are technically accurate.
Are they?
About things like that, at least.
Yeah, I always thought so. But that's a strange belief, too, when you come to think of it.
Then don't come to think of it.
But I've got to think about something, or I'll sit here for the next few minutes with my insides all twisted up.
Don't let me interrupt this scintillating conversation. Let me know how it all comes out.
See you in the morning.
I hope so, Hank. I sincerely hope so.
Cut the legs open a little higher.
Okay.
You just relax, Grant. We'll take care of it.
I'm only trying to make it easier for you. When it's time to connect the electrodes. Or the straps. I don't remember.
Got it.
Pants, legs, head shaved. I think that's everything.
The watch. Take my watch.
You don't want it anymore?
It's the electricity. It'll melt or fuse or something.
He's right. Take it off.
Want a cigarette, Grant?
I don't smoke. It's bad for my health.
Hey, Screws! You're wasting your time.
Shut him up! Shut that guy up!
You can't kill Grant. You want to know why? I'll tell you why. Because you're nothing but dreams. Dreams! You hear that, Screws? Bet you didn't know that.
Must be a full moon. The animals are restless.
Oh, hello, Father.
May I have a moment?
Sure thing. Come on, Miller.
How are you, my son?
Oh, I can't complain. This haircut they gave me, though, gonna take a while to grow out.
Is there anything you wish to talk about in the remaining minutes?
No.
Then let us pray.
There's no need.
There is always a need for prayer, my son.
What will it do for me?
Open your heart. God won't forsake you.
Only in the real world, Father. Not in a nightmare.
You no longer feel a part of this world?
I not only feel it, I know it.
You're ready for salvation any time up to your last breath.
Well, you can save your breath. I've heard it all before. You know, I am wondering something, though.
Of course you are.
I wonder where I've seen you before. Where did I get your face? It's familiar every time. It's about to come to me.
We've never met.
Oh, yes. Yes, we have. Father Beeman, of course, Father Beeman from over at Spring Hill. No wonder I didn't recognize you. That's because you died when I was 10 years old. You were very popular. Everybody came to your funeral.
Well, my name is Beeman, but,
Yes, yes. And then a young priest came and took your place. That was Carson. You know, I'm using him for the editor this time.
Calm your mind, my son.
And what about the district attorney, Richie? Richie. He must have been a school teacher of mine. Or maybe he was a friend of Dad's.
Time, Father.
Thank you, Warden. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Ghost.
Ready, Mr. Grant.
Are you? Are all of you?
Let's go.
Hey, Grant! They can't do this to you. You're home in bed asleep, remember? Grant! Grant! Time to wake up, boy! Wake up! Wake up!
Four more minutes. Well, you can at least get a stay of execution. I know you can do that much.
What good would it do? We'd simply have to go through the same thing all over again. Cruel and unusual punishment.
Maybe not. Now look, Hank. Forget all the dream stuff. Whether that's true or not, it doesn't matter. What matters is the guy believes it. That means he's got a case.
The psychiatrist said...
The psychiatrist made a mistake. It won't be the first time. Get a week's stay. Have him checked out again.
I can't.
Why not? Because we might be wrong? Well, maybe we are. But maybe we're not. And in my book, that's reasonable doubt. Hank, he's sick in the head. Are you going to send a mental incompetent to the chair?
I'll regret this, Paul. I'll regret it as long as I live. Hello. This is Henry Ritchie. I want to speak to the governor right away.
"76, 77, 78. Here we are again.
Step on in. Don't fight it.
Get the leg straps. I'll do the arms.
Please, just get it over with.
I don't care. This is an emergency. Wake them up. Hurry.
It's 11:58.
They're having trouble putting the call through. Yes, this is District Attorney Ritchie. Governor, I don't have time to explain, but I want you to issue a stay of execution in the case of Adam Grant.
Here comes the hood. Close your eyes.
Not again. Please, not again.
Thank you, Governor.
Well?
He's calling now.
Throw the switch.
Yes, ma'am.
This is the warden. What did you say? What? I'm sorry, Governor. You're too late.
Did he get through?
It's out of our hands now.
I couldn't sleep. Don't tell me you're still up.
See you tomorrow.
Yes.
You did your best.
What in the... What is going on here?
How do you mean?
Well, I thought we had a fireplace. What did you boys do with it? I'm serious.
She's right, Hank. The fireplace. It's gone. There's just a blank wall.
Carol, I don't understand. Carol. Carol, where are you?
She was standing here a second ago. She just...
Paul. Paul! For the love of God, I can't see either of you. In the living room, it's getting dark. It's starting...
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
And what is that verdict?
We find the defendant, Adam Grant, guilty of murder in the first degree.
Order in the court. The defendant will rise. The defendant will rise.
Adam.
What? Oh, all right. Let's get it over with.
Adam Grant, you have been tried by a jury of your peers and found guilty. Do you have anything you wish to say before sentence is passed? Very well. It is the sentence of this court that for the brutal and despicable crime of murder in the first degree, you shall be put to death by means of electrocution.
No, not again. You can't make me die again.
Restrain the prisoner.
Put the leg irons on.
Can't make me die again. Oh, God, please, please, please.
Take him away.
God, you can't make me die again. Oh, God, please, please, please.
We all know that a dream can seem real, but it's also possible that reality might be a dream. We exist, of course, but how? In what way? As flesh and blood human beings, as we believe, or simply as part of someone else's feverish nightmare? Think about it. And then ask yourself, do you really live here in this country, in this world, or do you exist only in the Twilight Zone?
We'll return to the Twilight Zone in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
Shadow Play, starring Ernie Hudson with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, Nick Sandys, Elizabeth Lido, Roderick Peoples, Doug James, Ken E. Head, Martin Astrop, T.J. Jagodowski, Carl Amari, Tom McElroy, Meg Thalken, Damian Arnold, and Craig Harris. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises and the Rod Serling Estate for making this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Sound design and custom Foley effects for The Twilight Zone by Cerny American creatives Bob Benson, Craig Lee, Michael Slaybach, and Matt Sorrow. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to contact us, visit our official website at twilightzoneradio.com. Doug James speaking.
You unlock this door with the key of imagination. Beyond it is another dimension, a dimension of sound, a dimension of sight, a dimension of mind. You're moving into a land of both shadow and substance, of things and ideas. You've just crossed over into the Twilight Zone.
Hey, Miller.
Yeah.
Hey, your copy ready?
Almost.
Well, the old man wants it on his desk now.
The old man drinks too much coffee.
Ooh, easy, pal. Hey, I'm just passing it on. So what's your column about?
Read it in the morning edition, like everybody else.
Hey, that ain't very friendly.
I'm not the friendly type. You get too friendly and guys like you start stealing my angles.
Would I do that? Hey, let me guess. The new baseball commissioner. No. The shakeup in the NFL.
Sounds like every sports page in the country.
Oh, then you must have a juicy one. Say, what's that file you got there?
Nothing that'd interest you.
Jockey disqualified, banned from all U.S. tracks, Racing Commission denies appeal. Wait a minute. I remember that guy. Got bounced for doping horses in the Triple Crown. What was his name? Brady? Something like that?
Write your own story, Maze. Now get lost. I got work to do.
All right. I'm going. Me? I'm taking a dinner break. Some people know how to meet their deadlines around here.
Huh? Yeah.
Grady.
What do you want? If this is the front desk, I already told you. I'll pay up tomorrow. For the whole week. Got that? Tomorrow.
Grady, this is Rich Miller calling.
Who?
I read a column for the Post.
Which paper? Oh, yeah. I seen that, Rad.
I wonder if I could ask you a few questions.
Miller, huh? Wait a minute. I know who you are. You're a creep.
Mr. Grady, I just want to set the record straight.
I said creep. Don't Mr. Grady me. I can read. Yeah, I can read all right. Every now and then I get a look at your column, and afterwards I need a stomach pump, you know? Because it makes me sick.
If you give me a minute, I'm willing to print your side of the story.
Look, Fink, don't nuzzle up to me. 3 years ago, you stuck in the first shift, only you got it wrong. I didn't have nothing to do with horse doping.
I didn't say you did.
You didn't, huh? Get off your elbows, you Judas. You had me hung out to dry from the start. A couple of fast pages on the old typewriter, that's all it took. And I got a 60-day suspension.
I think you have me mixed up with somebody else.
Oh, is that a fact? Well, listen, baby. You can play it real safe now. You're 50 blocks away. But if you was in my room here, I'd fix it so they could scrape you off the wall and spoon you into a cup all by myself.
Some people say you got a bum deal. If you'd care to make a statement.
Yeah, here's your statement. This is Grady to the press. You're all a bunch of grave-digging finks with delusions. Print that, hyena, and don't forget to spell my name right. Chump. Yeah, you in the mirror. Some jockey you are. A couple of lousy fixes and you fall off your mount. The big boys walk away with all the money, the bills, the bundles. What do you get? Chump change and black and blue silks, like a real patsy. Look at yourself. Nothing plus nothing equals nothing. So what do you do now? Maybe rent a carriage? Drive lovers through Central Park? Yeah, right. Grady, you kill me. You really knock me out. You dumb little shrimp. There isn't a mother's son in the whole world as dumb as you are. Now what am I supposed to do? Will you tell me that? What in this stinking world can I do, huh?
The name is Grady, 5 feet short in stockings and boots, a slightly distorted offshoot from an old and honorable breed of humans who raise horses. But this happens to be one of the rotten apples in the barrel, bruised and yellowed by dealing in dirt. A short man with a short memory, who somewhere along the line forgot that he worked for the sport of kings and helped turn it into a cesspool, used and misused by certain two-legged animals who have hung around sporting events since the days of the Colosseum. So this is Grady in a Fleabag hotel room on his last night as a jockey. Behind him are Hialeah, Hollywood Park, and Saratoga. Just now, he's rounding the clubhouse turn and coming up fast in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone and our story, The Last Night of a Jockey, starring Bruno Kirby with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Around the far turn, it's Baby Needs a New Pair of Shoes, 2 lengths back, Jazz Bakery, followed by Janine L, Lovely Lita, Stratisfaction, Red Dreams, Double Edge, and trailing is Taz. Now, Lovely Lita makes a move on the inside, passing up Janine L, Jazz Bakery, and challenging the favorite, Baby Needs a New Pair of Shoes. Grady's really using the whip. It's Lovely Lita, and Baby Needs a New Pair of Shoes. Lovely Lita bearing down the stretch. They're neck and neck, and it's Lovely Lita, the winner by 2 lengths.
Hey, get a shot of the winner.
Look this way, Grady. Smile.
Who would have thought? Beating the number 1 horse.
You did good out there, Grady.
Yeah. Didn't I, though?
Yeah, never saw a leader run like that before.
Well, she had a good jockey this time.
Well, at 12-1, you sure made some folks happy today.
You don't know how right you are.
Good boy, Grady. You did the job.
Sure I did the job. What did I tell you? So, Mr. Hanachek, you got an envelope for me?
Cool it down first. Then come over to the trailer.
The grooms can walk her. I got to take care of some stuff. So I was thinking, Mr. Hanachek, if it's all the same to you.
What's the big hurry, Grady?
I just like to get paid, is all.
Don't worry about it. You'll get what's coming to you.
Like the man said, what's the big hurry?
No hurry. I got to put my gear away.
Like maybe a needle?
What are you talking about?
Sure came to life in the stretch, didn't she? I wonder where she got all that speed.
Some people might say it was amphetamines.
So you better watch your mouth, fella. I don't like what you're inferring.
No?
No, I don't. Who do you think you are anyway?
We're from the Racing Commission.
Nice meeting you. Now if you'll excuse me.
Hold up.
Just till we do a urine test on the horse.
You can wait in the car. We don't want any trouble.
Get your mitts off of me. Hey, hey! Hey, hey! Hey, hey.
How goes it, Mr. Grady?
What?
Bunched up at the turn? Slowed down by a muddy track?
Who in the...
Just an interested observer, that's all. With a question for you. How goes it in your world?
All right, what's the gag? What's the gag?
I just thought you might appreciate some company. A little conversation, perhaps.
Okay, wise guy. You made your point. Now, where are you? Hiding under the bed?
Where? Why, here I am, Mr. Grady. Between your frontal lobes. Take a look in the mirror.
What?
Nestled securely among those gray convolutions you've gotten there. Between the temples. That's it. See?
And that's supposed to mean what?
Don't I speak clearly enough? My apologies, but I thought you'd know this voice well. It should be very familiar to you.
Talk straight. You got something against the English language?
To put it simply, I'm in your head, Mr. Grady.
Oh, is that a fact? You're inside my head. So how is it in there? Comfortable enough for you?
Comfortable?
Hey, cut that out, will you? This room ain't big enough for the both of us. You're making my head hurt.
You'll forgive me, Mr. Grady, but you must admit, it is a funny question.
What's funny about it?
Comfortable? Inside your head? It's like sleeping in the middle of 42nd Street during a parade. Noisy, crowded, and quite uncomfortable. To be blunt, I'm sick of it. Time to come out for a while and have a stretch, if you don't mind.
What do you mean? Where?
Look in the mirror over your dresser. Ah, that's much better.
Hey, what is this? Some kind of trick?
No trick, I assure you.
But you look just like me. Except you're all dressed up. And the way you got your hair combed like some kind of uptown guy with bucks.
You like the effect? I picked the jacket and tie with you in mind. And the hair, the way you used to wear it, when you still cared about your appearance.
Say, what's going on here? I must be going wacko. Oh, why don't you just get out? Come on, move it. Out of my room, now, scram!
And go where? Back in your head? Why, this is much better. And so much roomier than that pea brain of yours.
Enough with the insults. Who the heck are you?
I'm you, Mr. Grady. Your memories, all your recollections, and all your aspirations.
Big deal.
I'm every one of your failures and defeats. And yet I also wear the wreath of all your victories. In short, Mr. Grady, I'm what you'd call your alter ego.
Me? I wouldn't call you nothing like that.
No, I suppose you wouldn't.
Yeah, sure. So what do you want?
I think the more apt question would be, what do you want?
Are you kidding? What do I want?
That's right. After all, you are a dumb little toad, aren't you?
Watch it, buddy.
But that's what you call yourself. An ugly little toad. Or was it shrimp? Why else would you wear elevator shoes and stand on your suitcase in front of the mirror?
The bathroom mirror? I have to. When I shave, they hung it wrong.
Sure they did, Mr. Grady.
Why don't you knock it off? Take a hike. Go for a walk on the short pier. How do I get you out of here?
In a word, you don't. You live with me, knowingly from this point on. You might even come to find me interesting.
That'll be the day.
After all, I know you pretty well. There isn't one secret thought that's crossed your mind, not one, that I don't know. There isn't a painful memory, an unpleasant recollection, or a bitter little shame that I'm not aware of.
Bitter little shame. You don't know me from Seabiscuit, buddy boy. Just so we understand each other, I got no little shames. I got no painful recollections either.
Oh, come now, Mr. Grady. I mean, really. Shall we look it up in the little old record book? 2 years ago, suspended from Hialeah. Riding infractions.
They never even heard my side of the story.
Last year, 6-month suspension. Failure to report a bribe offer.
They set me up.
And most recently, Mr. Grady, the triple crown of an illustrious career. Lifetime suspension. Race fixing and horse doping.
I never had a trial.
So here you sit, on an unseasonably hot September evening, in a dirty little room, rent overdue, essentially friendless, career kaput, roughly $6 to $8 in your jeans. This, in a nutshell, is the odyssey of Grady the jockey. 100 million miles from the winner's circle, without so much as a withered wreath to your name. Is it any wonder, Mr. Grady, that an occasional phantom will spring out from the woodwork? Or should I say, from that solid mahogany head of yours? And offer you at least a modicum of solace?
You don't have to offer me nothing, and I mean nothing.
No?
I don't need you. A year from now, you hear me? A year from now, I'll be back up. I'll be right back where I belong, riding 6 winners a day. You'll be driving a carriage in Central Park, Mr. Grady. Or perhaps a fast milk wagon out in the Bronx, unloading homogenized dairy goods. Get out of here. Oh, no, Mr. Grady. I wouldn't think of it. You need me. I'm one of the few uniquely welcome things to happen to you since you first saw the harsh light of day. In short, Mr. Grady, you have desperate need of me. Very desperate indeed. I said split. Fink? Where are you now, Fink, huh? Like pneumonia, I need you. Like a fractured leg. Like a 3-legged trotter for a steeplechase. That's how I need you. Who did you think you were talking to, huh? Who, I said? All I have to do is pick up that telephone, see? I call Hanachek. I say to him, Hanachek, I handle the fix. Now let's have the payoff. And you know what happens? Inside of an hour, I got plane fare to Puerto Rico. That's what happens. Next week, I'm riding in the warm sun, and 2 years from now, I'm back here officially wearing my old silks again. That's what happens.
Then why don't you?
Huh?
Why don't you call Hanachek? Go ahead, Mr. Grady. Give him a buzz.
All right. I will. Yeah, this is Grady. Hanachek around? Well, I want to talk to him. Never mind the message. This is personal. Just put him on. Hanachek. Grady. You what? Surprised? What's to be surprised about? I'm sitting down here in a pit, all by my lonesome. I got $8 to my name, and somebody just knocked me off my mount. I'm the one who took the fall. What do you expect me to do? Ride a wheel and take gas? Knock it off. You know what I want. That's right. I think the word is
sustenance.
Sustenance. Look it up in a book, Hanachek. I'm talking about 3 squares a day and a little fur to spread around the nest. Hanachek, I put it on the line for you. I stole a race, and now they got me nailed up. You walked away with a pile. Well, now it's time for Grady to get his. Hanachek, you double crook. Hanachek! Hanachek!
Miserable man, isn't he, Mr. Grady? Ungracious, unappreciative, very predatory. But that's the breed. Like all crooks, they take, they never give.
You got that right.
What's to do now, Mr. Grady? Ride a wheel and take gas?
What do I care? That lousy nickel and dimer? A year ago, I could buy and sell him. Buy and sell him. Well, guess what? I don't need you. I don't need him. I don't need anybody. Now make yourself scarce, will you, buddy? You're getting on my nerves. I was a big man once, and I'll be a big man again. You'll see.
Now we get to pay dirt. The moment of truth, the acid test, the ultimate coming together of forces.
What are you jawing about?
Merely that you can have your heart's desire, Mr. Grady. The time has come at last. Now you'll finally get what you want.
What I want?
Yes. Whatever it is that you want, more than anything else in the world. So think it over carefully, Mr. Grady. Think it over. Won't you?
I don't get it. What's the rib?
Consider it your true payoff after such a checkered career.
You know something? I don't understand a word you're saying.
Think about it. Only a year ago, you were strutting around the country on the thoroughbred circuit. You wore shiny shoes, new clothes, you tipped big. You had some compensation then, Mr. Grady.
Compensation for what?
For the fact that you're the runt of the litter. For the unpleasant realization that all your life you've had to stand tiptoe just to see what's around you.
Let me tell you something. If I had you around here for very long, I'd compensate you, but good.
You do have me, Mr. Grady. Now you do. I'm no longer content to remain in the shadows, basking in the glow of your reflected glory. The time has come to turn over a new leaf, wipe the slate clean, make a fresh start. Face it, you want to be respected, admired, looked up to, don't you? You hate to get off a horse, because in the saddle, you're as high as the sky. And on Mother Earth, you're a half pint.
And I'm telling you, get out of here. Make tracks pronto.
First, tell me what it is that you want. This is the moment. Seize it. What? What do you really want?
What do I want? What do I want? Such as?
Anything. All you have to do is name it. Because believe me, you deserve it.
What I want is... I want to change what I see every time I look in the mirror. Or in the window when I'm walking down the street in people's eyeballs. When they're staring at me.
That's right. Let it all out.
I don't want to look in there and see a shrimp. A toad. A fink. You know what, man? I want to be the biggest. I mean, I want to loom. I want people to look up to me.
Poor Mr. Grady. You dreamless, put-upon little man. How cheap you come. What a cut-rate little article you are, after all. You want size? That's your heart's desire? You want to be a giant among men?
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Is that all? Is that really all?
Cool it, you're giving me a headache. I gotta lie down for a minute.
Go ahead, Mr. Grady. Be my guest. We wouldn't want to overwork that gigantic brain of yours, would we?
Have anything else to say on your behalf, Mr. Grady?
Yeah, Mr. Commissioner. I got plenty to say. I'm a jockey. That's how I make my living. You got no right to take a man's livelihood away from him. What makes you so high and mighty? Racing's a dirty game, all right? But you're making it so dirty, you should go home and take a bath. It ain't me. I'm just a little guy trying to get by. I didn't shoot up no horse with dope. All I did was ride, which is the one thing I know how to do. The only thing. I ride good, get me? Real good. You take away my license, and I can't put food on the table. What am I supposed to do? Fix horseshoes? You know how much that pays? I might as well disappear. Hole up someplace, sleeping in the stalls till I get put out the pasture. But how am I supposed to eat till then? Can you tell me that? You gotta give me another chance. Instead of making me take the fall for the big shots, you gotta give me a chance.
It is the judgment of this commission that you be banned from the sport of horse racing in the continental United States for the remainder of your life.
Wait a minute! Wait a minute!
That's all, Mr. Grady. Your license is hereby revoked.
Hold on, you can't do that! Listen to me!
This hearing is over. You're dismissed.
No! 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 No, you gotta listen to me.
Go ahead, Mr. Grady. I'm listening.
Huh?
Have a good rest.
A good what?
Your nap. I trust it was a good one. Healthful and refreshing.
Yeah, it was swell. What's it to you?
I just wondered what it feels like to have your heart's desire after so long.
Ow! Something hit me in the head.
The ceiling, perhaps?
Hey, this ain't my bed. It can't be. It's too little.
It is now.
I must still be dreaming.
Oh, come now, Mr. Grady.
I gotta get a drink of water.
If that is your wish, feel free. You can do anything you want. Absolutely anything.
Give it a rest, why don't you?
Like everything else that's happened in your life, it's entirely up to you.
Ow! Who put the bed flat on the floor?
Why, no one. It's not the bed that's changed.
What's going on here?
Oh, I do wish you were more imaginative.
Okay, I am dreaming. That's it.
Is it? Touch the floor. Go ahead. That's real, isn't it? Touch the dresser. Now touch the wall. Put up your hand and touch the ceiling. Go ahead. Now stand.
I can't, okay? It's not high enough.
Correct. It's not. For you. These are all very solid objects. They have width, height, thickness, the properties of physical reality. In other words, like you. Pinch yourself, why don't you? That's the final test, isn't it?
That hurts!
Of course it does.
But how in the...
You were offered your heart's desire, Mr. Grady. And what you wished for wasn't a dream. You didn't ask for a simple 2-hour escape with Morpheus. You wanted stature. You wanted size. You wanted the view from a long way up and a long way out. Eye level would have been a bad compromise. And as always, anything short of that was defeat.
Get away from me. I gotta wash my face.
Don't forget to duck. You might even have to bend down a bit. And remember, you won't need to stand on the suitcase to see the bathroom mirror. Not anymore.
Hey! Look at me!
Yes, look at yourself. You're Mr. Big. You're Hercules, while you're the most sizable thing since Paul Bunyan. Any complaints, Mr. Grady?
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? Look at me! Just look at me! Who's gonna talk down to me now? Who can reach that high? Nobody. That's who.
So, the question is, what do you do now? You might want to give that a moment's thought.
I don't have to think. I know what to do. Celebrate! Wait, I got something. I forgot all about it. There's a bottle of wine stashed around here someplace. Here, want to have a drink with me?
Go ahead, Mr. Grady.
Oh, I get it. You can't drink, huh?
You do it for me. I'm with you in spirit.
Ah, man, that goes down smooth. Too bad you can't join me.
I'm joining you now, Mr. Grady. I'm feeling the little heat ripples, just as you are.
Well, here's mud in your eye. Oh, man. It's like champagne.
You're right. It is quite good.
This is too sweet. Am I going to enjoy myself?
And what will you do first?
Anything I want. That's what. Anything.
Tell me, Mr. Grady. I'm all ears, in a manner of speaking.
I'm going to get me a dame. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go over and get that dame.
That dame?
Sure, look at me. I'm a mensch now. A real man. She'll flip. She'll fall all over me.
Really? Are you that attractive now? Does size mean that much?
Bet your last $2, buddy. Watch me.
Don't you think you'd better call first?
Why?
So you won't go all the way over there, only to find that she's not home.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Give me the phone.
Careful with the dial. Your fingers barely fit.
Get away from me. I can handle it. You'll never believe this. I swear you'll never believe this. But she used to bend down and pat me on the head. Well, we'll see about that now. What do you say, doll? Who is it? Are you serious? You're putting me on, ain't you? That's right. It's Grady. Don't try the cold shoulder with me, honey. I know you're too good. That's right. This is me, your ex-meal ticket. And those were 8-course meals, baby. Don't you forget it. What I want is the following. First, remember who you're talking to. That's number 1. All right. That's more like it. I'll try this on for size. When I was in the money, I spread it around. Remember? Sure you do. All right, now I'd like you to...
Reciprocate.
That's it. Reciprocate me a little bit. You heard me. Look it up. Take one of those baubles off your wrist, Toots. Hang on to the pawn ticket and send the cash over here. What do you care for how long? Who bought it for you in the first place? Hold it, you haven't heard the news yet, honey. Just shut up and listen. That's better. See, I'm a big man now. I mean big. What are you laughing at? It's true. Everything's different now, babe. Will you put a cork in it? I'm 6'6", 6'7".
More than that, surely.
No, make that 7 feet. Yeah, 7+. 7.5 at least. That's what I said. Any minute, the Lakers are going to be sending one of them crummy talent scouts over here. You'll see. Yeah. Huh? Would I lie to you? I tell you, I've grown, really grown. Will you listen? Why, you cheap little alley cat. I don't take that kind of talk off anyone. Nobody calls me an ugly little runt. Nobody. That's what I said, especially you. Forget it. Go someplace and die for all I care. And I hope it's long, tough, and really, really painful. That's what I wish for you.
Well done, Mr. Grady.
Just my luck. I gotta go call on a cheapskate with my hat in my hand. A dirty little gimme like that one.
You managed to flex your vocal cords in a very manly fashion. At this rate, women all over the world will be flocking to your doorstep.
So I struck out once. Big deal. I could pick up the phone and call half a dozen dames better looking than her.
Why am I singularly unimpressed?
You will be impressed, buddy. You will be.
I certainly hope so.
What did I tell you? Here comes one now.
Are you sure?
What do you mean, am I sure?
Remember, your heart's desire. Do you know what that is?
Of course I know.
Take care, Mr. Grady. Give it some thought. Some very careful thought. Are you quite sure that you're ready? Because whatever you've wished for, something tells me that you're about to get it after all. In spades.
Yeah. This is him. What about my voice? Too loud for you? All right, sport. Give it to me again. How's that? Yeah? Yeah? Which lawyer are you talking about? What's his name? Never heard of him. You have him call me. I might have to go out for a while, so tell him to make it quick. I ain't got all night. Yeah, go ahead and give him my number.
What was that all about, Mr. Grady?
Who knows? Some guy from a law office or something? Says I'm getting a call from some other lawyer. At night, can you believe that? Must be important. That's 'cause I'm important now. Sure, that's it. Hey, you still here?
I'm still here.
How come you're hanging around anyway?
I'd say we have some unfinished business, you and I.
Level with me. Are you my imagination? Is that it?
I'm afraid you don't have very much imagination, Mr. Grady.
Then who are you? What are you? What's all this alter ego jazz?
I thought you understood by now. I'm your conscience.
Yeah, right. You don't look much like Jiminy Cricket to me.
Well, I'll put it another way, Mr. Grady. This is something of an oversimplification. But for purposes of identity, I'll try to make it clear and succinct. I'm the fate every man makes for himself.
Would you just talk for once and take off the training wheels?
I'm doing my best. You generally find me down at the bottom of the barrel. I'm the strength dredged up out of desperation. I'm the last bit of seaweed that a drowning man scrapes for with his cold, dying fingers. I'm the last gasp, Mr. Grady.
That's supposed to be clear? Man, I just don't dig you. For my money, you're a big fat nothing with a mouthful of $2 words.
Oh, I'm not nothing. I'm something, Mr. Grady. I'm really and truly something. In certain cases, something very good, depending on the person I'm representing. I can work miracles. I may come with heroism, sacrifice, strength. Even more than that, I may epitomize everything noble in the human spirit. Now, in your case, Mr. Grady, the requirements were quite small. Your dreams rather insignificant, taken all together. Your aspirations hardly worth mentioning in the greater scheme.
What do you mean, small?
What do I mean? Only this, Mr. Grady. If you had asked to win the Kentucky Derby, and win it cleanly and with honor, that would have been quite a monument to your career. Or if you'd asked to perform an act of pure, selfless heroism, and let that be the qualification for the respect you seek, this too would have been exemplary. But as it is, what was your heart's desire? To be a big man. Big in the sense that your hands can smother telephones. Your head can hit the ceiling with every step you take. Your face can overshoot its reflection in the mirror without the help of a suitcase or a stepladder to stand on. I repeat, Mr. Grady, you come cheap. You're hardly worth the effort.
You're a regular wise guy, ain't you? Well, let me tell you something, buddy.
As you wish.
All I want, all I ever wanted, was to walk down the street and not get laughed at. I didn't want to be called a freak behind my back. I didn't want to be an ugly little creep. The one they need, but the one they don't like to look at. I didn't want to be kicked around from one track to the next because every time I measured off a guy, I was looking into his belt buckle. You're wrong about me, mister. I don't come cheap. I don't come cheap at all. Because now I got my heart's desire. That plain enough for you?
You surprised me, Mr. Grady. A greater depth of feeling than I would have expected.
Now you heard it. You can forget about it. Because I'm tired of being low man on the totem pole. I got what I want, and I'm going to use it. I'm going to go out there and have me some fun tonight. The only thing I got to figure out is where to start.
I wouldn't begrudge you that. But listen.
No, you listen. Open your eyes and look around. The world. And it's just waiting for me.
He doth bestride the world like a colossus.
What?
Someone said that about Alexander the Great. He ended badly too. A sad and tearful man. When there were no more worlds to conquer.
You see any tears in my eyes? I'm not crying. I'm laughing. Look at them all down there. Like ants. They got their big cars and their women and their big fat rolls of money. Now it's my turn. Just wait till I walk in any place I feel like. They'll notice, all right. They'll turn around and stare, because every one of them will wish they was me. Give me the two hottest dames in town, one on each arm, and just you watch.
I am watching. I'm with you. Imagining it all, along with the consequences. Imagining is something you don't do very well. So let me help. The possibilities are endless, but the trick is in the choosing. What's right for you? What can you wear like a beautiful coat of many colors? Or what doesn't become you? What doesn't fit you? If you choose wrong, it will show. It won't enhance your standing. It will destroy you. The burden may be simply too overwhelming. The greater the heights a man attains, the further the fall.
Ah, why don't you shut up? Your words are all empty. Just like this bottle.
I'm trying to help, honestly. You may not have chosen wisely, but it may not be too late if you're conscious and careful.
Careful nothing. I've been careful all my life. Stand back, everybody. Grady's walking through the universe.
Fate calling, Mr. Grady?
Fate nothing. It's that dame. She must have changed her mind. Yeah, this is Grady. What about it? Say that again. Would you mind? Are you kidding me? Are you serious? Do I want to race again? Mister, just show me the horse. Listen. I appreciate this. You don't know how much. You ain't gonna regret this. I wouldn't fix a race if I got $1 million per square foot of track. I wouldn't fix a race if... Yeah, I understand. You got it. I'll be there with bells on.
Good news?
Well, hotshot, now what do you think? You know what he just said? Everything's going my way.
One phone call and you're top dog again? Just like that?
Just like that. I'll tell you who that was. The Racing Commission. A bunch of horse owners put in a petition for me. Can you beat that? They want to give me another chance. Do you understand what that means? Another chance? I'm going to ride again. Oh, Grady's going to mount up and hit the turf like old times.
Is that right? Oh, Mr. Grady.
Now what's so funny? Tell me, what's so funny? I'm going to ride again. I'm on top of the world.
Think about it. Go into the bathroom and bend down and look at yourself while you're combing that mop of hair. And putting on your best riding boots, which won't fit now.
Wait a minute, you're right. I can't ride like this. I'm too big. I'm way too big. I can't ride like this. Hey, please, make me small again. I'm begging you. Make me the way I was. Do it, will you? Will you do that for me, please?
You may have learned your lesson, Mr. Grady, but it's too late.
Please. Hey, please. I take it back. Will you make me small again? Will you do that little thing? That's all I ask. Hey, listen. I want to be small again. I want to be small!
Mr. Grady, you are small. Every time you won an honest race, that's when you were a real giant. But right now, they just don't come any smaller.
No! Where are you? Where did you go? Come back!
You still here, Miller?
What does it look like?
Didn't you finish your column yet?
Yeah, I finished it, but now I have to rewrite the whole thing.
Well, how come? The old man didn't like it?
I just got a call from the precinct. That jockey. He took a dive tonight out the 17th floor window of the St. James Hotel.
No kidding. Poor little guy?
Little? Yeah, I guess you could say that. There's something weird about the body, though.
Yeah, what about it?
It didn't look right. But they ID'd him. It was Grady, no doubt about it. So, now I gotta do my column from scratch.
Well, at least you don't have to worry about Grady anymore. They'll cover him in the obit page.
Yeah, but how? Something tells me there's more to this story. A lot more. If I only knew what really happened.
Hey, don't let your imagination run away with you. Remember, this is the sports page, not the literary section.
Somebody's gotta tell his story. If I don't, who will? The last night of a jockey.
The name is or was, Grady. 7 feet tall, or was it 8 or 9? A slightly distorted offshoot of a decent breed of humans who ride horses in what was once the sport of kings. But unfortunately for Mr. Grady, this court jester learned too late that you don't measure size with a ruler, you don't figure height with a yardstick, and you never judge a man by how tall he looks in a mirror. For a giant is as a giant does. You can make a parimutuel bet on that, win, place, or show, at any window in or out of the Twilight Zone.
More from the Twilight Zone after this.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Last Night of a Jockey, starring Bruno Kirby with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Christian Stolte, Doug James, Todd Manley, Andy Herman, Sarah Marks, Rick Vargas, Terry Babler, Paul Patch, Vince Amari, and Roger Wolski. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, the American Forces Radio and Television Service, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking. Elegy, starring Blair Underwood with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and written for The Twilight Zone by Charles Beaumont. Heard in the cast were Jeff Lupetin, Christian Stolte, and Joby Cerny. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. The producers of The Twilight Zone wish to thank CBS Enterprises, Carol Serling, Dennis Etchison, Dick Brescia Associates, Claire Simon Casting, Terry Jennings, XM Satellite Radio, Sirius Satellite Radio, our sponsors, and our radio affiliates for helping make this series possible. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
There is a 5th dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
Kirby.
Yes, Captain.
Give me the readings.
Course stable, 7.9 off vertical axis.
That's why I can't stand up straight.
Speed 2650, steady she goes.
How close are we to that asteroid?
In range, gravity detector starting to read. Say 100,000, give or take.
Piece of cake.
We still have to maneuver for a landing. Fuel supply.
Well, Captain, let me put it this way. If I was back home in my car, I'd pray for a steep hill so I could put her in neutral and coast all the way down.
That bad, huh?
I think the expression is running on fumes.
What's the terrain?
Spectrographics coming in.
And?
Not too hot, not too cold. Volcanic activity, 1 million or so years ago.
We are hitting atmosphere.
At least it's got an atmosphere.
How much oxygen?
I'm trying to get a reading.
Deceleration chairs.
Just a minute.
Now!
Better do it, Pete.
All right, Myers, I'm going.
Firing retro rockets.
The fuel tank's empty, Captain.
Anybody got a parachute?
Hang on.
Angle looks good.
Thank heaven for small favors.
The surface is coming up fast. I'll try to level her out. Nose up. Up!
Nobody say anything. I want to remember this magic moment.
Everything seems to be in one piece, except for the communications module. And it sounds like we damaged the tail assembly.
Instruments are still working.
How's the atmosphere?
Take a reading.
20.95 parts oxygen.
Yeah, right.
78.09 parts nitrogen.
That's impossible.
I don't get it. That's air.
Don't look a gift horse in the chops. Gravity?
1 unit to 0.99.
Are you sure?
See for yourself, Captain.
I don't believe it.
You got something better to believe, Myers?
But that's incredible. Conditions identical to Earth, and yet we're
655 million miles away from Earth. Let's get the airlock open.
Hold up, Pete.
What for? I'm sick of breathing recirculated air, eating freeze-dried tofu, and we're almost out of that.
The instruments could be wrong.
What's the difference? We aren't going anywhere for a while. We can't even radio for help till we fix the module.
The man has a point.
I suppose you're right. At least put on your helmets.
Forget it. If this is all she wrote, then I'm ready for it, one way or another.
I'm afraid I'm with Pete on this, Captain. Either we die now or we die later, starving to death like dogs.
All right, open it. Now, this isn't an order, but I'd recommend everyone take a very deep breath.
Time, the future. Place, a dark corner of the universe millions of miles from planet Earth. The main characters, 3 men. William Weber, captain. Peter Kirby, navigator. Carl Myers, geologist and science consultant. Each distinct from the others, but all sharing a common dilemma. They are lost. And like any long-haul explorers, they want to go home. Not their home necessarily, that would be too much to hope for. But at this point, any old port in a storm will do, especially for those who have veered off course and into the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, Elegy, starring Blair Underwood, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Captain's notes. We made a rough landing, but no injuries. According to our instruments, the atmosphere is breathable, so we've opened the airlock. It's hard to believe, but the temperature is that of a spring day on Earth. And It smells clean.
Well, I'll be.
Get the ladder into position. Watch your step.
How many miles did you say we were from Earth?
Too many.
Time for a reality check. You see the same thing I see, Captain?
What do you see?
Open country, farmland. Kirby?
Affirmative. Acres of grass, trees. I grew up in a place like this, in the Midwest.
And those hills? They're settled granite, I'm sure. Eroded over thousands of years of wind, rain. I don't get it.
Neither do I.
Wait a minute. I do. Don't you see? We're back on Earth.
Come off it, Kirby.
I'm serious. The instruments are all screwed up. Some way or another. Don't ask me how. We got turned around, and now here we are, right back where we started. Oh, man. That is rich. Only one thing's missing. A brass band.
Maybe they forgot about us.
It's an interesting theory. Except for one thing. As far as I know, Earth has never had two suns in the sky.
You're right. But the temperature's perfect. That means they're smaller than our sun. Added together, they put out just enough energy to duplicate conditions on our own planet, including evolution.
And the people learned to build farmhouses exactly like ours.
What?
If that's not a barn over there painted red, then it's a pretty good imitation of one.
What in the name of...
Better check it out. Be careful, men. We don't know what we're dealing with yet.
What do you call this? A Martian?
I'd call it a hound dog. Hey there, boy.
How come he's not moving?
He's taking a nap in the shade. I don't blame him, do you?
What the heck is that?
By the barn, it's called a tractor. They were internal combustion vehicles used in the 20th and 21st centuries before the Total War.
So we are on Earth 300 years ago.
Negative. We're not equipped for time travel.
Okay, you explain it.
I can't. The only thing I know for sure is that we're not on Earth.
And we are not alone.
What do you... Hey! Hey, you over there, by the barn!
What's the matter? Can't he see us?
He's turned the other way. Looks like he's taking a rest.
Leaning on his...
It's a pitchfork. He was using it to load hay into the wagon.
Some outfit.
Overalls. Farmers wore them with straw hats, just like that one. He even has a red bandana in his back pocket.
Well, I suggest we ask him the way to the Emerald City.
Excuse me, sir. My name is Captain Weber. My men and I... Sir? Sir, I hate to bother you, but that's our ship over there. We've crash-landed. If you can tell us... Sir... Sir, can you hear me?
What's the matter with him?
Seems to be in some sort of trance.
Are his eyes open?
Yes, but...
Move your hand in front of his face.
Nothing. As if he's...
Don't touch him.
It's all right. His skin's warm, but there's no respiration. He seems to be frozen in place.
Well, let's move on.
Say that again. This is giving me the creeps.
We'll recon the surrounding area. There may be others.
Oh, now this is what I call a lake.
That's what anyone would call it, Pete.
Easy, easy. Be sure the bridge will hold.
Feels solid to me. We ought to take off these flight suits and jump in.
No, thanks.
Why not?
Well...
Go on, say it. You can't swim, can you?
Not as such.
Oh, the big scientist. Wait a minute. Maybe we can find some water wings for you.
Let's get a move on. We have a lot of ground to cover.
Back home, we had a swimming hole. Man, on a hot day, I thought I was in heaven. We'd go skinny dipping.
Right in all that pollution.
Nah, before the government closed the rivers. They were even fishing it. You could even see them jumping in the air. You ever go fishing, Captain?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I did. In the mountains. The runoff from the snow was clean. Yeah, you could eat the fish if you wanted to and not get sick.
I don't see any fish in this water.
We better keep moving. We don't know when the suns go down. We should be back at the ship before dark, just to be safe.
Good point.
Maybe they don't have fish here.
That's a possibility, if the planet's evolution took a different turn.
Hey, there's somebody.
I don't see anything.
On the opposite bank, clad shirt. See him? Sitting there with a fishing pole? Hey, mister! Hey, mister!
Kirby's right. Folding chair, wicker basket, the whole setup. Looks like the guy's got it made.
Let's hope this one talks to strangers.
Hi there, fella. How's it going? Fish biting today? Mum's the word, huh?
Let me try. Sorry to bother you, sir, but you might say we're lost. If you could give us directions to the nearest town.
Don't waste your breath. This one's a stiff, too.
Maybe he's asleep.
If he is, he's done well for himself. This basket is called a creel, and it's full of fish. Quite a haul.
Fresh?
Smells like it.
Hold on. Is that a bottle of beer next to him?
It is indeed. Only it's empty.
Well, where's he got the cold one stashed? Fella, can you hear us? Do you even know we're here?
Can't see his face.
Lift up the brim of his hat.
Okay, here goes. Sorry, nothing personal. I just like to look a man in the eye when I talk to him, even if he doesn't talk back.
What did you do?
Nothing, just barely touched him and he fell over.
Well, at least we know he's not a statue. No pulse, like the farmer. But his skin feels real.
Sit him up again, exactly the way we found him.
I get it.
Get what?
He's off the clock.
Way off.
What's that supposed to mean?
Pete and I used to joke about it in flight school. Now, there are 24 hours in a day, but sometimes that's not enough.
You're not kidding.
All my life, I've wanted extra time to read a book, write a novel.
Or go fishing, spend some time in the country, meet a girl and get married, or just take a nap for crying out loud. But I was too busy. We all were. So the only answer is to fit some extra hours into the day. Hours that don't show up on the clock. That don't count.
I don't see...
Look at it like this. What if you could stop time? For a few minutes or a few hours? At least as far as everybody else is concerned. Think of what you could do. They stand there, frozen, while you run off and do whatever it is you need to do. Then, when you're finished, you run back and time starts again. They move and walk and talk and go on with what they were saying, and they never so much as know you were gone.
Is that a plan or what?
I wish we could have done something like that on the ship. If I'd had time for pure, uninterrupted thought, I might have... Oh, I don't know. Perfected Sheldrake's theory of causative formation while the ship ran itself.
That's right, and get home to find you've won your own Nobel, right? Now, we make planetfall, and we run into these people, if that's what they are, and it's as if we've finally done exactly that, taken ourselves off the clock, at least temporarily.
Permanently would be fine by me.
Nice theory, Captain. I'm afraid there are reasons, though, why it wouldn't work.
I am sure there are. It's just a thought. If I were a science fiction writer, I could have some fun with it. But we've got more important things to do, like finding out what options we have, now that we're here.
Say, I'm hearing things.
I hear it, too. Seems to be coming from the top of the ridge, beyond that grove of trees.
That must be where the town is. We were close after all. Sounds like you got your brass band, Pete.
I like it. Maybe they got a ticker tape parade, too.
One way to find out. Captain's Journal. We appear to be on the main street of a Midwestern American town. Ahead of us is the square, complete with steeple, clock, and ivy-covered walls.
Captain, did you notice?
What's that?
There are no hands on the clock.
Duly noted. The music's louder. I hope this recorder can pick it up. Sounds like a Sousa march. There's a bandstand, flags, bunting, and a sign that says, Inauguration Ceremony. Welcome, Mayor Finch. The musicians are all in uniform.
Just one thing. They're not really playing.
Kirby's right. Nobody's moving. Not even Mayor Finch. He's holding a silk hat. Photographer's in front of the crowd about to take his picture, but nothing's happening. It's like a movie set with 100 extras all waiting for someone to yell action.
The question is, who's directing?
I'm going to look around. Weber out.
The music's coming from that loudspeaker near the platform. It's being piped in from somewhere. Pre-recorded, no doubt.
Concert's over.
I wonder who turned it off. Any ideas, Professor?
Well, I suppose it could all be part of a carefully orchestrated illusion.
That's as good an explanation as any. Now, maybe we're being made to see and hear what we hoped we'd find here. The sights and sounds of home. But they got it wrong. It's 300 years before our time.
Who's they?
Or it could be that time itself is somehow suspended in this place.
So we really are off the clock.
It's all relative. Time may have, in a sense, speeded up for us or slowed down for them.
You mean they might actually be moving?
It's possible.
Then why can't we see it?
You can't see the movement of a clock's hands, nevertheless, they move.
Yeah, when there are hands.
Do you believe what you're saying?
Of course not.
Hey, everybody. Sir, ma'am, what's the matter with you people? Are we invisible or something?
Don't take it personally. By the looks of them, they don't see anything.
They might as well be statues.
But they're not statues. Here, feel one. You, sir, shake hands with the captain. See what I mean? They feel like flesh and blood.
Yeah, Kirby's right. More of the same.
Whoever, or whatever, is responsible, they've created a perfect imitation of the real thing all over this asteroid.
For what purpose?
I don't have a clue. The expenditure of time and effort is considerable. Not to mention the science involved. The skin on these pseudo-people must be a new polymer compound. And the clothing, all duplications of Earth fabrics.
I wonder... never mind.
Say it.
Well, we must not be the first to land here.
But this asteroid's not on the charts.
Then who were they modeled after?
Maybe somebody real is still here.
Where?
Could be anywhere. The streets, the buildings. I say we separate. We'll meet back here in an hour.
Well, it's better than huddling together like frightened children.
All right. Pete, you go that way, Carl. See where the street leads and take some readings while you're at it.
All right.
I'll cover the buildings along this side, starting with the hotel. Remember, 1 hour. Are your watches set?
Yeah.
Yes. Don't ask me what to set it to, though. Earth time or something else entirely.
Captain's notes. The awning says the hotel is called the Ritz Arms. Kind of quaint. It would be considered ritzy, I guess, in a small town. Glass front. Nothing moving inside that I can see. I should have brought the Visicam to record this. There's a clerk behind the desk, not moving, of course. And this is classic. There's an alcove off to one side. I can see 4 men seated around a table. A green lampshade, money. I think they're playing poker. Or they were before they stopped moving. And there's a waitress with a tray full of drinks. The big winner seems to be a little man with a gray mustache. Not your typical gambler. but he's all set to rake in the chips. He looks mighty happy. Hey, fella. Wonder what cards he's got here. I don't think he'll mind if I take a peek. Oh, 4 big, beautiful aces. Nice work. Oh, hold on. If I'm not mistaken, that's a waltz coming from upstairs. Music seems to be in one of the rooms. Hello? Hello? Anybody here? Oh, sorry. Excuse me. This room is definitely occupied. There's a candlelit table, I see an ice bucket, and a bottle of champagne. The music is canned. The couple is posed in a slow dance. She has a rose in her teeth, and he's got her bent back in a dip, kissing her throat. But what is she doing with him? A short, ugly man. Looks like he's never had a girlfriend in his life. But she's a real beauty. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm beginning to see a pattern. The theme seems to be dreams really can come true. But whose dreams? Who's fulfilling them? For what purpose? Weber out. For now. Find anything?
Nope. At least nothing that moves.
Pete?
Not really, except for...
What?
You guys better see this for yourselves. Come with me.
Where is it?
Just around the corner. You're not going to believe this, but I think it's what they called a carnival.
That's what it is, all right. The Midway. Those booths along either side, people could win various trinkets of low value by throwing baseballs at steel milk bottles or firing toy rifles at targets.
I was wondering.
A test of skill for amusement. Also the urge to gamble for those with a predilection for obsessive-compulsive behavior.
What's in the tent?
Oh, just some men in swimming trunks.
Win $500. Go 2 rounds with Tiger Loomis. Oh.
It's not a real tiger.
No kidding, genius.
Let's have a look inside.
That must be Tiger with the stripes on his trunks.
Yeah, the one lying down in the ring.
Boy, some crowd, huh? Almost as many as the town hall, complete with sound effects.
2 pugilists, duking it out, as they say. A primitive display of testosterone poisoning.
Check out the other guy with his hand raised. That, my friends, is what's known as a potbelly.
Yes, but why?
Too many carbohydrates, not enough exercise, plus a certain genetic predisposition.
But why would he be the one who wins?
Must have been a lucky punch. Looks like old Tiger's down for the count.
Interesting.
I think it's creepy. All these imitation people posed every which way.
What do we have over there?
I believe it's called a sideshow. Scantily clad young ladies who dance for the crowd, which is primarily male.
That's nothing. Check out the stage at the end. See? I was saving the best for last. Get an eyeful of this.
Some sort of contest, a sign.
Beauty queen chosen today.
Step right up, gents. You got your blondes, your brunettes, your redheads, your tall ones, your short, stubby ones. Take your pick.
I'd say the judges have already made their selection.
Cast your eyes on Miss Lakewood County. Some bathing suit, huh?
Mm-hmm. It was called a bikini, after the location of the first atom bomb test.
Of course, if you like them a little more curvy, there's always Miss Midvale. A little on the hefty side for me. Personally, I like Miss Vernon County in the strapless white two-piece.
And they all lost.
Kind of breaks your heart, don't it?
The one they've chosen with the ribbon and the crown.
Miss Wanda Bertolini from Stockton, California.
A little long in the tooth, isn't she?
39 if she's a day. Freckles, frizzy hair, the whole bit.
And yet, she's won against all those beauties.
There ain't no accounting for taste.
Perhaps the competition was rigged.
Yes. But why?
Your Majesty, my compliments to the judges. I don't blame them. They think you're the prettiest one of all. Wear it with pride, but tell me something, Your Majesty. What's wrong with you? I mean, you can't even move a muscle, like everybody else in this crazy asteroid. Answer me. Go on. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Answer me.
Easy, Pete.
Ah, you can have it. Everything about this place is nuts.
Where are you going? Wait! Now, Pete, don't let it get to you. None of us knows what's going on. But until we figure it out...
I'm sorry, all right? But you know how long we've been on that ship? Now we sit down and what do we find?
We all feel the same way.
Sure we do. But it's like somebody's trying to trick us into something or drive us batty. Something that doesn't even think like us. But it's got our number. Oh, yeah. Let me tell you.
You've got to pull yourself together.
I'm pulling, all right? But if we just had some idea, some clue about what the deal is here in this crummy place.
How are you fixed for ideas, Carl?
I don't really have a theory yet. Of course, it's highly improbable, but...
So is the fact that we're here. Come on. Any theory is better than none.
Well, I've begun to think that all of this, it just might be some sort of museum.
Come again, Professor?
We're millions of miles from Earth. It's possible that the inhabitants of this planet, whoever they are or were, developed a very advanced technology. Let's say they had a super powerful scanning device based on some new principle. Over the years, they observed Earth and decided to build replicas of what they observed. Perhaps they even took specimens to use as models.
That would explain the accounts of alien abductions.
If that's true, where are these inhabitants now?
Gone, perhaps, having moved on and left all this behind.
They could be in hiding.
Then we'd better explore the rest of it. Or as much as we can in one day.
At least they had taste. Take the residential street we're on now. It's right out of the late 19th century. Old-growth trees, Victorian houses.
Why this era?
Why any of it? It must have interested them. Though for what practical purpose, I can't imagine.
Maybe just to please themselves. This is the way it was on Earth a few centuries ago. I've seen pictures, the streets, the houses, everything laid out so peacefully.
You guys like it here?
I would, if I knew it was real. If I could be sure it wasn't all going to vanish in a puff of pink smoke.
It's an okay place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live here.
Well, you better get used to it. This is going to be home for a while.
Charming.
Which one?
The largest house, there across the street.
Well, that one's a mansion.
Isn't it lovely? Think of the freedom, the space to move about.
You want it, it's yours.
Yes, that's true, isn't it?
Why not? I don't think anyone will mind, least of all the old fella in the chair on the porch.
Another stiff.
It's actually quite realistic, the way they've got him sitting there reading the paper. What's the date on the front page?
Hey there, old-timer. You don't care if we look around, do you? Check out the inside.
Not at all, gentlemen. You are most welcome.
Jeez Louise! He talks!
Forgive us, sir.
You all look as though you've seen a ghost.
We assumed that you were like the others.
Oh, no.
I'm Captain Weber.
The name is Wickwire. Jeremy Wickwire.
Ah, a pleasure. Peter Kirby, my navigator.
Hi.
Carl Myers.
How do you do?
Can't believe you're real.
Isn't everybody?
We used to think so.
Not around here.
Oh, the others are nothing to be afraid of. Really, they're not.
We have so many questions. I don't know where to start.
We can talk inside. Some tea, perhaps. Please, gentlemen, won't you come in? One lump or two?
Oh, don't go to any trouble. It's better than what we're used to. Believe me.
I don't know about you, Captain, but I must have my tea this time of day. I wouldn't feel complete without it.
Oh, it tastes great. Nice and hot. Beats the heck out of that tang.
I'll say. A remarkable collection of artifacts you have here.
Artifacts?
The oriental rugs, the tapestries, all this furniture. I've never seen anything to compare.
It provides a certain level of comfort.
Must have cost you a fortune.
Oh, not me personally. We had it built for a Mr. Let me see, Jenkinson, I believe it was.
You mean the pieces aren't antiques?
Oh, heavens no. They were made to the client's specifications. At the last moment, however, he changed his mind, decided he really wanted to be a knight in shining armor. So now he's over in the medieval section, slaying a dragon.
Then there's more that we haven't seen.
Dear me, yes, we have many sections. Rome, Egypt, the Wild West. But the one we're in right now is very popular. It represents a period when creature comforts were most abundant, before peace in the world became impossible.
By the world, you mean?
Earth.
Mr.
Wickwire.
I don't know where to begin. You see, we are from Earth.
Yes, of course.
We were on a routine geological flight in search of ore to be mined. We ran into a meteor storm and, well, it knocked out some of our equipment and put us off course. That was 6 months ago.
Really? That long?
Feels a lot longer, believe me.
Please, go on.
We saw this asteroid and landed as well as we could. But there's no more fuel. We're going to have to stay here until we can repair the communications module and signal for help.
They'll think our ship was destroyed without an SOS beacon.
I see. Then you're not from the Glades.
The what?
I've been expecting them. I'm due for a delivery.
From Earth?
May I ask a question about the Earth? Did they, by any chance, have that atomic war?
Not as such. A cluster of smaller wars almost simultaneously.
Most of the Earth's surface was destroyed. We're still picking up the pieces.
Oh, dear me. That is bad news. More tea, gentlemen.
Mr. Wickwire, explain some things to us before we go out of our minds.
Certainly, but you do look hungry.
And you can say that again.
Let me fix us a light lunch first, Then we'll talk.
No, Mr. Wickwire. Explain some things to us before we go out of our minds.
If you like.
Where are we?
Why, you're in a memorial park.
A memorial?
More commonly known as a cemetery. Didn't you know? Please, make yourselves at home. I'll be back in no time.
Did he say cemetery?
Well, at least we know more than we did.
You act like nothing's happened.
Nothing has happened yet.
Just give it time.
What would you suggest we do?
I'd suggest that you...
Settle down, fellas. Getting upset isn't going to help.
Help who? There isn't anybody to help us. That old man's off his rocker. This place is some kind of loony bin.
Shut up and sit down.
Yeah, well, I tell you, I don't like it. We're sitting around having tea, and we don't even know where we are.
It doesn't make any difference where we are. This is where we're going to stay until we can send a distress signal. Unless he happens to have some rocket fuel and a tail fin assembly lying around. So for now, all we can do is make the best of it.
Yeah, we don't have to like it, do we?
Be patient. Everything will be explained, I'm sure.
You mean you trust that guy?
A little more trust might have saved our world, Pete.
I say something about him is screwy. What's he so happy and well-adjusted about?
Well, look at the way he lives. He's got everything he wants, even if it is a reproduction.
Quiet. Here he comes.
I've brought some sandwiches and a bottle of wine. I trust we'll make quick work of it.
You can say that again. I haven't had a drink in I don't know how long.
And after that, coffee. It's brewing now. Meanwhile, a glass for each of us. Do you mind if I pour?
Very kind of you, Mr. Wickwire.
May I propose a toast?
Please.
To peace, my friends. Eternal, everlasting peace.
I'll drink to that.
We all will.
Excellent wine.
Glad you like it. This is a special occasion. I thought it was worth opening a bottle.
Liebfraumilch, isn't it?
Yes, indeed.
Mr. Wickwire, we're still a bit confused. You said we were in a cemetery. What did you mean?
Mean?
Yeah, why would there be a cemetery here?
Perhaps you could elaborate.
Certainly. But before I explain the details, you must give me some information.
If you like.
If your dearest wish could be granted, what would it be?
I'm not sure I understand.
What would you like to be doing most? Where would you choose to be right now?
That's easy. Back on the ship, headed for home.
And you, Captain?
I'll go along with that.
So will I.
Splendid. Oh, one other thing. When you left Earth, what was the date?
September?
No. The year.
2280.
Really? 2280? When you arrived, I thought you were the men from Happy Glades, but you couldn't be.
We're still not following you. What's Happy Glades?
The world's greatest mortuary. At least, it used to be. The management hit upon this scheme as a service to the few who could afford it.
The scheme being...
Why, this little asteroid. Moriarty bought it and paid well to keep it off the maps.
For what reason?
Simple, really. You see, the plan was to recreate conditions in which the dearly departed would be most happy. A favorite setting, a desired event. For example, if one had always wanted to be elected mayor, he'd achieve his ambition here for all eternity.
So those people outside, they're all...
Oh, not all of them. Just the select few. The rest are imitations. Simulacra, we call them, for effect.
In other words, this is the place where your dreams come true after you've stopped dreaming.
Yes, that might be a way of putting it. Very good.
But a cemetery in the middle of space? Your boss, Moriarty, he could have bought a piece of property anywhere in the desert, say, away from everything.
Oh, no. You don't understand at all. Happy Glades promises eternal peace, everlasting peace. You couldn't have that on Earth, now could you? Especially with the wars you've described.
He has a point.
Let's finish the wine, shall we? It doesn't keep well once it's opened.
Thank you.
Cheers. Would you like some music?
What kind?
A somewhat limited repertoire, but there are all kinds of pieces for the player piano, popular, classical.
Classical might be nice.
Ah, yes. Something soothing to fit the mood. Mozart or Brahms.
A good choice.
I thought so. Drink up, gentlemen, before I bring the coffee. Unless you'd like something more to eat. I have some tea cakes in the kitchen.
What about you?
Me?
Yes. How do you fit in?
Why, I'm the caretaker. It's my job to make sure that our guests are not disturbed.
This mortuary, or whatever it is, when was it built?
Let me see. The year was 2177, I believe.
It's almost 100 years ago. That makes you a little on the elderly side, doesn't it, Mr. Wickwire?
Oh, you force me to an embarrassing admission. You see, I'm not actually human. When you're gone, I'll go back to sleep, as it were, until I'm needed again. I go on and off like a machine. You understand now?
Sure, nothing complicated about that. He goes on and off.
I've apparently been turned off for several decades.
One thing, Mr. Wickwire, we're not going anywhere. We can't. We're staying here, at least for the time being.
Yes, I know.
You said something about when we're gone.
Oh, a figure of speech, Captain. I meant departed. Gone on, as it were.
Jim, you know what he's saying.
What's the matter, Carl? You're pale. And you're perspiring. What in the...
Something wrong with the wine. The old man. He didn't drink any of his.
You're right. Why? Why didn't you, Wickwire?
I told you not to trust him. I told you. Oh, he's poisoned us.
We meant you no harm.
I realize that, and I'm sorry. Truly I am.
Give us the antidote. Give us the antidote.
There is no antidote, Captain. Even now, the eternifying fluid is coursing through your veins. It won't be painful, I assure you.
Oh, please. You've got to stop it.
Oh, my dear friends, can't you understand? I have no control in these matters. I'm only a machine.
But why? Why us?
Because you're here and you're men. And while there are men, there can be no peace. Surely you've seen ample evidence of that on Earth.
What are you going to do with us?
There are several possibilities, but as you said, your preference is to be on your ship. So be it. I'll move you there and arrange you in your natural habitat. And every day for a while I'll come by and check on the display, your poses, the instruments and other details, and I'll touch them up if need be with a feather duster so that the scene is absolutely perfect before I retire to this house and turn myself off until the next ship arrives. I trust it will be a dream come true for you. It will. Won't it?
For the love of God, Wickwire. For the love of God.
You'll excuse me now, but I must make ready. Oh, and gentlemen, I do most sincerely wish that you rest in peace.
Captain. Goodbye, Captain.
Easy, Carl. Easy, Carl. Don't fight it. It'll only work faster.
Bill. I'm scared.
Try not to be, Pete. I'll be with you. I'll be back on the ship soon. For all eternity. See you over there.
Captain Weber, his navigator Kirby, and Meyer, the geologist, on their last voyage. And now, at their journey's end. All agreed what they wanted most was to be aboard their ship, ready to head home. Now they will have that wish forever. Unfortunately, it's a wish that can only come true in the Twilight Zone.
The Twilight Zone continues in just a moment.
You are about to enter another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land of imagination. Next stop, The Twilight Zone. Hi, this is Stacy Keach. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our Twilight Zone website at twilightzoneradio.com. At twilightzoneradio.com, you'll find the latest information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas, including behind-the-scenes photographs, plus the newest product releases, trivia contests, ways to contact us, other Twilight Zone-related info and merchandise, plus links to other fascinating websites. So make your next stop twilightzoneradio.com.
Visit twilightzoneradio.com to purchase these Twilight Zone radio dramas on cassette and CD, or call toll-free 1-866-989-ZONE. That's 1-866-989-9663.
You're traveling through another dimension, a dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are that of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Morning, Mr. Castle.
Hello, Ned. Any mail today?
Got it right here.
Where's my registered letter?
Registered? Oh, I didn't see one.
The one that says I won the Publishers House sweepstakes.
Oh, well, I'll keep an eye out for it. I entered that one myself.
Instead, I get only bills.
Yeah, the check's in the mail, Mr. Castle. Say, maybe tomorrow, huh?
Maybe. See ya. Another bill, and another, and another. Edna, what about the gas and electric?
What?
The gas and electric bill. How many months is that?
2 months. That's one you'd better pay.
That's the one I can't pay.
Mr. Castle?
How are you, Mrs. Gumley?
Just fine, Mr. Castle.
Good. Glad to hear it.
How have you been?
Oh, can't complain.
Been having a lot of rain, haven't we?
What? Oh, yes. Quite a bit of rain for this time of year.
Well, it's good for the flowers.
How's that?
Good for the flowers. The rain, that is.
Yeah, very good for flowers.
An heirloom today, Mr. Castle.
An heirloom, Mrs. Gumley. You don't say.
Oh, yes, Mr. Castle. Been in my family for years.
Has it now?
Years and years. It's supposed to be very valuable. Hand-blown glass is what it is.
Mrs. Gumley, it's just a plain old glass wine bottle. Do you know what it's worth, actually? Nothing. Not even a deposit. If you could find the store where it came from, that's what they'd give you. Nothing.
I could let it go for $1.
Mrs. Gumley, if I could spare $1, I'd give it to you. Believe me, I would. But things have been rough here. The pawn shop business isn't what it used to be. I'm so in debt myself that...
I see.
Wait a moment.
Yes?
$1 it is, then. I wish it could be more, Mrs. Gumley. I really do.
God bless you, Mr. Castle. I could kiss you.
Stop that now. It's nothing.
You're a wonderful man.
Good luck to you.
And to you.
Better days for all of us.
Mr. Castle, it's not an heirloom, you know. I found it in a garbage can. It's just a dirty old cheap glass bottle. Please forgive me for lying to you.
That's all right, Mrs. Gumley. Who knows? Maybe it'll turn out to be an heirloom. We'll just have to wait and see.
Who was that?
No one.
It sounded like Mrs. Gumley. Then I heard the cash register. What did you buy this time?
Edna.
Oh, a bottle. Gorgeous.
She said it was an heirloom.
Is that right?
She has to eat, doesn't she?
And you don't?
That's not the point.
Arthur, we're a couple of weeks away from bankruptcy.
Don't you think I know that?
Then you'd better start rubbing that bottle and pray, Arthur. Pray that a genie appears, because that's about the only hope we have left.
Oh, Edna. Edna, please.
Mr. and Mrs. Arthur Castle, suspended in that brief fragment of time before fate comes out of a bottle. Mr. and Mrs. Arthur Castle, gentle and infinitely patient people whose lives have been a hope chest with a rusty lock and a lost set of keys. But in just a moment, that hope chest will be opened, and an improbable phantom will try to bedeck the drabness of these two people's failure-laden lives with the gold and precious stones of fulfillment. Mr. and Mrs. Arthur Castle, standing on the outskirts and about to enter the Twilight Zone.
And now, back to our story from the Twilight Zone, The Man in the Bottle, starring Ed Begley Jr., with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Here, give me the bottle straight into the trash with it. If you won't do it, I will.
Wait, it's worth a couple of cents.
A couple of cents, Arthur. A couple of cents. We've got more creditors than we've got cheap watches. You promised me no more handouts.
Look, Edna, maybe all that's left for me is to try and find someone who I can feel sorry for. Can you understand that? I need to feel that I'm doing something of value. Maybe a man can be a failure for only so long, and then it catches up with him.
Arthur, you're not a failure.
Of course I am. Look around you, Edna. In this clutter, you see the legacy of 100 years. My grandfather owned this shop, and it finally broke his heart. Then my father, and it killed him too. The meanness of it, Edna. The shabbiness of it. The hand-to-mouth of it. This isn't just a hock shop where you buy the pitiful little residue of other people's failures. It's a shrine to failure. That's what it is. It's a mausoleum, a burial ground for people's hopes.
Arthur, please don't talk like that.
Edna, what happens to us anyway? What happens to us? Have you ever thought of that? We're not old people, and yet this place is making us old. There should be years ahead of us, years without having to make do, scrimping and counting and picking over checkbooks and budgets and final notices and old bills and...
Careful, Arthur, you're knocking things over.
I don't care about the bottle. I'm trying to explain...
Arthur, what's all that smoke?
I don't know, but it seems to be coming from inside Mrs. Gumley's bottle.
How do you do?
Where did you come from?
From the bottle, of course.
The bottle?
It fell to the floor, the cork popped out, and here I am, at your service.
I'm supposed to buy that. What do you take me for?
Rather than go into any lengthy generic explanation of my existence, suffice it to say that I am here, and I am, in fact, a genie.
In a business suit, with a derby hat and a walking stick. And you expect me to believe that you're a genie?
That's quite correct.
There's no such thing, except in fairy tales.
On the contrary, I am living proof, in a manner of speaking.
Arthur, who is this man?
You'll have to do better than that, mister. I don't know what you're trying to pull here.
Very well, I'll get right to the point. I can offer you 4 wishes with a guaranteed performance.
4 wishes? Aha! You got that wrong. It's supposed to be 3. In every book I ever read, it was 3 wishes. Better get your story straight.
That's a myth, I'm afraid. Oh, they may have offered only 3 in the beginning. But for some time now, 4 has been the operant number. Some considerable time. It's proven to be the most effective option. Think about it. Too few, and a person may waste the opportunity of a lifetime, so to speak. Too many, and, well, the possibilities can get out of hand. Frivolous, in other words. The opportunities tend to cancel each other out, if you see my point.
You've got your answers down, I'll give you that.
I think I better sit.
Well, Mr. Castle, Mrs. Castle, what do you have in mind?
Arthur, I don't understand. What's happening here?
Don't worry, Edna. The bottom line is he's a con man. He has to be.
But I see him. Don't you?
I don't know what I see. Could be some kind of hypnotist or something. Remember that guy on television? He made an elephant disappear.
Child's play. Smoke and mirrors.
You're telling me you're not a magician?
Nothing of the sort. I grant 4 wishes to the owner and then go back inside the bottle for a century and a day.
100 years. Inside a bottle.
Plus 1 day. A nice touch, don't you agree? Until a summons comes from the next owner.
What if there isn't another owner?
But, my dear fellow, there must be. Consider the span of a man's life. 70. Isn't that the tradition?
So let's say nobody calls you, or it's the wrong day.
Ah, you've hit the nail on the head. I've learned to cultivate patience beyond anything you can possibly imagine. All of which means you're extraordinarily lucky today, as am I, in a manner of speaking.
Maybe he's from the lottery.
We didn't play the lottery this week, Edna.
Just as well. The odds are quite unrealistic. What I'm offering you transcends any lottery the world has ever known. They're strictly nickel and dime operations in comparison.
I have to think this over.
Take your time. Interesting shop you have here. Chinese vases, Tiffany lamps, bric-a-brac of every sort. Mostly imitation, of course. No offense. Nonetheless, I have the distinct feeling I've seen some of these items before.
How could you if you haven't been out of the bottle in 100 years?
I meant the originals.
The originals? How old are you?
If I told you, you wouldn't believe me. Nice silver cigarette case. Faux Victorian, isn't it?
My uncle's. He passed it down from his great-uncle, who bought it in Liverpool in 1914.
Is that what he said? How much?
Take it. Get back to the subject. What else about the wishes?
Oh, yes. Now, I think the business at hand is for you and Mrs. Castle to decide the nature of your 4 wishes, keeping in mind, of course, that each wish is irrevocable. Once made, it is fulfilled, and once fulfilled, it is a matter of record. It can only be altered by yet another wish. Clear, Mr. Castle?
Clear enough. I think we better call the police.
Why not wish for them? I can bring you Scotland Yard, the Federal Bureau of Investigation, or every bobby in the City of London.
That won't be necessary.
Is it the police you want?
No. That's not what we'd wish for.
Arthur, are you out of your mind?
Go ahead, Mr. Castle. You were saying?
Well, if I had a wish...
You believe him?
Just for the sake of argument, let's say that I wanted that broken glass in the case over there. Let's say I wanted it to be fixed.
The glass display case?
Unless that's too hard for you. I broke it cleaning up the other day. One whole side is cracked.
Is that all?
It's too expensive to replace and impossible to glue together. Impossible.
Would you like to make it official, Mr. Castle?
Arthur, be careful with this man. You don't know what he's after.
Well, Mr. Castle, is that your wish?
Yes, that is my wish. I want the glass in the case to be repaired.
Very well, then.
Am I dreaming? It's a magic trick. It has to be.
No, you're not dreaming, Edna. I see it too. It's like new. How did you do that?
Next.
What?
Well, Mr. Castle, you have 3 wishes left.
3 wishes. 3. Edna, 3 wishes. Anything we want. Think, Edna, think. What do we want?
Why, I don't know.
I asked you to think.
I'm frightened.
A new shop, Edna. An expensive shop on 5th Avenue. We could have that just for the asking.
But Arthur...
Or travel. Take trips. We could see the places we could never afford to visit, like Paris or Rome or even the South Seas. We could take a cruise around the world, first class.
Surely there's a catch.
Oh, money. $100,000. $200,000. $1 million. We wouldn't have to grub anymore. We wouldn't have to sit here and waste our lives away.
Arthur, it isn't right. There's something unholy about it.
Clothes, Edna. Expensive clothes, jewels, a beautiful house. No more worries for the rest of our lives.
Are you sure?
Edna, we don't have to rot away here. We can have anything we want. Anything, Edna. Money.
Money. The simplest of all requests, Mr. Castle.
Simple? For you, maybe.
How much would you like? In what denominations?
Edna, how much do we want?
I don't know. I just don't know.
$1 million. That's what we want. $1 million.
In what form? Gold? Silver? Of course, there are market fluctuations in precious metals, so there will naturally be an element of risk. Platinum shows the least movement. Diamonds are relatively stable at the moment.
Forget it. Cash only. All negotiable U.S. currency.
Very good. Denominations?
No 50s or 100s. Make it $5 and $10 bills. Recent dates, and no counterfeits.
Where would you like it? Savings account or checking? Perhaps a numbered deposit in a Swiss bank.
Right here.
Here?
Where I can see it.
On the floor?
Don't you worry about that. Just bring it here. I'll take care of the rest.
That is your second wish.
You understand English, don't you? That's our wish.
Coming right up. Oh, just one thing.
Aha!
Arthur, I told you.
Do you mind terribly if I...
If what?
If I smoke.
Is that all?
Of course, if you prefer otherwise. I see the no smoking sign on the wall.
No. Go right ahead.
Very well. Now then, Mr. Castle, where were we? Ah, yes, I was about to say, ask and you shall receive.
What's that? Where's it coming from?
What is it? It's money. Look at it. A rain of money. Edna, $1 million, Edna. $1 million. There you are, Edna. Champagne.
I think I've had more than enough.
I suppose you're right. How can I work if I have a hangover?
Well, you could take the day off.
Edna, you're a genius. Why didn't I think of that? We both could. Close up the store and...
And what? I wouldn't know what to do, would you?
Well, let's see now. It's a beautiful day. We could take a walk together in the park.
Oh, Arthur, I'd have to get dressed up, and I don't have any comfortable shoes.
Or we could go to a restaurant. Any restaurant at all.
But we've already had lunch.
Then we could take in a film downtown, or a play, a musical. Do you know how many years it's been since we did that?
And leave all this money out like this? I don't think that would be a good idea.
So, we're prisoners here. We can't go anywhere, do anything, for fear that someone might steal it from under our noses. What good is it?
Oh, Arthur, we can put it in the bank.
That's tomorrow. The bank's closed now. Unless...
What are you thinking?
Call your brother on the telephone. Tell him to come over here. He needs money for his operation, remember?
Oh, I like that idea.
And while you're at it, call Avritton, the butcher, and Mrs. Tiola, and the checker at the market.
And that nice girl at the bank.
And the dry cleaner. And here, look in the book. All our old customers, the ones who can't afford to get their valuables out of hock. Call them all, every one.
What will I say?
Tell them we need their help.
It's a miracle, that's what it is.
I couldn't believe it when they called.
Where did they get it all?
They're such wonderful people.
And so generous, too.
Hey now, what's going on here?
Hello, Officer McLaurin.
The line's halfway down the street.
Yes, it certainly is.
Are they having a fire sale in there or what?
It's that nice Mr. Castle and his wife.
What about them?
They're redeeming things.
What things?
All kinds of things, as long as you've got your pawn ticket.
Even if you don't, they remember.
They're redeeming us. That's what they're doing. It's the loveliest gesture I've ever seen.
Hi there, Mrs. Gumley. Beautiful day.
Indeed it is.
Your turn, Mrs. Gumley. Go on in.
Hold on. Where'd you get that fistful of money?
Right inside, officer. From Mr. and Mrs. Castle, bless their souls.
What are they doing, running numbers?
Nothing like that. Strictly legit.
You're telling me they gave it to you?
Sure did. Enough to pay off their tab at the butcher shop and then some. Plus the next 10 years in advance.
And whereabouts did they get this bankroll?
Don't ask me. But their ship sure must have come in big time.
The horses, was it? Or the lottery?
I heard it was the sweepstakes that came in the mail.
No, it was their cousin. He died and left them a fortune.
Well, we'll just have to see about that.
They're not breaking any laws.
I haven't had my turn yet. You're not going to arrest them, are you?
Maybe not, but I'll keep a close eye on the situation. In the meantime, I know someone who might be real interested in all this. Don't you people go blocking the sidewalk now.
Here you go, young man. Pay off that mortgage now.
I will.
And then go have yourself a ball, you and your lovely wife.
I don't get it. Why are you doing this?
Do I need a reason? Every time I come in your gas station, you look under the hood.
Oh, that's nothing.
Check the air and the tires, all of it, without my asking. I say that's worth something. It's worth a lot these days.
Well, thanks, Mr. Castle.
Bye now. Who's next?
Mrs. Gumley, how are you?
Very well, thank you.
Here, you take this now. I want you to have it.
So much.
Don't you worry about it, Mrs. Gumley. Anything you need, anything at all, you come to us. There's more where that came from. For you, plenty more.
God bless you both.
But why are you giving me this money, Mrs. Castle?
Why? Because you're so bright and cheery every time I'm in the market.
Oh, Mrs. Castle, thank you.
You put this in the bank now for when you get married.
And for you, Mr. Jacks?
And you too, Mrs. Teola. You have a nice day now.
Don't mention it. Buy a round for everybody. On me.
Is that all of them?
Oh, for now. Put the close sign in the window, would you please?
Of course, dear.
Whew. Now that's what I call a day's work.
You did wonderfully well, Arthur. I'm so proud of you.
You know, Edna, I don't care how we spend the rest. I feel so good right now, seeing all those happy faces.
I know. It would be nice to get away for a while, though.
I agree. Some time in the sun, nothing fancy.
How much do we have left?
Look in the box. It's still practically full. We didn't put a dent in it.
Your father would be proud.
Rest his soul.
And your grandfather.
Tell me your opinion about something, Edna.
If you like, dear.
I'm wondering, do you suppose I still need to carry on the family business?
Well...
We don't have a son or daughter.
I'd say you've more than done enough, Arthur. All these years.
Even if we did have kids, I'd rather leave them money to start their own business. Something with a future. What about your cousin's children?
Oh, that would be a wonderful present.
And what about you? You've been so patient all these years. What would you like?
Well, first, of course, you're going to retire. No ifs, ands, or buts. And then, wherever you'd like to live, Arthur, as long as we're together.
Of course we'll be together. You think I'm going to take up with a young floozy?
Oh, no, I don't think that. You wouldn't. It's not in your nature. But you're tired. You need to rest.
We both do. Rest and live. Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Castle.
Do I know you? Let me see. Harry Joy's son.
I don't believe we've met before.
Wait. Stu Wintner's nephew. That's it.
Not quite.
Are you from the life insurance company? Because if you are, we've got your payment right here. Just let me count it out for you.
In cash. Is that all right?
That's not necessary.
Or we could write you a check just as soon as we make a deposit.
And quite a deposit it will be by the looks of all this.
I told you, Arthur, we should have put it away.
Let me give you my card.
Internal Revenue Service.
That's correct. There's a matter of an income tax, Mr. Castle.
You just send us the bill and we'll pay it. But send the bill in a hurry, would you please? My wife and I will be taking off for Europe very shortly.
Oh, could we?
Consider it done. Where would you like to go first? The Eiffel Tower, an African safari, waltzing in Vienna, perhaps?
Dancing. We haven't been dancing since I don't remember.
Dependents? Just a few details for the record.
Ask away, we have nothing to hide.
How many dependents can you claim?
The whole neighborhood.
They don't count.
Wait. What's that figure? The one you just wrote down?
Beginning with a sum of $1 million taxed on the basis of a husband and wife, using the standard deductions and taking into account unpaid back taxes, approximately $907,000.
Oh, that's how much I have left? Good. Fabulous.
That's how much you owe the government.
I beg your pardon?
In addition, there's a state income tax involved, which, using thumb rule, would come to a rough figure of $35,000.
You mean hundreds, don't you?
Then there will be a matter of a 5% penalty.
For what?
If you fail to file a declaration within 30 days of today's date, but I'm sure you won't let that happen. The whole thing will amount to about, roughly, mind you, let's see here, $942,640.
Arthur, we've given away a lot of money already.
I'll figure out how much.
Fill out this form and send it to us with your check. It should be self-explanatory. If you want to use the installment plan, we'll send you a statement after your records have been analyzed. Mr. Castle?
Yeah. Send us the bill.
We'll be seeing you. Good evening to you, Mrs. Castle.
I wonder if we can appeal it.
Help me, Edna. You take this pile. 76, 77, 78...
Oh, Arthur, where's the genie when we need him? Well, how much is there?
$910,535, $910,540. We gave away almost $60,000, and this goes to taxes, leaving us with this. One $5 bill. That's our entire profit, Edna. $5 whole.
That was quite a wish, Arthur. Quite a wish. And we haven't even paid the bills yet.
If you'll recall, it was my suggestion that you reflect very carefully, Mr. Castle. Very, very carefully.
Now he shows up.
Had you made a wish that took into account the taxes involved...
Look, you. Plenty of sweet talk and promises and the whole thing. And all the time, you're nothing but a con artist, after all. This time I want the $1 million, but I want it after...
Arthur, no more money. You've got to wish for something else.
Oh, something else, then. A new store. A chain of stores.
They could burn down 1 hour after we get them.
Success?
Be careful, Mr. Castle. Success is a pretty broad term.
He's right. You can't wish for success. I've got it. How about 10 more wishes? Or 20, or...
Very clever, Mrs. Castle, wishing for more wishes. But I'm afraid that isn't permitted. Frankly, I'd be afraid to have you try it for fear of the consequences.
What consequences?
Why do you have to keep losing your temper? Why can't you think about this thing carefully and then come up with
Well, you're no help to me, that's for sure. Here we stand in the middle of this crummy little pawn shop with the whole world out in front of us and anything to wish for that we want. Anything. And you just stay on my back and...
Stop it! This doesn't sound like you. Not like the man I married. Not at all.
Edna, what's happening to us? What's really going on here?
Oddly enough, this is the normal pattern that seems to be generally followed. Great excitement, great emotionalism, and strangely enough, hard to believe though it may be, only a modicum of happiness.
Well, you've got cheap customers here. Our price is no longer so high. We're people who haven't had much happiness. People who've carried a crummy hock shop on their backs all their lives. What, Edna? Tell me, what do we wish for?
I don't know, Arthur. I just don't know.
What about it? What can I wish for now? What can come to me without tricks?
Without tricks? I question the semantics here, Mr. Castle. There are no tricks involved. There are simply normal and understandable outgrowths and conditions that go with any windfall. No matter what you wish for, you must be prepared for the consequences.
What sort of consequences?
Nothing more than cause and effect. Consider, for example, what happens when you throw a stone into a lake. The stone sends out ripples in the water. After a while, these ripples reach the shore. The bigger the stone, the bigger the ripples. And if the stone is large enough, you'll get a wave of water, even a tidal wave that could sweep you off your feet. It all depends on how much you disturb the way things were to begin with. Now do you see what I mean about consequences?
Then I need something without consequences.
I'm not sure that's entirely possible.
Something dead sure, at least. Something anchored, something airtight.
I must agree, that would be the ticket.
Is there such a thing?
Sit down now. You'll give yourself a heart attack.
Edna, I think I've got it. I think I know what it is.
What, Arthur?
Power, Edna. Power, prerogatives, to be in charge of something, to be a boss, to be a leader, with respect and the freedom to live as one likes. We could wish for that.
Possible. Very possible. President of a corporation? That sort of thing?
We could be sued, go bankrupt.
Warden of a prison?
That's idiotic.
Mayor of a city?
We could get voted out of office, and then what?
Wait a minute. I know what. Head of a country. Ruler of a whole country, that's it.
Who can't be voted out of office.
What about it, Jeannie? I want to be the head of a country who can't be voted out of office.
Is that your wish? Do you want to be more specific than that?
Hold on. Let me give it to you this way. I want to be the head of a foreign country who can't be voted out of office. But it must be a major country, well known, not some poverty-stricken third world place, and not in ancient times either, in modern history.
How do you define modern?
Within my lifetime, and developed. A fully industrialized country with millions of educated people where I'm very popular and can't be voted out of office.
No problem.
You sure?
Of course I'm sure.
I mean, what about the consequences?
Consequences, Mr. Castle? I've already told you. You run the risk of consequences no matter what you wish for, like the ripples in a stream. There's no predicting, at least not with absolute certainty, where they'll lead.
All right, then.
Go ahead, Arthur. Wish for that. The thing you said.
I want to be the head of a foreign country, just as I've described it. Now it's your turn, Jeannie. Take over.
As you wish, Mr. Castle. As you wish.
You'll forgive me, sir.
Yes?
I have not slept in 3 nights now, but the situation is as I described. The first Ukrainian army has cut us off from the south. There's no sign of Wenk's reserve army. There is no reserve army. We are simply doomed. There is no hope for us. From now on, it is just a mass suicide. Did you hear what I said? They are already in Berlin. What about it, Führer?
Führer?
What do you want to do?
Why do you call me that name?
Here is what you asked for. Very quick and very painless, mein Führer. And we have the gasoline for you and Miss Braun. When you're finished.
Head of a country. Can't be voted out of office. It's the end of the war and I'm in a bunker and I'm...
Heil Hitler!
It's almost the end.
I've given them the poison. We'll take their bodies out into the courtyard and burn them when it's finished. Have the gasoline ready.
I won't take the poison. I wish I were back where it all started. I wish I were Arthur Castle again.
Oh, Arthur, you've broken it.
What? Broken what?
The bottle Mrs. Gumley brought in.
Why? I have, haven't I? Not poison, an old wine bottle.
Let me sweep it up for you.
I can do it.
It had no value anyway.
No value at all. I'm here. My final wish. I'm really here now. Where is he?
Where is who?
You know who I mean. The...
And why would he be here? You've had your 4 wishes, remember?
No, yeah. Well, I guess I'm a 4-time loser. What do you expect? I just wish he doesn't come back. I wish...
There you go, wishing again.
Right. Why should I? Why did I? Look at what we have here, Edna. We have a business that's been in my family for 3 generations.
And each other. We have each other.
I'm going to stop wishing for a while. You know, Edna, I can't afford a brand new life.
Neither can I.
I think I'll just give the old one a new paint job.
You know something, Arthur? I think that's a very good idea.
What is it?
Look, your first wish, the glass case, it's not broken. It's still repaired.
So we came out ahead after all. Nothing's ever a complete loss, is it?
Careful, Arthur, with the broom handle.
Well, we were ahead.
Now you have more glass to clean up.
You know something? I don't mind cleaning up any of it. Not at all. In fact, not at all.
A poet named Lowell said it, something to the effect that granting our wish is one of fate's saddest jokes. Lesson to be learned out of a few fragments of broken glass in a trash can. And a word to the wise, to the garbage collectors of the world, to the curio seekers, to the antique buffs, to everyone who would try to coax a miracle from unlikely places. Check the bottle you're taking back for that deposit, because the genie you save might be your own. Case in point, Mr. and Mrs. Arthur Castle, fresh from the briefest of trips into the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by making the Twilight Zone radio dramas a digital download-only series. This means that this series will no longer be offered on CD. The CD collections at our website are now being offered while supplies last at buy one, get one free. So be sure to get your favorites before they're sold out. Be sure to visit us often, and I'll see you in the zone.
The Man in the Bottle, starring Ed Begley Jr., with Stacy Keach as your narrator, was adapted for radio by Dennis Etchison and based on a script by Rod Serling. Heard in the cast were Linda Ryder, David Darlow, Guy Burrill, Rosalind Alexander, Richard Hensel, Rich Komanik, Carl Amari, Diane Trice, Irene Olson, and Richard Shavson. To learn more about the Twilight Zone radio dramas and to obtain audio cassettes and CDs of these programs, visit our website at twilightzoneradio.com. This copyrighted radio series is produced and directed by Carl Amari and Roger Wolski for Falcon Picture Group. Doug James speaking.
you're traveling through another dimension. A dimension not only of sight and sound, but of mind. A journey into a wondrous land whose boundaries are those of imagination. Your next stop, the Twilight Zone.
Go on. What is wrong with you? We are behind schedule.
The jungle is too thick, Clemente.
Use your machetes, all of you.
We have used them. Now they are dull.
Then sharpen them.
The burros need water.
He's right, Ramos. If we lose another animal, we cannot make it.
Very well. Make camp here.
Alto. We rest.
How much longer, Alessandro?
A few more days, perhaps a week. If this is the right way to the capital.
What? You have the map. What does it say?
We are here by the mountains. We should go around, through the lowlands.
No, that is too far. We must strike the Cruz now, before his army comes looking for us.
Don't worry, Ramos. We are not worth hunting.
You say that to me?
I speak the truth. Look around. What do you see?
Men of destiny.
Oh? And how many are we today?
The campesinos support us. They give us food, shelter.
That is because we are the ones who march. We are the point of the spear. When we strike, they will follow. But only if we succeed.
The jungle is full of rebels. They will come out of their caves to join us.
First, we must survive. The way through the mountains is difficult.
Cristo and Tamar are loyal. And Garcia.
And what of the others? If they go back to their wives, we are alone. A teacher and a dreamer.
Your words are strange to my ears, Javier. As if they come from a woman.
Politics is more than a cause, my friend. It is a strategy. When a bridge is weak, it must fall. Remember the history of our land. The earth is ripe with the blood of other rebellions.
We will not fail.
There is no shame in it. We can take up arms again when the time is right.
This is our moment.
Not this year, Ramos. And perhaps not next year either. That is still too soon. But sooner or later, the crops will fail. The people will rise up, and we will show them the way. Now, their bellies are full from the harvest. They are not ready.
Listen to your fear. You yourself taught me that the people rally behind a leader. A brave leader who knows no fear.
Only a fool is without fear.
I am not a fool. I'm a man. More will come. They will leave their villages and march with us, 10,000 strong. The Cruz's guard will not fire on us. They are our brothers.
And how many brothers do we have here? 11? 12? Turn back now, my friend, before it is too late.
Too late? Hear me well, because this, I swear, 1 week from now, we take the capital.
This is Ramos Clemente and his ragtag band of followers. Chief among them, Xavier D'Alessandro, his political advisor and sergeant-at-arms. Clemente is the keeper of a dream. Once he walked behind a mule as it plowed someone else's land, looked up at a hot Central American sun and pledged the impossible. He vowed that he would lead his people against the tyranny that put the ache in their backs, the lines in their faces, the anguish in their eyes. That he would ride at the head of an army into the capital city, cheered along the way by thousands of dreamers, all sharing the hope that General Clemente is the man to give them back their freedom. A noble dream, or an illusion. If the latter, it would be an honest mistake. But even honest mistakes have a price. In a moment, Clemente and his lieutenants will encounter something which will turn out to be more than they bargained for. The surprising aftermath of a well-intentioned revolution. They will discover the startling truth as reflected in a very strange mirror, one that was handmade just for them, in the Twilight Zone.
And now, The Twilight Zone, and our story, The Mirror, starring Tony Plana, with Stacy Keach as your narrator.
Do you hear that?
See me, General. They are calling for you.
They are. They are.
Let them see you, Clemente. Yes, from the balcony.
Perhaps I should. Just for a minute.
Go on, Ramos. This is your palace now. It is your right.
Very well.
Look, there he is.
It is him.
My countrymen, a new day. I promise you the time has come. The president has fallen. Go home to your families now and make ready for tomorrow. You shall have peace, justice, and equality. Do you hear? Viva Clemente! That is me. Viva, viva, viva!
A toast!
Yes, with some of the Cruz's precious wine.
The glasses.
To the revolution.
Revolution!
So do you know? Do you know why I laugh? I laugh because there is so much feeling inside of me. I didn't know in the beginning. I didn't know when this moment came how I would react to it. What would I do? Laugh? Cry? Get drunk? I didn't know. What makes a man more drunk? Wine or the people shouting his name?
Another toast to you.
No, my friend. To you. To all of you. I toast my friends. Cristo, the bold one. Alessandro, the dedicated one. Tabal, the quiet one. And Garcia, the strong one. To the 4 lieutenants of the revolution. To the new heads of government.
To the new government.
Not to the Cruz, whose portrait stares down on us from the wall.
Now the wall drips with wine, like blood.
And so we begin. De Cruz. He is still alive?
As you ordered.
Bring him here. Let that be the first order of business.
Yes, sir.
You will have to find another picture for the wall.
Yes.
One of yourself, perhaps?
Oh, no. We will find something. There. In the corner.
What is it?
A mirror.
Ah. To reflect the new leader.
A beautiful frame. Hand-carved. General de Cruz had exceptional taste, huh?
You should hang it up.
Very well. I look tired. Old.
It has been a long day.
Do you know, Alessandro, 1 year ago, this was the face of a peasant. A beardless, nameless worker of the dirt, whose fingernails were in mourning and whose clothing stank.
And now?
Now it is the face of a leader, a chief of state.
Yes, it is.
1 year. 1 year of starving, hiding, stealing weapons, and having the same dream every hour. And from the dream came an army, and from the army came a rebellion. And now I have liberated the masses of other nameless workers of the dirt. I have broken their shackles.
And what of him, the one whose portrait you have taken down?
The memory of him will soon be forgotten.
What is your plan?
A trial, D'Alessandro.
Of course.
A lot of trials. A lot of brick walls and a lot of firing squads.
A lot of bloodbaths, you mean?
To cleanse us of the past.
Are you sure that is the way?
It is only fair. Their blood now, in repayment of ours.
In here, pig. The General is waiting.
Take your hands off me. Now, show respect.
You disappoint me, De Cruz. You are not like your portrait.
Who are you to judge?
I don't recognize him. The man in the picture had arrogance, a full braid on his uniform. Where is he now? I see only an old man in dirty, torn clothes.
What do you want of me, Clemente?
What I want? Not what I want. What they want.
Look, the dictator! To the wall with him! To the wall! To the wall! To the wall! To the wall!
You hear? To the wall, they say. But I won't stand you against the wall with a blindfold. That is a cheap death for underlings. Firing squads are for followers, not leaders. No. Old man, you are too good for that. You are a special case. You, I will strip naked and cover with honey. I will tie you spread-eagled on the ground under the sun, and then I'll let the ants eat you. And every time you scream, I'll drink wine. And every time you beg for mercy, I'll laugh out loud, because I want you to take a long time to die. 1 part death for every acre of land you stole. 1 part death for every morsel of food you took out of a peasant's mouth. And 1 part death for every voice you stifled by decree. Now, what is your plea? Or will it be a cry for mercy?
I will not oblige you, Clemente, with a cry or a plea. You can strip off my flesh, because it is here for you and easily done by any animal. But my manhood, you greasy little peon, this is as far from you as the moon.
Peon? You dare to call me a peon?
Stop! He is to be judged, not tormented. He is the animal.
And you are not, eh? You are the purists, the idealists, the saviors, the avenging angels. Gentlemen, you will soon be disillusioned. You are me. You are De Cruz. You are Baptista. You are Trujillo. You are Noriega and Duvalier. You are the keepers of the grab bags. You can wave your flags and put up your statues and embrace all the people, from the oldest to the youngest. But we are of the same breed. We are the spoilers. We care for no one but ourselves.
You insult me, peon.
Enough. He presents his case and we are his best witnesses. We corroborate everything he says.
You cannot help but do it. You think this room, the people out there, you think these are the fruits of victory? The spoils? No. They are simply a legacy, Clemente. What I pass on to you. Power you shall have. Certainly, power. Enough to make you giddy. But there are other things in the inheritance. You will find them soon enough.
What things?
Fear. The chief legacy. Fear of assassination. Fear of disloyalty. Fear of rebellion. Fear of another Clemente hiding in the hills. Fear even of the Norte Americanos who offer you money and supplies. God help you. God pity you.
Take him away.
On your feet. Guards. I see you have found my mirror.
It is mine now.
Then it will serve you well. An old woman brought it to me 10 years ago when I first took power. She said it was magic. She said, by looking into it, I could see the faces of my assassins. She spoke the truth. That is why I took it down. That's right. Look deep, General Clemente. Find out who your enemies really are. You will see them there, in that mirror. You will see them in the dark corners. You will see them in the crowd. You will see them in your glasses of wine. You will see them everywhere.
Out!
Where shall we take him?
Lock him up in the prison. I will decide what to do.
Assassins, come out wherever you are. Come on, assassins. Come out of the mirror.
Yes, a joke. A stupid, ignorant joke. Assassins in the mirror. Yes?
How goes it, my friend?
Alessandro. I'm glad you're here.
It is dark. The chandelier. Let me turn it on.
No, please. I need to think.
The candles, then?
Only one. That is enough.
More plans, eh? For the new regime?
Come to the windows, D'Alessandro. Look outside. What do you see?
Fires in the night.
Yes. Many fires. I see the old ways burning to make way for the new.
The transition begins.
What do you think he meant?
Who?
De Cruz. When he spoke of dictators.
For once he spoke the truth. He is not deluded. He knows his role.
But not ours. We will not make the same mistakes.
No. But be cautious, my friend. It is easy to slip. Too much blood and the crops will not grow. We will know a season of poverty before the people are reborn. False friends will come to you, offering help.
We must make alliances.
There is always a price. Their influence, like fish hooks to bind us to them. From our neighbors to the south and the north. From lands across the sea.
I will strike a bargain.
With those who are so powerful? They will bring ships filled with goods, but also gunboats and helicopters and advisors with pacts to be signed. Their ways are ruthless. Deal with them, yes, but not as a puppet.
I am no man's puppet.
Then take care. Take care, Ramos. Choose the path of justice, not of revenge.
What? You would have me forgive De Cruz and his army? They who have kept our people under the yoke?
Not forgiveness, banishment. The prison is overflowing. We do not have enough bullets to liquidate them all.
So they go to another land and rebuild their army. That is stupid, Javier. They are our enemies.
Where will they live? In the mirror?
Cristo.
Sir.
How many prisoners are there?
In the capital, about 1,000.
Start shooting them.
When?
Tonight.
Yes, sir. Right away.
I see.
There is no time for trials.
But for murder, there's plenty of time?
What are you? A chameleon? The ease with which you strip off one color and put on another. You turn my stomach. I thought you were with me.
I am. But not with mass murder.
Murderers can never be murdered. They can only be eliminated.
You clean your house with a reckless hand.
Go, Cristo. Give the order.
Gladly.
You should look in that mirror and see what face looks back at you.
A magical mirror, he said. A mirror that reflects the faces of my assassins. How intriguing. Isn't that intriguing, D'Alessandro? I had no idea that you believed in such... What are you doing?
What am I doing?
I saw it. Where is it?
What?
The submachine gun.
You need to rest. You have been awake too long. Tomorrow we will go into the fields, the villages, meet with the people.
D'Alessandro, the dedicated one, the moralist. I was the arm of the revolution, but he was the heart.
What are you talking about?
I saw you with a weapon, cradled in your arms. Then you cocked it, ready to shoot me in the back. Where are you hiding it?
Ramos, listen to me. You're not making sense.
A man can believe his own eyes. I saw you in the mirror with the gun. I should have known.
What gun? Ramos, you sound demented.
I should have known. Of all of them, it would be you. It would have to be you, D'Alessandro.
What are you doing?
Yes, a traitor.
Let go of me!
See him with your own eyes. See the assassin. Do with him what you will.
I am not an assassin. I am your lieutenant. Your conscience. No!
Work with that noise. Garcia, get off the couch and find a bed.
Huh?
Did you hear that? Here, Garcia. He had too much to drink last night. The palace is stocked with the finest brandy.
Not that. Outside, in the courtyard.
Ah, the firing squad.
We've already killed off hundreds. That sound, better than a swig of brandy.
What were you before the rebellion, Cristo?
Why do you ask that?
Don't tell me. Did you work in a stockyard? You seem to enjoy the butchery.
It is a fiesta.
Then why do I not hear laughter?
The crowd is getting bored, I think.
Not bored, sick. We have given them their freedom. 12 hours of it. And it is such a fine freedom. The right to watch a massacre. 10 executions at least, every 5 minutes.
You would like more?
Good morning, Clemente.
We did not give them their freedom, Tabal.
What?
You said we. It was I who gave it to them.
And I'm sure you'll continue to give it to them.
Why are they quiet? They scream for justice, and when you give it to them, they become weary. Like an audience in 1 peso seats at a burlesque. Their entertainment must be varied, costume changes every 5 minutes, or they lose interest.
New bodies every few minutes. But even that is not enough.
I know them well. You fill their stomachs and it empties their brains. They have cheap tastes and short memories.
Clemente.
Something to say, Tabal?
No. I have papers to check. The figures for De Cruz's treasury.
Is there nothing more? Something that sits heavy on you?
That sits heavy on me, on my ears and on my heart.
Why should it?
Execution is not a time of joy. But even this is not as bad as the death of a man who was my friend. That is a sword in my chest.
D'Alessandro? An assassin?
And that's the worst lie of all.
It was no lie.
He was no assassin.
What? What's the matter? What's going on? Oh. Still at it out there, huh?
Yes, until their work is done.
Good morning to you, Senor Garcia. How handsome you look in the mirror.
What do you see there?
I see only a tired soldier. A man who needs a change of clothes. Is there a bathtub?
Many. Take your pick.
Oh, I'll go then.
And that is all? You don't see any assassins in that mirror?
No, I see nothing but my ugly face. Even an assassin might be better.
Let me see.
No! Leave the mirror alone.
Why?
You can talk yourself into an illusion. You can make yourself believe anything.
Let go of my arm. What is that? Two men. With knives. Tabal. And Garcia.
What is it, Ramos?
That mirror needs to be cleaned.
A trick of the light?
Did you think you saw something?
No. I saw nothing.
Sometimes, if you stare at nothing too long, it begins to stare back at you.
Tabal, you and Garcia go over to the prison.
Yes?
Looking on the Cruz. Then report back to me.
Report what? His health?
Do as I tell you. See that he's properly guarded.
Yes, sir.
Do you have a message for the Cruz?
What sort of message?
Should I tell him that he was right about the fear? That there are assassins under the bed and in the shadows and all around the room?
Tabal, you have both your freedom and your life. But you have them through my sufferings. Don't throw them away.
Of course not, General.
Cristo, get me the prison.
Sir?
On the phone. Here, I'll do it. Hello? Hello? Are you asleep down there? It's General Clemente. That's correct. This is urgent. I want the prison. No, not the office, the front gate. That's right. This is General Clemente. Two men will arrive there in a few minutes. They are spies and should be shot on sight. Their names are Tabal and Garcia. I know who they are and I know what they are. Shoot them. Call me when it is done.
Move the bodies out.
Yes, sir.
Right away.
I think maybe I'm still asleep.
I wish you were, and me as well.
Did you ever have a dream that... never mind.
Go ahead. Say it.
A dream where you try to wake up, but you cannot.
You mean a nightmare?
And do you wonder?
What?
Well, if I hadn't joined Clemente, well, I would be home now with my woman, my little ones. I would be in the fields working the crops. I think now that it wasn't so bad.
But it was. Half of your vegetables, your livestock, to the state, that is no way to live.
No. Still, I do not like this slaughter.
Nor do I.
I guess it isn't ours to know.
What do you mean?
Clemente, he has his reasons. I am not an educated man. The ways of politics are hard to understand.
Clemente is not educated. But the Alessandro was.
A very smart man.
A lieutenant, like us. Closer than that.
And now we are three. Clemente will need us even more.
Garcia, listen to me. Watch your back.
Huh?
Clemente has not slept in 3 days, but he sees, not with his eyes, with his mind. And what he sees is dark and strange, like a house of many doors, and behind each door is more darkness. And the way into that house is the mirror.
What? A piece of glass?
The glass reflects what is before it. When Clemente stands and looks, he sees the doorways of his mind.
I do not fear an old woman's gift. We are his lieutenants.
Yes, like the Alessandro. Come, we will report on the cruise. And then we must make a plan.
Señor Garcia, Señor Tabal.
You know our names?
But of course, you have come to see the prisoner.
You have many prisoners, but only one of interest to the General.
Ah, the General. I spoke to him not 5 minutes ago. Come in. We have been expecting you.
Clemente, are they there? Good. Tell me when it is done.
The prison?
You have any complaints?
None.
You are sure?
Why should I? A pie cut into 2 pieces is better than one cut into 5. A drink of wine?
Pie? But we do not speak of pie, do we? These are the lives of friends.
Are you sure?
They were very close to me. Very close. You know that. Alessandro, Garcia, Tabal. They were like brothers.
Or so it seemed.
That is what I don't understand. How is it that they can change so? And even more curious, how can I crush them underfoot like ants and feel nothing?
Men cannot be brothers and assassins.
No. They must choose.
It is to be expected. When a man has power, he has enemies. And now, you have enemies.
Enemies, yes. I understand that. But are all my friends to be my enemies?
From now on, Ramos, you have no friends. You have only followers and competitors. This is the breakdown of your world. You must live with it.
And how do you classify yourself, Cristo?
Myself? I am a follower, General.
For how long?
That is a strange question.
For how long will you be a follower? Until some quiet moment when my back is turned?
Oh, no. Only until that moment when you prove to me that you cannot lead. Only until the moment when I think that perhaps...
Perhaps what?
That perhaps I am stronger than you.
You'll be eaten by worms before that moment comes. Besides, if my back is turned to you, I will see you in the mirror. As I do now.
What is it? What do you see?
Only you. At the desk. Holding out a glass of wine.
Of course. Here is a glass for you.
Now you pour it.
Take a drink. It will make you feel better.
But you poured it before. I saw you in the mirror.
Your eyes are tired. Go ahead. It will help you sleep.
It will help me sleep. But for how long, Cristo? How long will I sleep after drinking it? For all eternity?
Why did you do that?
What did you put in the glass? A powder?
You point a gun at me?
Only at traitors.
But there is no reason.
I have a desire to live out my life. I am allergic to poison.
You have gone crazy.
Mark your words carefully, Cristo.
Yes? Yes, he is here. When? All right. I'll tell him. That was the gatehouse of the prison. The guards have shot Tabal and Garcia. They are both dead.
And what shall we do now? Mourn for them?
If you wish.
They were our friends, weren't they? But then again, they can't be friends and assassins. They must be one or the other. Wasn't that your point?
Ramos, there was no poison in the wine. I swear to you, I had nothing like that in mind. Nothing of the sort. You are imagining things.
Am I?
Look, I'll show you. It was an illusion. This is just a mirror, an ordinary mirror, in an old frame. See? It's only glass, polished glass. I'm looking into it. I see myself and you behind me, nothing else. You are raising the gun and pointing it because you've let yourself see things that are not there. You've let yourself... Ramos! What have you done?
Only what I had to do.
A terrible mistake. Now, you will be very lonely. You will be all alone. You have just killed the better man. The better man.
General, I heard a shot.
Lieutenant Cristo shot himself accidentally.
But how?
Did you hear what I said? It was an accident. Now get out of here! To the 4 lieutenants of the revolution, to the new heads of government, to the Alessandro, the dedicated, Tabal, the quiet, Garcia, the strong one, and to Cristo, the bold one. Yes? Yes!
Someone to see you, sir.
Who?
The Holy Father.
What would the priest want with me?
Leave us.
General?
It's all right.
Yes, sir. I'll be outside.
General Clemente, I'm Father Thomas.
So?
You will forgive me, General, but this must be said now.
What must be said?
The executions. The people are appalled.
That is no concern of mine.
Is this what we are to expect from the new regime?
I have my enemies, Father.
That is your answer?
You may tell the people that as long as I have enemies, the executions will continue. They will go on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and if this disturbs them...
Then what?
Then let them do something about it. Let them starve in the mountains, as I did. Let them hide in caves. Let them raise an army out of the dirt. If there is one among them strong enough to make a new rebellion, let him try. But let him be prepared for a year of suffering, and let him learn how to lead.
General Clemente, the victory is not so sweet, is it? Now you are learning. Instead of the flavor of wine, it has the taste of ashes.
I had a dream, Father. I had such a dream. And they were all a part of it. Cristo and Tabal and Garcia and Alessandro. Why did they turn against me?
You ask me for the answer?
Where else can I turn? To this mirror?
Look to what is in yourself.
But I can't stand this. I can't live this way. I'm frightened. Morning till night, I hold my breath. I look over my shoulder. I keep looking back to see what is there. I will live the rest of my life running from death. Why? Why do I have so many enemies?
This is the story of all tyrants, General Clemente. They had but one real enemy, and it is the one they never recognize until it is too late. God be with you.
You. I see you looking at me. What do you see? What do you see?
Keep an eye on him.
What did you say, priest?
The General. He's not well.
General Clemente is a great man.
He might have been. He may be yet. He needs our help. I will remember him in my prayers. God be with you, my son.
My General, the blood. Who has done this terrible thing?
The last assassin. And they never learn. They never seem to learn.
Ramos Clemente, a would-be savior in khakis, his brains blown out by an illusion, a mirage dangled before the eyes of all ambitious men, no matter how they begin. The most vulnerable are the dreamers, when they allow fear and paranoia to make them murderers. Which is not to say that ideals are an illusion, only that revolution requires more than songs and slogans. Courage helps, as does character, a touch of luck, and something along the lines of superhuman strength, whether it be found here or in the Twilight Zone.
Hi, this is Carl Amari, producer of the Twilight Zone radio dramas. I'd like to take a moment to tell you about our official website at twilightzoneradio.com, where you'll get the latest news and information on these Twilight Zone radio dramas. Plus, at twilightzoneradio.com, you can digitally download 3 free episodes or any of our episodes for only $1.95 each. In this age of ever-changing technology, we've decided to make these episodes instantly available to you by